Hello, hello. Oh, I can hear
Oh.
myself. Oh, that's funny.
What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Just toast. I did have breakfast.
You said nothing.
No, I just had toast and a cup of tea.
Amazing.
everyone. Oh, God. I don't think I need a mic. Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm Trisha Doodoo. Unfortunately, Shanine Bethina is self-isolating. She obviously would love to be here and chairing this and whatever. So you've got me. They wanted to get Trisha Goddard, but I think I'm the next best thing. I work at BBC CWR. Fantastic to see so many so early on a Saturday. I'm sure some of you are still a little sore-headed from the semi-final win. We're going to win tomorrow, aren't we? Come on, we're going to win tomorrow, aren't we? Yeah. It's coming home. Okay, I've been told not to sing. But I'm delighted about this session because it is the story of Coventry, past, present and future. I know there are some more people trying to come in and join us a bit later on, but the more that we give, I know with social distancing and all sorts, but I really hope we can get some nice questions in. We've got a fantastic panel. I'm delighted at the calibre of the panel as well. It's just wonderful that Coventry is City of Culture and we are hosting the world, so to speak, in whatever way we can. We know we can't do it, you know, because of COVID, the way we wanted to do it, but we are doing it online as well. So, you know, anything you want to say, please say it. You know, Coventry's rich history. We've got remarkable history when it comes to the transport, when it comes to innovations, when it comes to city centre design, when it comes to changing the way racism is looked at in the country. Two-tone changed a lot of things for me growing up in Coventry as a teenager. So I'm incredibly proud to be a Coventrian, very, very proud to be with you today, sitting in or standing in for Shanine. So what we're going to be doing is this, like I say, it is the history of Coventry's past, present and future. Got some incredible speakers. Right Honourable Leon Byrne. Oh, look, he's got his feet up. Round of applause, please. Round of applause.
Settled in.
MP for Birmingham, Hodge Hill. We've also got Dr. Jeff Wilcox, who I'm still in front of. Hello, Dr. Jeff.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. And we've got Lauren Brandy, a campaigner for Positive Youth Foundation, who've done so much positive things in the city. They've certainly helped out my sons and all his friends looking for a more positive future. So I would love, you know, you to get involved. Obviously, it's interactive, so it's really important that we get as much input from you as we can. So I know you're going to speak individually.
You've been told to give a little bit.
Absolutely. So I'm going to just move off, which I hate doing because I love being the centre of attention. But we'll hear from each speaker. But I'm so glad you're here. I can't believe how wide awake you look. I've put my contact lenses in, my makeup's not sorted, and my afro is going a bit awry because of the damp. So that's enough from me. But let's hear from our first speaker, Leon Byrne. Round of applause, please.
Right. Trish, right. Thanks very much. Good morning, everybody. Greetings from the faraway land of Birmingham. My name's Leon Byrne. I'm a Member of Parliament in East Birmingham, and I am just one of the biggest fans of Coventry. And over the last couple of years, I've been coming to Coventry time and time again during my fight for the selection to be Labour's candidate for mayor, and then obviously during the election, ill-starred as it turned out. But what I want to do today is just build on some of the remarks I made yesterday, but just kind of push it on a little bit and just sort of be a bit more challenging about what some of the challenges are, I think, that Coventry really needs to seize. So I started yesterday with the story of the 14th of November 1940, that anniversary of annihilation when the heavens opened and thousands of tons of incendiaries, high explosive landmines landed on the city, destroying 43,000 homes. The biggest fire of World War II at the Coventry Daimler plant. St Michael's went up in flames by 8 o'clock that night. 200 fires raged across the city. And when the all clear was finally sounded at 6:15 the following morning, the people of Coventry came out and watched and saw a city that had been destroyed. And what did they do? Rolled up their sleeves and rebuilt. Not just a new city, but a new symbol, a symbol of peace, reconciliation, hope. And that story that Coventry has written over the last 8 decades is the story that Coventry has written actually over the last 8 centuries. If you think about the way that Coventry was the 4th, 5th biggest economy during the Great Commercial Revolution, about the time that St Mary's was built, the taxpayers of Coventry were the 4th, 5th most important income source here in Britain. And then as we go into the main industrial revolution, you've got hundreds of factories, great epicenter of the ribbon trade, then watchmaking, then the epicenter of the auto trade at a time when Britain was the second biggest car exporter in the world. Time and time again, from Lady Godiva, the mother of civic freedom, through to Frank Whittle, the father of the jet age, over that long arc of history, Coventry has reinvented itself time and time again. It's made history by inventing the future. And that's what Coventry's got to do again. So I set out three big opportunities yesterday. One, industrially. Coventry is becoming now the epicenter of the electric vehicle industry, the battery technology industry. You know, Coventry has really got to push aggressively ahead here. But my challenge to Coventry is be more ambitious globally. There are now great international alliances of cities coming together, determined to break a path towards zero carbon. There are 10,500 days between now and the goals of the deadlines of the Paris Agreement. Why isn't Coventry saying, look, we're going to be one of the first net zero carbon cities in the country, and why don't we really pioneer electric transport in all of its modes, in all of its forms, as a contribution to that? Why don't we know about Coventry around the world as a pioneer of what a city can do on the path to net zero? The number of alliances, whether it's the OECD Alliance of Cities, whether it's the CAC 40, these are things where these are global stages on which Coventry could really take a leadership position. Second opportunity for me for Coventry is then civically. Coventry City Centre South, that is 40% of the city centre core, is being redeveloped. It is the biggest redevelopment of any city centre in the UK. And what should it look like? It should look like this. It should look like this. You should rebuild a city centre of pervasive culture. Culture is what we celebrate as humans. It's what makes us human. It's how we relate to each other because we're social animals. Create amazing spaces like this so that culture, conversation is pervasive through that new city centre core. That is something that you're uniquely placed to be able to do. The third revolution, though, is much messier and less predictable and very Coventry. So the thing that I have learned most here in Coventry over, the last 2 or 3 years is about the social capital of the place and the civic entrepreneurialism and the entrepreneurial politics. So, when I wanted to learn about how to look after the homeless community, I went out with Nobby Clark and the Coventry Night Shelter team through the city centre. You go through that city centre, in normal times, you've got 2 or 3 different groups setting up soup kitchens, making sure the people of the city who are less fortunate are well fed. Think about what Hugh McNeil does at Trussell Trust. Think about what Hope Coventry does. Think about the social supermarket out in Fossil. The inventiveness is extraordinary. And what is amazing about it is the way that it brings people together. The last time I was in Coventry was actually to go and see Hugh at the Trussell Trust warehouse, just to kind of see how they were doing during the pandemic. And, both you and I were kind of reduced to tears as we were going around the warehouse, and we got to the big kind of wall where the big shutter is. And there was this freshly baked bread. And Hugh said, yeah, that is the bread that the Syrian refugees bake and bring in each day, which then goes into our food parcels out to hungry families across Coventry. So what Coventry has kind of mastered is this kind of civic energy in a way that actually brings people together. Now, I hope that the cutting edge of this revolution, Trish, over the next 4 or 5 years is around young people. Because, one of the most popular pledges that I made during the mayoral campaign was this pledge to put youth workers back in every neighbourhood across the West Midlands. The changing dynamics of gang violence today, the changing dynamics of social media, the changing dynamics of county lines, the changing dynamics of young people's access to serious weaponry and indeed serious artillery. The fact that we now have 13, 14-year-old kids now selling heroin in places like Southampton and Edinburgh. the changing dynamics of gang violence now pose an existential threat to the fortunes of many of our children. And so my final plea is that these challenges aren't unique to Coventry. These challenges, confront us all over the country. But here in Coventry, you have got an energy, a spirit, an ability, a kind of alchemy of just kind of cracking on with stuff. Please deploy that energy towards the business of crafting new futures for our young people. Be a pioneer of how civic energy and entrepreneurialism can invent new futures for our young people. Here in Coventry, you know how futures are built. But the futures we really need to build is a new future for our young people. And I think you're in a unique place to crack on with that. And I can't wait to see how you do. Thanks very much.
I don't know about you, but that's really inspired me. And we know how brilliant the food bank are doing. So thank you for that wonderful, moving story as well. But it is a serious crisis. We know in Coventry, we had an awful spate of knife crimes. Literally 13 teenagers in 6 months, either maimed or sadly killed by knife attacks. So we know there is an issue like many cities across the UK. So as Liam says, we have a challenge that we all need to be part of. It is not a black issue. It is not a white issue. It's not an Asian issue. It's not a Chinese issue. It's our community issue. Thank you very much, Liam. Well said. Brilliant inspirational talks today. Our next talker, as I said, Dr. Jeff Wilcox, who is the Director of Arts, Culture and Heritage at Coventry University. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Trish. Thank you. It's a real great pleasure to be here and a great honour to be asked to speak this morning. And also a note to self: never be on a panel where you have to follow the legendary Liam Byrne. That was an amazing summation, I think, of where Coventry it could potentially go. And I think it's even better coming from a Brummie MP. But I think there's some truth in that. I think very often we do need people from the outside to come in and reflect on us and tell us what we are as a city. Now, I was asked to talk a bit about Coventry's present. So today I feel very much like the ghost of Coventry's ghost of Christmas present, which probably isn't a bad kind of analogy, really, because in Dickens, the ghost of Christmas present is his job is to spread joy and to celebrate. And I think there is a huge amount to celebrate in Coventry at the moment. Yesterday morning, I was at a summit, which was part of really the end of a kind of 5-year project that we've been doing at the university called Coventry Modern. And really the kind of focus of that project has been to really look in depth and detail at the modernist architecture of the city, which I'm sure, as many of you will know here, is some of the most important in the city. As part of that project, we got the legendary Charles Landry to come and do a psychological profile of the city, a psychology of the city. And yesterday at the summit, Charles and his team started to feed back on their findings about the city. So fundamentally, in terms of process, they've been right across the city. They've spoken to many people, hundreds of people, and they've built this psychological profile. So you're going to forgive me if I read this, because this is right hot off of the press yesterday. So it's much more detailed than this. So I'm just kind of giving you the headlines. Okay, so we're a welcoming and tolerant city. We're stoic in adversity, but we're also a city that's really very ambitious for its future. But also as well, within that, there's a real strong theme about Coventry still striving, and perhaps even still struggling to find its identity, to find who it is and what its place in the world is. Now, I think there's a huge amount in here which we can talk about later on and discuss, but I think there's something really interesting in there. No, I don't have a huge amount of time this morning, and Liam's already covered so many great things about the city, but I think we are in a moment in the city where great things are happening, and these aren't just kind of here today, gone tomorrow initiatives. There are lots of things happening in the city now which are long-term permanent changes in terms of helping Coventry to redevelop itself. And as I say, I think we will talk more about that later on. But it's not a city, as Trish and Liam have just said, without its problems. It's still a city of massive economic inequalities and massive health inequalities as well. Not that those two things are mutually exclusive. And I still really think, going back to that point of identity, we're still a city that needs to find its, what we call nowadays, its narrative. What is its story? We do have lots of stories which are from the past, but what is our story now? What is the story that we're telling to the world about who we are now as a city? I think this is a very special time for Coventry, because I think it's a very exciting time. I think also as well, it kind of really struck me a couple of days ago that the last time the world was in trauma, global trauma in terms of the Second World War, Coventry rose out of that. And I know, and I apologize to everyone from Coventry, yes, it's a cliche, but we rose phoenix-like from the ashes and began again. And it kind of feels to me now that as we're coming out of this pandemic, Coventry is doing the same thing again. It's rising on wings of fire. And I'm not suggesting there's any causal link there. I'm not suggesting that Coventry only does well when the rest of the world is in chaos and is falling apart. I don't think that's the case. But I think what is the case is that it does show that we're a resilient city, and we're a city that bootstraps itself up. And when the chips are down, this city comes out swinging and manages to succeed. It's been a theme, and it was yesterday, it was mentioned a lot in the summit that we had yesterday afternoon. This city has continually reinvented itself over and over and over and over again. I think cities do that globally, but I think we actually lead the way in being able to do that in completely different ways every time we do this. I was part of the bid writing team for City of Culture. And I always tell the story that started on the 4th of February 2014, when David Nuttall from the City Council knocked on the door of my office, which is currently a building site just over there, and said, do you think it would be a good idea if we bid for City of Culture? And I immediately said yes. I mean, that's no kind of retrospective hyperbole. I did say I think it was an amazing idea for the city. And one of our mantras at that time, all the way through that process, was the time is now. When people would say, why are you doing this? Because we say the time is right. The time is absolutely now for this city. And as the years have rolled by, as that sort of 7-8 years has happened in the intervening period, not once have I not thought that was true. In fact, every year that goes by, it seems to become more and more true that this is now Coventry's time. To nick the words of Trish, the great Trish Willits, the director of the bid, who's speaking somewhere else at the moment, this is Coventry's time to shine. And I really look forward to discussing that further with you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Oh, thank you, Jeff. And thank you for being part of the bid writers, to make this happen. You know what's incredible? I grew up on Queen Margaret's Road in Coventry, probably one of the toughest roads back in the late 60s, early 70s. And I can remember it was just so tough being the so-called child of an immigrant. But all those people on that street, especially when it was the Queen's Jubilee in 1977, were just so incredibly fantastic. We were skint, we were poor. I'm sure many of you have had the same upbringing. But it was so wonderful. It was so community spirited. And yesterday, I was in Woodend volunteering for a youth group my son runs called Fire Days Coventry. And they were there with young people, engaging with them. And this guy turns up. He says, what are you doing in our end? Get out. You don't go, we'll move you. And my son and his friends said, no, we're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We're here to help young people. And I'm telling you, what Liam said earlier about investing in the youth, I am telling you, we have got some amazing young people. And what's amazing about today, and I'm not being paid today to be here, what is amazing about today is please go and spread the message of what the Big Tent Ideas Festival is trying to do, which is to start communication. And I was so proud. I will shut up, I promise. As a mom, stood there where white, black, Asian stood there saying, we're not leaving Wood End. We're from Wyking. We're not leaving Wood End because we're here to help the young people. And this one guy just became so insignificant. And it makes me know the power of young people, middle-aged people like me, whatever. We can stand up and we can solve some of these problems that are happening. And like Liam says, I look out here and this is what a wonderful redesigned, green area, green future looks like. But you know what? I know we can do this. And I know we've got the power to do this as well. So I will shut up. But to tell you, one of the things, which is why I'm so excited about our next speaker, because Positive Youth Foundation are doing so much positivity. Please try and support them where you can, because they are going into those areas that need the help. Can I welcome to the stage Lauren Brandy, campaigner for Positive Youth Foundation.
Like, really similarly to what everybody has said here today, I just think it's so important that we put time and effort into the young people of Coventry, because when we think of the past, the present and the future, they're the people who are going to drive this future that we see for Coventry. And I think it's important that we listen to them and we think about what we want out of the future of Coventry, because all the future leaders that I surround myself with at PYF, at Positive Youth Foundation, and all these other amazing organisations that are youth-led and youth-driven, they're the ones with the ideas and they're the ones who the future is going to affect the most. And I think it's important that we look at the bad reputation that Coventry's had and that young people have had, and the bad image that they're given all the time. And I think it's important that we change that and we look at how important it is to listen to the good things that they're going to bring and the ideas that they bring, and how it's important that we look at how they think, basically, and how their ideas are going to change the future. Because I think that listening to, it's, like I say, it's so important to listen to everybody, but I just think young people have got a voice as well, and sometimes are a bit worried that their reputation is going to overshine how they actually are and what their ideas actually are. I don't know if that makes sense, but I just kind of going to keep it short. But I just think that I'm here today to bring a young voice to this panel and to say that young people are really are the future, and I think that they need to be listened to, and their voice, their ideas really, really do need to be heard.
So we have got 19 minutes before this session ends, and I want as many questions to our panelists. So rather than me keep popping on and off, I'm going to stand here. And if the speakers, if you could, if anyone obviously wants to ask questions, please get to the front. Is that all right? First question. Fantastic.
I've got a 13-year-old boy.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've got two kids. One's 13, he's about that tall. And he goes to school, comes home, PlayStation, that's how do I get him, or how do you get him to be involved in youth and that kind of thing? Not because he's in drugs or anything like that, but just I want him out. I think COVID's locked him in and they're just now used to that. And the second question, for my daughter's an artist and she's exhibiting her work at Birmingham Museum. Why isn't Coventry doing things for Indian artists in the area to exhibit their work? So I've got two questions there.
Yeah,
So he goes to Foxford School.
Foxford School, yeah. I just think I have always been involved from about the same age, from about 13, is when I got involved with Positive Youth Foundation. I started taking every opportunity that they gave me. And that kind of I was quite lucky in that they came to my school and they were showcased to me. It wasn't too difficult for me to find these opportunities, but that's not the same for every young person. Sometimes these opportunities aren't just given to them, so vividly. But it's important, I think, for your son, places like Positive Youth Foundation, where if PlayStation's what he wants to do, we do youth clubs where he can do that, but he's in an environment surrounded by all these other young people where all these amazing opportunities are going to be given to him to go and volunteer, to go up and down the country and talking about what he's passionate about. And, you know, every young person enjoys their hobbies, and if his is playing the computer, then it's finding a place for him to do what he enjoys, but also, like I say, be in a space where these opportunities are available to him. So
thank you, Lauren. Jeff, how do we get all cultures represented when it comes? How do we get all cultures represented when it comes to exhibiting?
I think that's a really, really good question, and I think actually what you've just said is actually probably more significant in the fact that I just don't think it's in this city it's isolated to why aren't we representing Indian artists. I think there is a significant lack, and it's something that we identify in the bid. And if I'm honest with you, I mean, we're just opening one new gallery just across the road there in what used to be Draper's Bar, which is now Metropolis. I can see the Petexide Pink over there, who are running the restaurant for us downstairs. And I'm in conversations about 3 more galleries in the city as well. One of the significant things when we started the bid that I kept bringing to the table was, you know, where do local artists exhibit their work, and more importantly for me, where do local artists sell their work? Yeah. Because artists don't do it for free. Artists, that's how they make their living. And there was no commercial gallery, for example, and no selling space in the city. So definitely on the back of city culture and using that as a driver for those things. Yeah, rest assured, yeah, that's something that is still very much top of the agenda. In terms of is it happening yet? No, because infrastructure takes time to build. But as you can see, the city is still a building site.
Let's hold him to his word.
No,
If you've now got contact for your daughter, Leo. Leo, you talked about the future.
Yeah.
You talked about the future and having to invest in young people, having to invest. How do we engage the young people? Because, you know, we're all middle-aged, the majority, there's quite a few youngsters there with glasses on. How do we engage them, Leo?
So I'll tell you a funny story. So so part of my patch in Hodge Hill is a place called Shard End and Kitts Green. And a youth centre went up there just before I got elected. And it's taken me about 10 years to find the money to get it open and get it functioning. And so this youth centre was the vision of none other than Prince Charles. But the way it was built was Prince Charles came to the city and stood on the top of a building in the city centre with the person who was then running youth services and looked out over the city and kind of asked, right, where do we need youth facilities? And they sort of said, well, over there. And they said, right, okay, well, let's build a youth centre over there. And it's beautiful, and the bricks are from Holland. But no one actually thought about how the hell do you find the money to actually open the place and run it? And so wouldn't it have been a better idea to actually, instead of kind of have the future heir to the crown stand in the middle of the city centre and say, right, it's over there. It would have been a lot better to kind of say, right, here is some money. Yeah. Now let's get some young people and let's give the money to the young people, and then the young people can design the solution. And I think that is part of the challenge really to Coventry is, and indeed, you know, Coventry's relationship with the Combined Authority. We found the money, we identified the money in the Combined Authority that could have been given to cities to rehire youth workers. Without youth workers, a lot of this becomes incredibly difficult. But you have then got to have a mindset, which is you've got to surrender the space to young people. Yeah. So are
we scared? Are we scared of young people? Are we scared of talking to young people? Are we actually scared of young people?
I think that is a good question. But I don't think so. But I think there's been a failure of imagination. And, you know, the example I want to give is, say, if you take Trafalgar Square, so they've got this concept of the fourth plinth.
Yeah.
And people decide what goes on the fourth plinth. So how do we get into a position where, if you imagine your new city centre looks like this, right? How do you get into a position where you kind of say, right, there, and there, we're going to have some spaces where we're going to basically ask some young people to just kind of take some stewardship and ownership of that place and just go and do some amazing things. So it's a part of it is a kind of surrender the space mindset, yeah. But you have got to have the money in place to make the progress.
Absolutely. Any more questions, please? We haven't got shut up. Right. Okay, we'll try and get through as many as we can. Do you want to quickly come to the mic? And then, sorry, can we get and then we'll get you, sir.
Hello, my name's Anna Marie and I run Canley Community Centre,
Ah,
round the corner from where Trish grew up. It's known as the local ghetto,
Yeah.
right? My problem is 2 years ago, I set up a youth centre. My problem is we don't get many youths because there is so much trouble on the streets. They have trouble coming in the door and they don't feel safe enough. How do I work around that?
yeah.
We'll start with Lauren and then Jeff, obviously, and Leon, please.
I think the most important thing to bringing people into a youth centre, somewhere new, somewhere where they might feel like they could be judged or there could be trouble. I think, similar to what he said, it needs to be young people driven. It needs to be a place where they want to be. And I'm so proud to say that like Positive Youth Foundation has become one of those places through having young people lead everything they do, be the face of PUF is a young person, is young people. And it's not, you know, giving them these adults who they're kind of maybe a bit scared of, and they're kind of maybe a bit scared of like the repercussions of their actions outside of this youth centre. They need to know that it's a safe space and that it's a place where their values and their opinions and everything are respected and listened to.
So is it a case then, Anne-Marie, you need to get some, as Leon says, you need to be going out and getting these young people and saying, I want you to run the centre for a couple of weeks.
We've done that. We've done that. The problem is where the centre is, they're known for dealing drugs outside, or they'll stand on the doorstep smoking weed. I've been there a long time. A lot of people have a lot of respect for me, so I can go outside and I can actually speak to them and they will do what I ask them to do, because it's how you speak to them.
Yeah,
Definitely. But there are certain times when we've got certain people who come to the session, but they feel intimidated because we have special needs children come to the groups. Youth group as well, so they feel intimidated by the people standing outside.
Well,
and I can't, as a person on my own, I can't police it myself.
No.
Yeah.
can I just say as well, just into this, Positive Youth Foundation encouraged Fridays Coventry, and they go to people.
Well,
So yesterday
they came to us.
Yeah, they came to you. They went to Woodend. They literally stood in the place where Jaden was killed as a 15-year-old. And they stood there and they did their show there. And people, yes, you know, it was intense. I felt pretty nervous at one stage. But, you know, so they stood their ground and they said, we're not bloody moving. These are our ends as well, because you know what? We're from flipping Coventry. And I think, you know, we have to be bold and we have to enamour and help these children, because we as adults were walking children from the city centre to the West Indian Club to do Fridays Coventry. And we were walking them and we walked them back to their parents who were waiting at the top, thanks to the help and support of people like Positive. So this is what I'm saying. We have to get bold. We have to reclaim our streets. And we've got to stop being namby-pamby, because you know something? That's how bullies work. And that's how these, you know, it's our city. Yeah. It's our city. And if they want to have if they want to take us on, we need to have the bottle to take them on. And I'm telling you, I saw it with my very own eyes yesterday. 5 young people, and this guy was at least 29, 30. He had a bottle in his hand and they said, we're not moving. This is our city.
Yeah, you definitely have to stand up for
You
yourself.
have to stand up.
Definitely.
Sorry to interject. Can we do, well, I know we're going to, we want to run out of questions. Do you want to come to the next thing? And then Jeff, Leon will get you in. Okay, sorry, 10 minutes.
Hello, my name is Nora Aziz. Yeah, hi Trish. I just wonder whether the speakers have been to Canley.
Yeah, no, Canley. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Canley, with the help of Trish and Siobhan Harrison, 2015, that kickstart the whole. We call it a community spirit, to recap and regroup and how we should look into our community. And with the help of West Midlands Police Community Initiative Fund, we bring together lots of activities, including what Anna Marie mentioned just now. However, our good things have improved the statistic, less crime, meaning that we are no longer eligible for this kind of funding. And the thing is, now it's Hillfield, and I'm invited to do job for Hillfield. I mean, my job is just voluntary. I mean,
Yeah.
engage people in
what's your
anything.
question?
But
Sorry.
question is to say, if you base on statistic that we already improve and you pull out the funding, that is not quite right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
totally
I'm going
right.
to leave it here.
Leon, can you answer that?
Yeah, totally right. So, I mean, all credit to you, Trish, for the work you're doing and the story you've told today, because very few people in public life, certainly very few people in the House of Commons or on the top of government, understand how radically the environment of gang violence has changed in the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, this is a revolution that is underway at the moment, and the dynamics of it are very little understood. I mean, I really hope, Trish, that the BBC in particular can do a lot more work at just kind of bringing apart and helping explain what is going on, because it's transformational. So you've got to have neighbourhood policing, without a doubt, and that is now being rebuilt, albeit slowly.
But that's,
but to your
it's
question,
even reduced in Kandy because
course.
the improve of statistics.
but this is exactly where you're right. So you cannot do anything in less than 10 years. So you've got to have 10-year funding settlements. So I have one estate in Hodge Hill, Bromford and Furs, where we negotiated £1 million worth of big local funding from the big lottery. But it's a 10-year fund, 100,000 a year. It's predictable, consistent. You can see the arc into the future. And that's allowed us to make mistakes, to get things wrong, to try different approaches. We've got to stop this kind of 2 to 3 year funding cycle. You've got to have 10-year funds.
Yeah, I wish you can look into this matter. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you, Leon. Can we have the next question? Thanks, sir. Also, whilst we're here, Jeff, very quickly, I want you to think about how can Coventry find its place in the world if it hasn't already, because we're getting a lot of questions online as well. So if you ever think about this, and sorry, the gentleman can give his question.
My name's Richard. I'm a product of the city. My parents met in Coventry and had a family together and then got divorced very quickly. But I still have friends and family here. I wondered if you... No.
But they've given us the gift of you, Richard.
They've given the gift. Exactly. That was enough done. If you were the Chancellor for 3 months and got to do something big for the city, what is the thing that you would do that would change its fortunes going forward?
Great question.
Great
All
question.
three of you could please answer quickly if you can. Start with you, Jeff.
Oh God, that's thanks for putting me on the spot there. God, there is so much I would do. I think one of the things that, obviously City of Culture is doing a great deal, so I'm thinking about legacy and things coming after that. And I think definitely what we've heard from our friends from Canley, Coventry has, and it's probably answering Mike's question as well, Coventry has a huge human resource, a huge human potential. And so I think a massive city-sized community support process to actually help people in communities develop. And as Liam just said, it takes 10 years. Let's speed that process up. Let's make that a 3 year. Let's make that a 2 year process. And when we have the funding to do that and the will to do it, we can do that. So something which brings whole communities together much more in terms of cohesion, I think.
Thank you. Lauren, you've got the mini. You are in charge. What's the first thing you bring to Coventry?
I think there needs to be more organisations like Fridays, like Positive Youth Foundation, more places that are accessible for young people. Because like you say, some places people are worried to go to. There's community centres which have, they've got that stigma and there's people surrounding them. There needs to be more places where people feel comfortable to go to, like all over Coventry, not just in Hillfields and Canley.
And Lauren, how do we stop being scared to talk to young people, being scared to approach young people, being scared to be part of the solution?
I think you've got to listen to what they've got to say, because there's no need to be scared to talk to a young person. They're the people who know the answers to the questions you've got. If you've got a question about what's going to engage young people, what's going to get young people to come to your community centre or to your session or to what you're running, then ask the young people what they want. What do they want to see and what would make them come there? And you'll find the answer because it's right there.
Leo?
So Gen Z is going to save the world, okay? So Gen Z is collaborative, creative, and we need to challenge this generation to kind of say, right, here are the problems that we need to solve. Here are now some resources to solve them. Crack on with it. And so it's not just let's provide youth services. It is let's provide youth services which are a bit directional, which is, look, we need you as a generation to help us fix these problems which we have as a city, as a country, as a community. We need to actually empower this generation with a sense of the task ahead, a sense of the mission, because that is how you bring forward leadership.
Absolutely, absolutely. Fantastic. Any more questions? We haven't got the gentleman. Do you want to just...
Very quickly, if we're going to be able to influence the older youth generation, we've got to start with the youngsters, the 7 and 8-year-olds at community centres. Once they've got to 13, it's too late.
Yep.
They've been radicalised. Not necessarily in the way we normally use that term, but their minds are fixed. How do we get to the younger group?
Okay, so primary age, how do we get to, and anyone else can answer that as well, how do we get to the primary school, one question I've got. Well, no, which one answer this one first? We've only got 2 minutes. So how do we get to the young people, Lauren? The younger, the 7 and 8-year-olds, how do we get to them? Sorry.
I completely agree that you have to start young. I work with children from 8 years old. I do sessions, just football, have them in a youth centre playing FIFA or table football and stuff like that. And I think that getting them from that age and then giving them that relationship with your strand, your company, that is important, because I've had that relationship with the youth organisation, and that's helped me grow from, when I first started, when I was starting secondary school, to now. But I also don't know if I'd say that at age 13 it's too late to engage with a young person, because I do think that you can engage with them at any age if you just try hard.
Okay, Jeff?
Yeah, I completely agree with Lauren. I don't think it's any age, whether there's someone is 15 or 50. I think that it's important to engage. But I also think as well, what's really key in that is what happens between. Why does that shift happen and occur? Why do people? And I chair the Music Education Hub for the city, so I work with a lot of young people. And I think what's important is that as young children get older into teenage years, the real world starts to creep in. So I think for me, it is about addressing economic inequalities. It's about addressing social inequalities, because I think it's at that moment where young people start to lose faith in the society and in community, and it's really important that they don't do that.
Can I just say as well, I volunteer, and honest to goodness, I've been doing it for 2 years now. And when I was in Woodend yesterday, which was a fantastic area, I smiled at one young girl, and she was with her brother, and they were playing football. I said, "Well done, great keepy up this." And she came back and she said, "Thank you." And I've spoken to some black teenagers, 15, 16, 17, and every time I go past, they're strangers, but I will smile at them. And I'll never forget this one guy who now is a fantastic volunteer for Positive. He said, "You know what? I stopped because you were the first person who smiled at me this week. You're the first person who smiled at me this week. People normally cross the road." This is the reality we are living in. If we do not connect with these young people, they will not connect with us, and they will stay disengaged and disassociated with the society they're in. So please, it's okay when they're cute little kids to wave and smile. When they're teenagers, just smile. It makes a bloody difference. And volunteering as well, please. We have literally got 30 seconds. And Leon, get ready to answer this gentleman's question.
It's not so much a question, it's more a response to how do we engage with young people. And I think the relationships with the schools are really important. I run an organisation called Loudmouth, which works in a lot of their primary and secondary schools in Coventry. And it's about finding an appropriate way to introduce these issues at a young age and then gradually reintroduce them every year. So you've got this kind of spiral curriculums you build up. And it's not just about asking young people what they think, but acting on that. And I think that's where it becomes really important. It's not just about asking an opinion, get that tick box, we've done that. It's about really engaging with what young people are saying and then making changes based on that.
So my challenge to Coventry then in this year, this City of Culture year, is good people come together and tell the rest of the country how youth work and youth services should be reinvented for the 21st century. Because you've got the assets, you've got the talent, you guys know what to do. Come together in some kind of summit on the future of youth work and make that one of the outputs from City of Culture, you'll be amazing. Thank you.
Right, we have to wrap up, and sorry my big mouth interjected quite some time. Can I say thank you? I hope you've enjoyed it. Our speakers have been amazing, haven't they? Who needs question time? Who needs question time?
That's very good.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Lee.
My pleasure.
And thank you. Hope you enjoy the day.
Have they got somebody? Oh, there we are. That's me. I appear to be live.
Thanks.
Yeah. How was that? Does that work all right? Sure. So we're going to ask everyone to add their questions on Slido. We will ask everyone to add your questions on Slido.
Thank you ever so much.
Great.
feel you have to sit at the back. Do come forward if you like. We're going to make this a conversation.
Okay. Thank you so much to all of you for giving up your Saturday to join us for us Policy Wonks. I can't think of anything I'd rather be doing on the weekend. And we have a really great lineup of speakers who I will introduce shortly. We're also streaming live and really, really glad that we'll be having many people joining the discussion online and participating. And we'll use some Slido details shortly in terms of how we can share those questions. So we have around 50 minutes for this discussion. We're going to hear from each of the panelists before turning over to all of you for your questions. And so why are we here? I think, we've had some really interesting discussions over the last 24 hours in terms of global connectivity and how we start to think about building back better, stronger together from COVID, both in the UK and in communities rooted here in Coventry, but also internationally. And this was really the key leading theme of the UK's recent presidency of the G7 as well. And I think how we choose to respond to these shared global challenges is really, what defines us, whether that's health pandemics, whether it's climate change, whether it's economic and political uncertainty in different places, but also thinking about what are the opportunities and those shared opportunities that we can look to unlock. We've seen unprecedented advances in terms of innovation, technology and science, in terms of connectivity between communities all around the world, with communications, the movement of people and ideas. How do we harness this in this environment to really support connected, resilient communities, both at home and abroad? So we're really excited. Today we have George Freeman, founder of the festival, former Minister for Life Sciences, Trade Envoy, and a very illustrious background before that. We have David Lyon, Director from Impact Agri, who's really going to look at things from an agribusiness perspective as we start to really drill down, thinking from some of these global challenges to anchor the conversation a bit in terms of hunger and malnutrition. We have Bashar Ahmed, the Executive Director and founder of Shabaka, a social enterprise and research organization really working with diaspora communities and how we engage diaspora communities in humanitarian preparedness and response. And we also have Simon Bishop here, the CEO of Power of Nutrition and chair of the Coalition for Global Prosperity, who's really going to help lift up some of the policy conversation and really why nutrition really, really matters. So it's also just thinking yesterday, the privilege that we had to hear from City of Culture leader and artist, Laura Nai, who spoke yesterday so eloquently on the migrant experience and the idea of how we support, again, this idea of community resilience, both in terms of communities of settlement, but also in countries of origin. And I was really interested to read that, Coventry, 24% of the population here is born overseas. So how do we really harness that richness, that diversity in terms of taking forward sustainable growth here and as part of our contribution as Global Britain? And then we're really going to choose to take a bit of a deeper dive, explore issues of like I say, of hunger and malnutrition. Malnutrition is still the biggest killer of children under 5 across the world. And we really, really risk at this time, particularly with the impacts of the pandemic, both in terms of health impacts, but also the economic impacts of sliding back on so much of the progress that we've made in recent years in driving down child mortality and maternal mortality. And there's such a key role that we can play as global citizens and as the UK, and to start to think about those opportunities for Global Britain as we start to kind of define what our role in the world is next and how we link our development assistance, our diplomacy with the trade and business opportunities to really think about unlocking those, pockets of excellence in industries such as global health, life sciences and agribusiness, so we can really lean into making these global contributions. So that's enough from me. I will hand it over to each of our panelists who's going to make a short opening statement. Then I will ask a few questions and we'll start to get all of you engaged and involved. Please do either We'll have questions at the mic, but also join at slido.com with hashtag Big Tent 21. I think you have to put the name of the tent. Are we third space? And you should be able to submit your questions there. So we'll be taking questions from those online and from in the room. And with that, I will hand over to our host, George.
Eleanor, thank you very much. And a big shout out to all those watching online. Sorry you can't be with us, but it's great to have you in person, as it were. Look, I'm going to do three things. I want to share 3 facts with you, tell you 1 story, and give you 1 idea. Eleanor's mentioned my background. I was 15 years in venture investing in food, medicine, energy, the broader bioscience, agri-tech, med-tech, and clean tech, and then got elected in 2010, managed to persuade David Cameron that as well as a deficit strategy, we needed a growth strategy and that we should have an industrial strategy, which was sort of heresy in conservative circles then. And we then did one, and I led the first one, the life science strategy. It was a 10-year strategy, wasn't designed to fit the political cycle, and I did it in a cross-party way. Never did I think that by launching Genomics England, NHS Digital, the MHRA accelerated access reforms, we'd have a pandemic 10 years later and what value that would have. And I just share that story because if you do the right thing for the right reason, often there are consequences that you didn't anticipate. And this year we've seen the benefit of that industry and the power of some long-term strategy. So 3 facts. First fact, last year, Britain put on £1 trillion of debt and 35,000 tons of fat. I'm responsible for quite a chunk of the last number and a little bit of the first number. I mean, this country is heavier and poorer and largely less healthy, quite seriously less healthy. But I sense, I think certainly in my community, in my family, in myself, and in this community, there is a commitment to lose that weight, to get fitter, to get healthier. People heard the bird song last year and they cooked more, actually, and ate more, obviously. And they discovered that when you come off the treadmill of the modern working daily cycle, there are quality of life gains. And I think part of what's going on is people are wanting us, yes, to get back to work, but in a way that's cleaner and healthier. And a big theme of this today is clean and healthy growth going together. Second fact, by 2050, the world population will be 9 billion. And we have to more or less, it's not quite double, about 75% increase food production on the same land area with half as much water and energy. In terms of human development, the history of the human beings on this planet, that is a massive grand challenge. Hands up, all of you who are optimistic about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm hugely optimistic about it, and I'm excited about it because agricultural science, agri-tech, the next industrial strategy I launched, is all about how we produce more with less. There is an alchemy in this. We can actually produce more with less by harnessing the power of genetics so we can breed crops that are drought-resistant, disease-resistant. We can now use satellites so we only spray the crop that needs it in the field, not wash the whole field with chemicals. We can massively reduce the inputs and increase outputs. But we don't just need to do that here. We need to do it internationally around the world to help those countries where the population growth is coming. So let me share with you a story. I went out to Lebanon 3 years ago and to the Bekaa Valley with the Save the Children and the Bill Gates Foundation to have a look at what we're doing out there as the UK to try and help those Syrian refugees. Lebanese population 1.5 million, 1 million refugees. Pretty traumatic for little Lebanon, hugely destabilizing. We should be really proud, by the way, of what British Aid is doing out in the Bekaa Valley. And as a Fen farmer by origin and background, I looked at the Bekaa Valley, the most unbelievable fertile soil. And I found myself at a workshop the Red Cross were running with Syrian refugee women who'd been through hell. You cannot begin to imagine what they'd been through, escaping Daesh, coming over the mountains to this refuge. And they were being trained to bake. There were 30 Syrian women, and at the front was a Red Cross person with, like Delia Smith, with big pots, teaching them how to bake. And I sat at the back and thought, don't these women already know how to bake? I mean, what do I know? I'm a white bloke from London who's just flown in. I just sat there and waited. And at the end, they said, we're delighted, we've got a VIP visitor from the UK. Any questions? And I said, yeah, I've got one question. How many of the women here already know how to bake? And they all put their hands up and turned and looked at me like, finally, somebody asked what we're all wondering. They were so grateful to be helped that they felt it would be rude to ask. So I said, second question, how many of the women here actually they're not here to learn how to bake, they're here because they want to start a cooking business? Every hand. And then I asked the Red Cross, how much of this course deals with how you actually start a company, how you actually start to do food? Nothing. We were actually infantilizing these poor women who'd fled Daesh. They wanted to start businesses. They wanted to start to earn a living to send back to their families. And it was great work, but we were teaching them something they actually already knew how to do. And I gave the Red Cross a hard time and said, is anyone here helping people start food businesses? And they said, oh yes, we've got a program somewhere. I discovered Lebanon's only about 5 miles wide. So I said, let's go now. I want to go and see it. And they said, well, it's not on your schedule. I said, change your schedule, let's go. So we turned up at this poor lady's house. And as we arrived, this whitewashed sort of villa in the Bekaa Valley, a cornucopia of fruit, veg, courgettes hanging. I mean, it was amazing. And she was quite suspicious, this car with a flag on the bonnet and all these people in red T-shirts from Save the Children. Who is this guy? We sat down and I started asking her about her business. And she was sort of, who is this guy? I'm the translator. And she kept saying, is he from the government? Is he from the tax office? I said, how much you... And we got to the point, she said, yeah, I make jam. We went out and she showed me her shed. And in the shed were about 1,000 pots of the most beautiful jam. She was running quite an operation. And I said to her, how much jam do you produce? And she said, who's he? Why is he asking these questions? She was shipping jam, 5 vans a week, basically a van a day down into Beirut to all the hotels. How many do you employ? And she said, who is this guy? She said, 7 officially, 27 unofficially. She's running a really serious venture. And I said to the Red Cross, have you guys helped? They said, yeah, we donated the shed. And I said to her, do you want to expand? She said, yeah, too right, I want to expand. I bought an option on the plot of land. I want a German factory. They're the second-hand equipment from Germany. That's the best. I want to be producing. And she's an entrepreneur in the Bekaa Valley, where the going rate for Hezbollah is $100 a month. She was the best force we've got against terrorism in the Bekaa Valley, building a business, creating food on the front line of international development. And I share that story with you because it seems to me that the real challenge for us is to harness our science and technology in the UK. We're still the global powerhouse in nutritional science. To use the City of London to finance great technologies, take them global, use our aid budget. So here's my idea. Why don't we pick a few countries around the world where we know our way around? East Africa, Libya, Lebanon, Kenya, Bangladesh. And for those countries, offer them a deep development partnership. For you guys, we'll double our aid commitment to you. We'll double our security commitment to you. We might even take on some of the poachers in Kenya that are killing the tourism industry and some of the pirates that are frightening off tourists. And we'll 10x our trade. We'll invest in your infrastructure, in your food. We'll sign a technology transfer agreement with you. We'll give you accelerated access to our agri-tech. We create export markets. I think that would be a way that we'd inspire people that Britain is really doing some good in the world, create markets for our technology, which we're brilliant at inventing and terrible at commercializing. We'd give the city something to finance rather more valuable than derivatives they don't understand that bankrupt us. And it would actually support the heroes on the ground around the world who are actually trying to lead in feeding the next generation.
Thank you, George. And that's really kicked things off with a bold idea. And I encourage all of us to kick out some of these kind of creative thoughts and to make this a really solutions-focused discussion. And I think just building from this, then we'll hear from David and your thoughts from an agribusiness perspective.
So I'm David Lyon from Impact Agri, and we look at 2 sort of different challenges in agribusiness. We're focused in sub-Saharan Africa. And on the one hand, you've got the small-scale farmers and many initiatives over the years focusing a lot of them on staple crops haven't really delivered the promise, and you don't see the economic transformation that you'd want to see that will change livelihoods and improve nutrition. On the other side, you've got large commercial farms, quite a lot in South Africa, you see quite a lot in other parts of the world, which have technology, which have finance, which have the markets in place, but are not necessarily inclusive. You don't see the impact in terms of the wider economic development around them. So our question is, how can you take some of the approaches that you see in some of the commercial farms and deploy them at a small scale? And that's the challenge that we focus on. The first thing is if you talk to the larger farms, they'll admit that if they don't have the technology, the irrigation, the storage, the processing in place, their company, their farm that might have been around for many generations will collapse. So you need to have the whole ecosystem of a value chain in place, particularly the market, particularly the technology. And if you're thinking about issues like climate change, etc., bringing in farming systems that introduce, that build the soil, so regenerative agriculture, which is very important, that you are able to deal with water scarcity, so you have irrigation, and critically a stable market are all key elements. And that's what Impact Agri, we work in bringing those together. So how does it actually work in practice? Well, the way we try and work is we try and have a core training farm as small as we can make it, which has a number of farmers going through the system and coming out of that, setting up enterprises that take the technologies you might be seeing used at a 2,000 hectare scale into enterprises that are only 2 hectares. And we do that by bringing in shared infrastructure. So we provide the irrigation, which they pay a service for. We provide the offtake and the storage, again, which is a commercial arrangement. And the aspiration as we develop this approach is these enterprises will expand organically themselves. The services will expand to other farmers. And you see examples of service businesses across West Africa and elsewhere, the sort of Uberization of farm equipment is there. You've got digital services linking into local markets. And this is what's providing access to vegetables and other crops across a number of the markets. So you've got a core farm, you've got shared services, and you've got the enterprises. But the problem is there's a real aversion towards financing this. Africa is seen as risky. Agriculture is seen as even riskier. And if you say you're coming with what's seen as a greenfield project, you'll be shown the door in many cases. And the trick is to match the perception of risk with what you're actually investing in and bring in multiple sources of financing. You're not relying on development finance that only works in selected areas, and in some cases this is short-lived, because we're talking 10 years, 10, 20 years. We're not talking 3 years. So you need to have a combination of equity. The diaspora is particularly important if they understanding the countries and markets they work in. Development finance has a role in unlocking, but also all the risk mechanisms, the guarantees, the insurance, etc. And it's being able to structure that in a way that gets these 3 elements of a core farm, shared services, and small-scale farmers off the ground. And that's basically our work. And we work predominantly within Western and Southern Africa is where our focus. And we focus on high-value export crops, which in a discussion about nutrition might be something we explore. I'm happy to talk about why we do that. But the main reason is going into established value chains is what gets things off the ground and leads towards economic transformation. And you can then move into vegetable and other crops where you need cold chains and you need a whole range of different areas of infrastructure to work at scale. And our focus is getting to scale rather than another pilot project, of which there are many, many that have gone over the years. So that's our background.
Thank you so much, David. And I think, oh, sorry.
All right.
Jumping in. Excited by the conversation, and I think shortly Simon's going to talk to us a little bit more about some of the kind of both the role of innovative finance, but also some of these kind of different multi-stakeholder partnerships and how this has a key role, particularly in advancing nutrition. But I think first, Bashar is really going to ground us more at the community level as well, and really what this means.
No, thank you, Ellen, and thanks everyone for being here. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity.
Your mic's not working.
Oh, it's still not working now.
Keep talking.
Oh, they said, can you hear me okay? No?
Why don't we...
Do you want to borrow mine?
Or why don't you start?
Or I can...
Let's jump over to Simon while we're getting Bashar mic'd up.
Or you can have mine if you want.
Yep.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
Now you're mainlining the Glastonbury main
I
stage
know,
now.
I know. I do kind of like, and next we're going to play. No, no, thank you everyone. And no, it's a pleasure to be here. And no, I think it's, Eleanor, this is quite an important discussion, when we're talking about ending hunger and malnutrition. But there's so many layers as well. It's not just dealing with the end results of it, but let's look at the roots as well. I will start just talking about our experience at Shabaka, where we look at building our evidence base on a diaspora engagement in humanitarian action, so preparedness, response, and recovery. I think firstly, let's tackle the word diaspora. I think it's one thing that kind of everyone is like, what is this? So essentially, it's a reference to communities who have lived for a significant time outside their origin countries or were born outside. It was a term that was mainly used in reference to people who have fled traumatic events, such as a reference to the Jewish diaspora and also the historical African diaspora. But it's used a lot more widely. And for those who are kind of doing academic work, we can spend probably at least a week discussing the term and its definition. I think one of the important things is about diaspora engagement in responding to, ending hunger, malnutrition, but also just responding to crises, is to recognize that diaspora actually becoming such an important actor and is slowly being recognized. If we talk about just kind of like numbers, diaspora globally, remittances for 2020 was more than $500 billion US. If you compare that to FDIs and ODA, finance direct investments, that came to about 260 billion, whilst ODA, official development assistance, came to I think just under 160 or 170. So that just gives you an idea the power of the remittances from diaspora. And this is what you have on paper. This does not include volunteering, time, knowledge exchange. So there's a lot of layers to take into consideration into that. What we've seen in terms of the work we've been doing with just kind of responding to COVID, everyone expected that diaspora, and I will refer also to migrant communities, the support to origin countries would drop significantly, but no, they've actually continued to provide that kind of support. And I think this is where we need to actually, I would love to kind of hear from the conversation here today about how do you engage with diasporas? How do you harness that power in the work that you do? How do you build partnerships and trust? And diasporas are very diverse. You talked about, City of Coventry, about 24% were, born outside of the UK, but from many countries as well.
Yeah.
So there's diversity amongst the diaspora. There's different needs. There's those who actually engage in philanthropy, but there's also those who might need significant needs. And I think this is where also kind of like in the UK we need to start creatively. How do you engage with the diaspora? I was having a conversation with my colleague Paul earlier. What about the British diaspora? Have we talked about that? I know we talk about the expats in Dubai or in Spain and such, but let's look into that as well. The UK is also an important place for sending remittances. I think that it's in the top 20 countries in terms of sending remittances. They send double in terms of remittances in comparison to what is received. But still significantly smaller than other countries like Qatar, you have South Korea, where the amount of remittances sent from these countries is much higher. So in terms of dealing with how diaspora engage in not just humanitarian response, I think something is also that shows the power of diaspora is they don't distinguish between development, so the contribution to the SDGs, or this is an emergency response that's needed. They work across the spectrum. So we've seen in terms of data that they'll send diaspora will send remittances, but when the crisis hits, they actually increase the amount they send to that crisis in terms of the response. And we've seen so many examples of this. For example, in Somalia, in the response to the famine, the Somali diaspora in the UK really kind of raised a significant amount of funds to try to support the response. So I think I will, leave the discussion for now here, because just to kind of start thinking about practical examples of how we can work collaboratively, and I'll pass on to Sonia, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Oh, I'll do that, no worries. Oh, did you want this?
No, I think I've got, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I wanted to start with celebrating success because we live in bleak times and we too often forget to do this. And so we have to remember that we have halved extreme poverty around the world in the last 25 years. Malaria deaths are down 2/3, AIDS deaths are down 40%. And in this area, stunting, for example, which is children who are too short for their age or mentally impaired because they haven't had the right nutrition. In 2000, that was 1 in every 3 children. We've got that down to 22%, so close to 1 in 5. So there's an awful lot to celebrate, and it shows that the world can make progress if it focuses on things. That said, as Eleanor pointed out, we're obviously seeing that progress rode back. There's still 150 million children out there who are stunted, and we're seeing those figures go back up. There are 41 million people right now, 2/3 the population of Britain, who are on the edge of famine. And of course, the relevance to this is to the subject of the whole of the Big Tent Festival is you can't build back better if you're hungry. You can't think straight. You'll learn less at school. You're more likely to get ill, including to contract COVID. You're more likely actually to turn to extremism and other things that offer hope and possibly a source of food. You're more likely to get involved in conflict because if there's a lot of people and not enough food to go around, that leads to conflict. You're more likely to migrate. So this issue is absolutely at the heart of building back better and of resilient communities. And if I just give you the example of Madagascar, 43% of children are stunted in Madagascar. If you don't get the right nutrition by the age of 2, so the first so-called 1,000 days from conception through to age 2, some of that stunting, the physical and mental impairment, is irreversible. It is a life sentence, not a prison 14-year life sentence, a life sentence. So there's a moral imperative to tackle this issue, but also just think about that. That's 43% of that country's workforce in 15 and 20 years' time are physically and mentally impaired. That literally hobbles Madagascar for the foreseeable future. I think, and this builds on some of George's comments, as well as colleagues on the panel, Britain is already very good at sectors that need to come together to tackle this issue, whether it be agri-tech, as we've heard about, whether it be our amazing civil society organisations, whether it be 10 years of global leadership by the British government on this issue, whether it be that we have some of the biggest food and beverage companies in the world, and we have the city where innovative finance is exploding at the moment, and I'll hopefully get an opportunity to talk about this more later on, and I'll point you to the Halo Trust event later on this afternoon where they'll explore this more too. We're very good in these areas already, but there is an opportunity, this is a best of British opportunity for us not just to be very good, but to be world leading. And for tackling global malnutrition, both home and abroad, to be a central pillar of global Britain moving forward. And that's my big idea for today, and I look forward to discussing it more with you in the rest of this session. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we'll kick things off in terms of questions and a wider discussion with all of you, and also from those submitting online. But I think what's really surfacing, and I think in the kind of spirit of that optimism, is how do we look at, both stopping the slide back on some of those gains made, but also accelerating progress and using this opportunity where, as George has said, people don't want to go back post-COVID to kind of business as usual ways of doing things, both in terms of our kind of international work, but also in terms of kind of communities in the UK. And how do we start to foster some of these kind of smarter collaborative approaches that engage diaspora communities, that engage entrepreneurs, that engage the research community alongside government, alongside private sector, and really spin off some of these ideas to take forward. So I think that's our kind of challenge, to start really thinking about those solutions and those collaborations. Do we have, I'm just conscious of time, do we have any burning questions in the room? Should we take questions here first and then we can move online? If you would like to come up to the microphone, sir, that would be great.
Am I required to speak with?
Yeah, you're fine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My question is a two-part question, not two questions, of course. One, do we have, is the work that the panel have been talking about audited? Because it's really hard when one's doing good work to acknowledge mistakes. It's obviously very important to do so, so that we can do things better. My other comment is that whilst I'm completely, I think it's our duty and responsibility to do what we're doing and more in the world, as far as overseas work. Where I live in London, in Finsbury Park, particularly among, I guess, but not only, BAME persons, there is an issue of malnutrition. Because there's about, there must be 10 fried chicken joints in my locale. Can we use and utilise some of the tools of measurement and practice and finance and auditing to try and address some of these issues of malnutrition at home? Because these are going to be costs. Fried chicken today is going to be, as we all know, diabetes tomorrow, and huge costs, which if we're spending it in the NHS, we can't devote it to overseas help. That's it.
Brilliant question.
Thank you. And I think just splitting up the question in that way, firstly, in terms of kind of auditing different programs and tracks, perhaps, and learning from mistakes and learning, perhaps if we can hear from Simon first in terms of some of the implementation programs, but also David, because this is something that you do day in, day out in your programming. And then perhaps I will ask George to respond on nutrition at home and internationally and some of those shared learnings. Simon, do you want to?
Yeah. So in terms of the Power of Nutrition's programs, we have 17 programs in 13 countries. Literally had new figures in this week showing that by the end of this year, we will have prevented 600,000 cases of stunting. Those figures have come in from Johns Hopkins University in the States, entirely independent, world leading at measuring programs. And that sort of, I hope, illustrates how the importance we put on auditing, but that it's done by world leading academic institutions and they are thoroughly independent. And I think it is worth also just acknowledging, often British aid gets challenged on this issue. It's actually the most transparent and accountable element of all government spending that's out there. You have the International Development Select Committee, but you also have ICAI, the Independent Commission on Aid Impact. If you go on the now FCDO website, DevTracker, there is more information about British government aid spend than there is on health or education or anything domestically. So that the scrutiny, the auditing and the accounting of all of British government aid spend as well is significant. And I should say I used to work for a special advisor for Justine Greening when she was the Secretary of State. So this was driving value for money and making sure the money was spent well was like one of our top priorities. So I know this area very well. And I genuinely believe, of course, there is a small slither of bad spend. And of course, it's hard to operate in these environments. So sometimes it doesn't go right. But the vast majority of the money does achieve incredible goodness. And there are umpteen mechanisms of accountability to make sure that happens.
Mm-hmm.
So
Thank you, David.
From our side, obviously for our agribusinesses, we measure the impact and the commercial returns as an integral part of the business, but we also want to look at what else happens in the private sector. And while some of the large, we referred earlier to some of the large large food companies, which many of them are UK-based, they will audit all of their programs, which you can track that back, but actually the impact isn't really particularly material. Maybe it's a slightly radical thing to say. And it's questioning what is the end outcome of what they're doing is as much important as to what can you audit what the actual activity. So using the example of Madagascar, which we mentioned earlier, there's a huge amount of companies that work as traders. They're not really supporting the growers. So if you look 10 years down the line, you'll have many of the same problems you see today will still be there. You have huge, many of your companies are doing huge programs on livelihoods, but you can't see what is the impact going to be in 5-10 years' time. And it's not what you're measuring, but it's not how you're measuring, it's also what you're measuring. And holding the private sector to account is as important as looking at the wider aid sector as well.
And I think just jumping in there from a kind of philanthropy and impact philanthropy perspective, as well as looking at kind of UK aid, but also the private sector piece as well. You know, we're really interested in outcomes. And I think ensuring that those, you know, there's that strong evidence base from research institutions, as you were saying with John Hopkins, that, you know, these are proven interventions that we're investing in. And you know, it's a complex environment in terms of health system strengthening, but we are seeing reductions. We are seeing the difference in measurable changes in child mortality rates, in children's lives being saved. And I think, you know, working towards internationally recognised targets such as the Sustainable Development Goals, which every country has to report on, the UK included, and including in the nutrition indicators, I think, you know, that's the way that we can see and can actually measure what does this really look like in outcomes for real people, real communities, and are we making the right investments in those ways? George?
Can I speak to it? Because I think it's a brilliant question. And it goes right to the heart of so much of what government doesn't get right. Basically, Whitehall is 90% civil servants and 90% policy. If you ask them what they think they're doing, they like to make policy, they like to write policy, they like to issue documents. There's very little of the Whitehall mindset is about delivery, implementation, success. It's a real problem. That's the first point. Second point, if we're really going to drive healthier and cleaner growth off the back of this crisis, then in the end, if we're going to deliver net zero, we're going to have to quite profoundly change the way we eat. Meat will have to become something very special that we pay a lot more for, not cheap, low welfare processed meat. And in the end, consumer attitudes will have to change. So labelling becomes really key, trusted labelling and sustainability metrics. So when people pick up a piece of British meat versus a piece of Australian or Brazilian or whatever it is, beef that's come, they need to pick up the British piece of beef and go, well, it's a bit more expensive, but look, the metrics, it's a green tractor, not a red. It's less water, less chemicals, more humane travelling, better welfare. Creating those sustainability metrics, integrated from field to fork, is actually the big game changer for global agriculture. And that's why when I launched the Agri-Tech strategy, we set up an Agri-Metrics Institute. We've got to mainstream that to change consumer attitudes. Thirdly, science-wise, if you look at the data, the single biggest intervention you can make to shape your long-term life health chances is during pregnancy. The diet of the mother during pregnancy is the single biggest determinant of your long-term cardiometabolic life chances. Extraordinary science from the Institute of Child Health at UCL. So we know that what we should be doing is, now if people knew that, to your point about fried chicken, who made the point? You made the point. I think a lot of people would say, darling, when you're pregnant, we need to change your diet. We need to, and we need to destigmatize it and make it an investment in the next generation. But finally, unless we've got metrics, we won't tap into the ESG market. There is a wall of money coming from companies in the ESG sector. What they need is metrics. So if we go to them and say, would you invest in this project? It's helping 26 African villages improve their diet, their nutrition, and their outcomes. There's money out there. As long as these guys are helped to provide metrics that show that every dollar in is delivering these outcomes. It's absolutely key.
I'm just going to also respond on the comment about the chicken shops and living in a council estate in central London, very, very aware of the nutrition issues in community and having worked on both public health in the UK and global health issues. But I think the elephant in the room is access to affordable food as well, that is nutritious as well. Because at the end of the day, whether it's children, whether it's families, you know, if something is hot, it's satisfying, and it's £2, that's going to be the meal choice that you take. If you don't have access to high quality, high nutritious, affordable food, be that in the UK or be that in East Africa, then that's really at the crux as well. So how do we help to support people to make the right choices, including, like you say, during pregnancy and also as the child's growing, and support people to make healthy choices, but also how do we ensure that they are within reach and affordable and within access to everyone? And I think that's a really key issue. Okay, we have another question here, and I see we've only got 10 minutes. Great, we'll take you next, sir.
Hello. Very quick question, linking possibly immigration with international development. Some time ago, I was wandering through Mexico, and if you come into a town which has a good restaurant, it's very often run by someone who did work in America and has come home and brought that expertise back. If I look to where I grew up on Exmoor, a lot of the sheep farmers there, the best sheep farmers, they spent some time in New Zealand seeing how they rear sheep out there before coming back. And I wonder whether, to your point, George, early on, talking about development in other countries, whether if we said, come here, follow your dream, work for 5 years, and then take your expertise back. So it's not one-way immigration, it's come, learn some skills, take them back, whether that would benefit.
And I think also, Bashar, if you want to talk about the flow of skills between communities, I think that would be great.
Well, part of my development partnership idea is that if we had, say, 5 countries, let's just say, Kenya was one of them, then you'd have an exchange system with that country as well. And I think you then say, hey guys, when you see 50,000 Kenyans or 10,000 Kenyans in the UK, don't be worried or cross or frightened, because guess what? 10,000 Brits are out in Kenya, building schools, building churches, laying the railway lines, working in aid and trade and security. This is a deep partnership. We're both benefiting. And then it's not just us nicking the best Kenyan people to work in the NHS for nothing, depriving Kenya of its development potential. It's us investing in them. Exactly. And our kids come back having learnt a bit more about how privileged they are to live in this country, less angry with things. And I just think it would be a really benign cycle. But tell me, do you think I've been on the...
I'm not sure if my mic, I'll have to...
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Oh.
No, I think it's a really important question, and I think it's an important point to raise. It's about this brain circulation, this exchange of knowledge and experience, and actually the UK and other places would benefit from this kind of continuation of this cycle and exchange of ideas. For example, just with the diaspora in the African continent, when we talk about remittances, it's not for just in consumption. They invest in businesses in origin countries. So where you have, like in Africa, 80%, SMEs, dependent on this kind of informal sectors, and they play such an important role in that. And in the UK, look at the infrastructure in terms of, the NHS. Look at the frontline workers who have played an important role. I'll bring the example of the Sudanese diaspora. So you have a large community of, medical doctors here who, when the epicenter was in the UK, they were actually sharing that knowledge and what they've learned with their colleagues in Sudan. in terms of how to manage it. So there's something to be said about this kind of creating opportunities for this kind of circulation of knowledge. And this is why, the emphasis why we can always say, let's open up the discussions, let's have these partnerships, because at the moment, when you're talking about auditing, there's not enough actually evidence or data that kind of captures the experiences of migrant diaspora communities in terms of, I think people just think of like who's coming in and out, but let's look at the impact. How do you, look into it in more detail? So, so I think that's a great kind of note to kind of continue on that. Thank you.
One quick point. I was looking last night at the UK, the National Food Strategy, and I did a search for Africa in a 160, 70-page document. It cropped up once in the references, in reference to the EU somewhere. And then there's a whole discussion on Canada, Australia, etc. I think there's a real opportunity to build stronger links with agribusinesses, particularly inclusive, smaller ones, within Sub-Saharan Africa, within Asia, which is being missed at the moment. And that's something which could build into that point we're just discussing.
Thank you. We have another question in the room, and then we're going to go online for a couple. Sir, do you want to come up to the mic?
Thank you very much. Just so to layer my question, or probably more of a comment, is just also to give you an insight to what informs my approach and my thinking, because I have served with a subnational government in Sub-Saharan Africa. So we've been on the other end of this. There are three words that I pick, which you talked about, which is impact, outcomes. And I think that's really very significant, two words. Now, what George has talked about when he spoke, I thought, this man sees it, he gets it, he understands it. The next question for me is going to be how. Because I think that there's a lot happening. We see the impact of the British government. Aid is a key part of the British overseas strategy. It's a key part of it, so you can see that. But what is missing is the impact. And what is missing is implementation. How do you actually implement on ground? If I take Nigeria as an example, because it's a country that I know very well, there's 774 local governments in Nigeria. Right. There's a population of Nigeria is 200 million plus. The state where I served has 33 local governments, and the population there is probably about 12 million. Now, I can confidently say that I would debate anyone on how do you measure the impact of that. But let me now give you a parallel example of why I also think impact and outcome. The rail network between Lagos, which is the capital city of Nigeria, and Ibadan, which is the capital city of Oyo State, was built or developed by the Chinese. Now, why I say that is because you see more of the Chinese. The Chinese come in and they don't think too much about SDGs. They just come and think about what will make an impact. So the impact of that rail network is that it's going to expand that route. But what you now see, which you talk about impact and outcome, is that the level of petty trading that exists on that route, your train is moving and the people are literally just there. There's just enough space for the train to move. Now, you would expect, if this was a British-led project, they would move everybody out. They wouldn't start the project until everybody's been moved back because you're going to quote this and quote that. So what I'm trying to say is that really implementation is key to the delivery of this. The city, and I like the way you structure that. I would like to know more because I think for me that's the key. You've got to come with the money. I like what you said that about what you're doing in Sub-Saharan Africa and the impact. And again, it wasn't radical what you said, because that's actually what the challenge is. The impact. How do you measure that? For me, the question that I put down is, what is malnutrition? How do you define malnutrition? When you drive along the road, you see children selling on the street. Some people will tell you, when you talk about COVID, when you look up how we talk about COVID here, you go to places in Africa and they tell you malaria kills more people than COVID. They don't really care about COVID. So again, it's good to think about these things from this perspective, but when it comes to implementation, you have to truly understand the terrain into which you're delivering into. That's actually the challenge. Now, if you're delivering into my state, for example, Local government, we don't see it. The tractors are there, but they're just sitting there. Nobody monitors them. The spend comes in. Red Cross will come, medicines, they all come. They're all there. They all have offices. But the offices are in Lagos or in Victoria Island. And that's not where the development issues is. But the reason I'm saying this is because as you take these ideas forward, it's important to understand that it's actually how you implement it that's going to matter. Everything else is there, the resources, the brain power, the intellectual, the money is there. How you harness that, because you're right, financing agric business is a major challenge. But this is what happens when you talk about implementation. The money is going to come in from a DFI. They're going to warehouse the money in a bank, in a local bank. That bank is going to unlend that money and put a margin on it. And the bank is going to ask for collateral. What collateral are you going to provide? Now, as the DFI is concerned, when we report, we're going to say, well, we put $3 billion into this market. But what is the impact? Because that money is just sitting in the bank. The bank is just making it, they're doing treasury transactions on it. But the people who are supposed to benefit from it are not. So the answer to that is maybe when you come in with that money, you have to think about what structure are we going to use. I think yesterday in our discussions, we talked about structures. And that, I think, is going to be quite key. What structures are you going to put in place to ensure that the field to fork really, really happens, particularly when you have a massive diaspora. The diaspora investment in Africa, let's use Africa as an example, it's huge. You talk about 500 billion, I think it's even more than that. It's probably closer to $1 trillion. You know, so again, implementation, how are you going to implement this in such a way that it has the impact and the outcome that you want to see on the SDGs? Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm afraid we're at time. And unfortunately haven't been able to get to those additional questions. But let's keep the conversation going. I'm really excited that later on there's a conversation on innovative finance with some representatives from financial services in the city. How do we start thinking about structuring these conversations a little bit more? How do we look to support community-level partnerships, entrepreneurs who are driving economic growth, social change, but also those positive nutrition outcomes and factors? How do we work in smarter collaborations and keep driving this forward? But thank you so much. It's been great to hear from all of our panelists. A big thank you to everybody on the stage. And I think that Radix are helping us capture a lot of these ideas. But I won't hold you up any longer. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hey, 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 hey. Why has this got such a long name? Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Let's try. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey. Ha, ha. Ha, ha. Check, check. Check, 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 check.
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4, check 5. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha.
Unfortunately, when you look at the
hey, hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey.
At the same time, just like this. England are 20 for 1. Milan was out, yeah. Pakistan first. Second ODI at Lords. I wish I was there. Is that enough talking?
And I thought you said they're 22-1 for tomorrow night, yeah, which is probably about the right odds.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they might win tomorrow.
That's picking my voice up absolutely. I need to be careful in what I say.
Yes, you do. Moment. Yeah. Hello. Is that all right? Is that working for you? Or not really? Sure.
Tucked in a bit, wasn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Is that right? Is that better? Is that working? Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? We've just been waiting. We lost Emma earlier. She got pinged with the COVID pingometer. And we've been waiting for Louise, who has got stuck and...
No, she's
been
been pinged.
Oh,
as
she's
well.
been pinged and Emma's got stuck. So,
something like that.
The good news is we are joined by two phenomenal legends in their own sectors, and I'm really going to pump them hard. I know them both well, so we can have a really, really good conversation. Firstly, welcome to you all. Thanks for coming. Those of you who don't know me, I put the Big Ten together, but more interestingly, perhaps I had a career in biomedical research and science 15 years before being elected to Parliament in 2010. And then managed to persuade David Cameron that, as well as a deficit strategy, we should have a bold long-term growth strategy. And the most important sector is our life science sector, a sector in the UK, not just pharmaceuticals, but medicines research, discovery, digital health, diagnostics, that's worth about £60 billion, employs 250,000 of the highest skilled people in the country, isn't just in Cambridge, it's all around the country, and isn't just a major contributor to GDP, but is actually saving lives, generating health, helping people to live longer and healthier lives. Key sector. And at the end of the conversation, David Cameron said, what do you think we should do? I said, I think we should stop resting on our laurels and pretending that because we've got GSK and AZ headquartered here, we're going to be a life science powerhouse forever. We won't. The landscape is changing. Genomics and informatics are totally shattering the way drugs are discovered. I've been in an industry that has basically been in designing drugs, 80% of which fail. They take 15 years to bring to market. And if 80% of them are failing, you then have to charge a huge amount of money to recoup your losses on those that do. With genomics and with informatics, you can start to look at patient groups. Basically, every drug has a bell curve. On the left-hand side, it doesn't have any impact, has a little bit of impact, has quite good impact, has maximal impact, has less impact, side effects, and death. And the industry spends billions chopping the ends off that curve and lowering the dose so that it can say the drug works in everybody. The truth is that when you actually look at the bell curve of a drug, you discover it's optimal for a small subsection. Now, I made my first bit of success in the sector by creating a company to chuck a massive piece of AI at the pharmacopoeia of failed drugs and profiling them and discovering that actually, if you have the phenotypic, the hospital records of patients, I don't mean individual records, but if you can say, wow, 80% of people in whom that drug didn't work also had diabetes and were also on these two drugs, you start to get a handle on who we should be giving the drug to. Much more excitingly, you start to get a handle on how you might develop the next drugs, not by making one that fits all and then discovering it fails, but starting with the patients, starting with their blood, starting with their phenotypic history, their disease history. So you go back to hospital, which is where British medical science and biomedicine started, and you work with leading clinicians who've got the insights on the front line. And on my left is sitting Professor Charlie Craddock, who, as I was espousing this as Life Science Minister, Charlie came and found me and said, I'm doing it here in Birmingham, and indeed he is doing it. And he's set up the most extraordinary institute for translational accelerated medicine, has pulled in £300 million of free drugs, because, by the way, if the drugs are in a trial, we don't have to pay for them. But more importantly, he's saved many, many lives, including one of the Big Tent patron, Graham Hanson-Silk, who, when I first met him, said 10 years ago I was given 3 years to live, and then I met Charlie Craddock. So Charlie's going to tell us a bit about what that model of accelerated genomic phenotypic research medicine can do. And I'm also joined by Seamus from the Northern Health Science Alliance, who's going to tell us about how this has got an incredible opportunity, this model of research, in the north of this country. Now, I confess I was dragged up, brought up, educated, and kicked around in Cambridge. But I, as the Life Science Minister, the first thing I did was to go to South Wales, Northern Ireland, and Scotland to highlight that this is not just a Golden Triangle phenomenon. Yes, the biology and the technology in Oxford and Cambridge is phenomenal. But in this new model of patient-centered research, where you're working with patients, volunteering their medical records in clinical trials to help drive medicine, you need, guess what, patients. And Addenbrooke's is a phenomenal research hospital, but it's very badly connected to its hinterland of patients. What you want is a place that's got 8 great university hospitals, 20 million people with an extraordinary genetic diversity of all different backgrounds. What you want is the Northern Health Alliance, which I helped to set up with the team, the whole model being that the Northern Health Science Alliance will then create for the world a place where you can come and say, can you find me 1 million patients with this condition? You need scale, but you need one access point. So these two gents, between them, are going to tell us a story, Charlie, about how you actually unlock this model of research in the NHS, working with patients, and perhaps, Charlie, you can shine some insights on what patients really want, because the cry goes up, George, patients don't want their data to be used. I beg to differ, and I think you do too. George, patients don't want to be bothered by... Actually, my experience is that patients, when they get a diagnosis, really want to be engaged in trials. They really want their data shared. They really want to be working in translational research hubs. And perhaps, Seamus, you can tell us then a bit about how we could build hubs across the north with geniuses like Charlie building out so that everyone in the NHS is benefiting and Britain becomes a global powerhouse for this model. By the way, if we're going to make Brexit a success, and we've left the European Medicines Agency, my argument is we do not want to become a lame follower. We now have to step up and lead, and we've got to raise the bar. It's not a race to the bottom. We need to race to the top and excite the world with what the UK can do. We did it on vaccines. Now let's do it on clinical trials, digital research, engaging patients in research, make Britain, which will never be the top price payer for drugs. Believe me, I was the minister for the drugs budget. We pay the lowest prices at the slowest rate in the world. Why is the industry ever going to come here? It won't be because of price. The only compelling reason they come here is because they get to work with people like Charlie and plug into networks like the NHSA and click and find access to patients so the drugs are developed here, tested here, proven here, licensed here for global use. And we, in return for the privilege of allowing them to come here to develop their drugs, get a massive discount. And that is the model that I was setting in place as Minister for Life Science. And these two gents are going to tell us that it wasn't nonsense. We can actually do it. So, Charlie, over to you. Can you tell us the story of your work and your unit?
Yeah, thanks, George, and it's a great pleasure to be here at this wonderful festival. So I want to talk about opportunities for patients, and I also want to talk about opportunities to generate money that plows back into the NHS, that goes back to help patients. But I'm going to also emphasize the real importance of creative thinking about how we do that. So just to think about the opportunities for patients. So I work with patients with blood cancer in a large unit in Birmingham. And so every day I am seeing fantastic patients coming up from areas of great deprivation. Stoke-on-Trent, Dudley, 6 million catchment region. And what the patients ardently want, it's not surprising, but what they ardently want for many of these diseases that would otherwise be fatal is connection as soon as possible with diagnostics, genomics, that will predict which drugs they should receive. And secondly, most importantly, is they want to be among the first in the world, rather than the last in the world, to access these breaking new therapies. So in the last 20 years, this really has become an extraordinarily exciting time if you're working in the treatment of cancer. But of course, increasingly in a whole bunch of other diseases, dementia, arthritis, where we are seeing the fruits of 70 years investment of trillions of dollars, pounds across the world into basic biomedical science. So remember, it was 1953, I think, when Watson and Crick in Cambridge had this vision of the structure of DNA, and that drove this enormous investment across the world into basic biomedical research, into amazing institutes, Harvard, Stanford, Oxford, Cambridge, go through it. And the first line of every grant to go into that basic biomedical research was, if you give us this money, patients will benefit. And the reality is that the first 50 years of that trajectory were extraordinary, because we had developed and have now a profound understanding of what goes wrong in a cell to give you a particular disease. And that gives you the opportunity to then target it with drugs. But up until 20 years ago, really it was extremely difficult to say to a patient sitting in front of you how the investment of their tax pounds, their fathers or their mothers or their families over that period had actually changed much. And I remember when I was in Oxford doing my PhD, we had the Minister for Health came spoke to my boffin boss, and he said, well, actually, tell me how is a patient being helped? And it was the first time I saw this brilliant man shift uneasily on his feet, because actually until 1999, 4th of December, New Orleans, American Society of Hematology, I was there. It was a Saturday afternoon, I was jet lagged, and there was a call between going to the bar and having a beer or going to the plenary session. I fortunately made the right call because it was the most extraordinary event in my professional life ever. A guy called Brian Drucker had worked with the scientists who understood what caused at a molecular level a disease called chronic myeloid leukemia, and then he worked with Novartis, the big pharma company, and they pulled out a drug that specifically targeted the leukemic cells. Didn't have any other real toxicity elsewhere. So completely different from chemotherapy. So Brian stood up on the 4th of December and he announced the results of the first real study in the world of targeted therapy. A cohort of 30 patients with advanced chronic phase.
Charlie, can I just check? When you said completely different to chemotherapy, because chemotherapy is basically poison, isn't it?
Yeah, and it wipes out all your cells. It's like a blunderbuss. So this was targeted magic bullet. And Brian, to this hushed audience of about 6,000 people, described how these patients with end-stage disease who were dying had Lazarus-like gone into remission and stepped up from their beds and were away. And it was the most moving moment ever, because everybody sat there and they thought, this is the future. This is going to change things. And in fact, beautifully, he quoted Isaac Newton and said, if I've achieved greatness, it's only because I stand on the shoulder of giants. In other words, the science was so important. But what we were moving then into was a phase where you use the science to help patients. So to cut a very long story short, in the last 20 years, we are now seeing not just blood cancers that were previously untreatable, but other cancers, segments of them, falling away and becoming diseases perhaps like diabetes, where you live with it, or actually it was eradicated, previously untreatable diseases. So what we have to do, what our ethical duty is to connect patients with these amazing treatments, not just in cancer, but across the piece. Because if we can do that, in 20 years, plausibly, many of these diseases are gone. So if I am a patient, what is the block? Well, the way that we accelerate the assessment of these new treatments is to speed up the trials to regulatory standards so they can be approved by EMA or FDA or whoever it is, so that we can actually then start giving them safely to patients. And for that to happen, I need as a patient to have access to a clinical trial that is delivering really high quality data. And yet, until we set up our blood cancer trial networks, for many, many patients in the UK, you didn't have access to a trial because you didn't have a research nurse. So what we've done, and George has been pivotal in helping us with this, is in blood cancer, establish a network in major centres, regardless of whether they're Oxford, Cambridge or the Golden Triangle, but actually in Stoke-on-Trent, actually in Manchester, actually in areas of deprivation, where there's funded research teams allowing patients to have equal access to these pivotal breaking trials. And in the process, we accelerate the assessment of these therapies so that they can become approved even quicker. So that's what we've done, and that's what's important. There has been this collapse, however, largely because of COVID, in the ability of philanthropy to raise money and fund these networks. So what we're proposing is that you set up a new trial delivery vehicle that is highly competitive with the other ways that new drugs are assessed, which is by the contract research organization sectors, highly profitable but very lazy and slow. And by setting up academic networks, the ability to deliver these registration-enabling trials as quickly as possible through networks and through a trial delivery company, you can, with the right governance system, generate substantial new funds, allow patients to see these new therapies, and if you get the governance right and these vehicles are owned by the community, that new money that is generated through successful delivery of the trials all comes back to fund more research nurses and data managers and new trials.
Charlie, I'm going to interrupt you there because, folks, what he's just said is actually quite revolutionary. If you just think for a moment, it's moving medicine from something done to you when it's convenient for the system to do to you, to empowering patients to come together and say, you've got blood cancer, I've got blood cancer, she's got, let's get together, let's form a not-for-profit mutual corporation so that we can go to industry and say, would you like to work with us, patients who've got blood cancer, and our clinician, Charlie? You can have access to our shared data, to our clinical research networks. We're not a contract research organization charging you 170% overhead. We're just going to recoup our costs. And if we can make a bit of profit, we'll put it back into training nurses. This is a mutual blood cancer company set up by and for patients, by the charities and their clinicians, cutting out the middleman. And it's hugely exciting. When I was minister, I would say to my civil servants, look, patients love this. Well, minister, they're marching up and down in Whitehall saying they don't want data to be released. And I said, no, the people who should be marching up and down are the patients who've got disease, but they're not. They're lying at home dealing with disease. We need to liberate the patient voice, and that's what Charlie's doing. It's one of the most exciting projects in the country, because if it works, which I'm confident it will, other disease groups will say, hang on, we can do that. Patients start to get together, form a digital platform, slide my consent bar, share my data. They're not giving it away to industry. They're allowing Charlie, their clinician, their NHS clinician through the values of the NHS, to go to industry and say, is it valuable for you? I've got 500,000 patients. And what's the response of industry?
The response of industry is this is incredibly exciting because it allows them to develop these drugs quicker. And we're saying it's incredibly exciting for our patients because it allows the patients to see the drugs quicker, and it provides a transformative treatment option, often where none exists. So in short, George, it was a perfect summary. And at the heart of this is a Quaker principle, that any surplus that is generated is owned by the patients and immediately comes back to help patients, and that patients are empowered in the process as we drive forward through a new model. Just like we're driving electric cars. You know, in 5 years, we've completely changed how we think about driving. Well, I think for clinical trials, we urgently need these new models as well.
And so my argument to the Prime Minister is, off the back of a year when we have literally smashed it globally with the COVID recovery trial, just in case any of you aren't aware, it has been the defining trial for COVID vaccines. The UK trial, bigger than the next 10 trials put together. The UK has absolutely put a man on the moon. It's the equivalent, I mean, it's the most extraordinary success. And my argument to the PM is, right now, let's build off the back of that, empower Charlies around the country in clinical centres, allow patients to form little mutual groups. Let's create digital platforms so when you get a diagnosis, you go straight on with a password to the blood cancer group or the diabetes group or the brain cancer group. Share your data with each other, with your clinicians, and through these people, go to industry. Now, Seamus, can you tell us about the Northern Health Science Alliance and why this is so exciting?
Yeah, thanks, George. So yeah, my name's Seamus O'Neill. I'm the chief executive of this thing that George has introduced you to called the Northern Health Science Alliance. So it's a response to the fact the system is broken. The reason that this organization that Charlie's talking about is needed is to circumvent parochialism and silo working that has become embedded, right? So some of us for our sins, which are legion, have been tasked with joining up the 10 big research-intensive universities across the north of England with the big NHS trusts and the academic health science networks. So that goes from basic science, where the potent molecules and the chromosome translocation that in CML that shows you what gene you're looking at, that then tells you what the marker, what the molecule could be, which tells you what the treatment is, and 15 years later you have a drug in trials, right? So that basic science through to clinical practice, through to economic value, is the issue here. But our system of academia and the NHS working with industry is fragmented. And one of the things that we get in the north is that we get ignored. I have loved being in Coventry this week because what we can identify with here, what you guys do on batteries, we're leading, and the automotive stuff and the creatives that we've seen. You know, that's not visible outside the Whitehall hedge, or not visible nearly enough. Department of International Trade do not go to the advanced therapies people in Birmingham and the advanced therapies people in Newcastle, Leeds, Manchester. They will go to UCL and take the delegation from there. Therefore, the visibility of the UK, as George has said, is skewed. That's not because they're lazy or evil people. It's because they can reach, and we're not connected enough in our messaging and unified enough in our messaging as organizations. So my job and the small team that I run we try to get the people, the organizations in the north to leave their team shirts at the door and behave collegiately, collectively, so that patients across 16 million population have access, in a unified way to trials, that we federate the data sets, for example, across big cities, an initiative called Connected Health Cities, which has spawned a number of very, very effective city care records, but didn't quite get to joining the 6 of them up between Bradford, Newcastle, Leeds, Manchester, Liverpool. That would give you 16 million connected records with a level of trust in that system because of the regional identity, where people in Newcastle trust their clinician, they trust the regional identity to a level that is, probably unique.
So Seamus, because folks might not, you've described well how fractured the siloed old system is, but let me just so no one's in any doubt. This is, what normally happens is this: pharma company develops a drug and it gets it to the point where it thinks it's safe and it looks like it might have some impact. And then what they do is they go, right, which countries are most likely to pay the largest amount for it? Let's go and do the trials there. And they go to America, they go to Switzerland, they go to Germany. They're looking for market authorization and clearance. On that basis, they are not going to come to the UK because we pay very low prices and we've become a very slow payer. The NHS rations your money by saying we'll buy the drug later when it's nearly off patent and it's generic and cancer patients can just wait until the drug's cheap. That's what's actually been going on. And my argument as minister was, hang on, that's completely the wrong approach. What we should be doing is going to industry and saying, you know how the model is changing and you're not making blockbusters anymore. You're looking for cohorts of patients who you can design drugs around and go straight to the cohorts. Yeah. Well, we in the UK are building an infrastructure that will allow you to identify the patient groups for whom you can then make the drug. Really? Yeah. Well, how do you do that? Well, we launched Genomics England, so we've got large scale genomics. We're able to hit a computer and go, here are all the people in the NHS who've had cancer, who haven't responded to this drug, and this is the genetic sequence that suggests that's why. Now, we don't know where they live, but we know we've got now 100,000 patients who are absolutely in the sweet spot. Imagine if we could then contact them and say, through Charlie's network, not the pharma company ringing them up and saying, would you like my drug? Through Charlie's networks and through Seamus's networks, and say, we're thinking of designing a drug for this group. That is a global USP. It's not how anyone else in the world is doing it. And the real opportunity for us is to harness the NHS and the values of the NHS and genomics and informatics in an NHS value set so that these heroes can get industry to bring the money to us, develop the drugs here, we get them for free, and we get NHS patients accelerated access. If we don't do this, we in this room will end up getting slow access, low access, and for the next generation of drugs, no access. Some of these therapies are going to cost £150,000 a year. The NHS quality is 35 grand. We're just not going to buy them. So unless we find a new model for getting industry to come here, we're all going to suffer. People in this room, between us, we're not going to get the drug. So this is not just a kind of vaguely nice idea. To me, this is completely fundamental.
We're also going to end up an awful lot poorer as a country. Yeah. Because the new generation of advanced diagnostics based on data and lifestyle and behavior change are going to be beyond us. And now what we have to build is a very high trust environment. And as George said, based on the ethos of the NHS, if the levels of trust in our practitioners and our systems is beyond what any other country has. You can go to 60 million people. In theory, we need to make that in practice, because that positioning the UK in the global economy We had a brilliant example just before from the agri-tech business, where it's about building a reputation and trust in standards, and then living up to those.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we have to live up to, when your data is in the NHS, you can trust what's done with it, and you have to get consented every time it's used, but you see what's happening and you get fed back through the blood network. These good things happen because you were a data donor.
Yeah. So let's take some questions. Hands up here. We've got some coming in on Slido. To the folks out there who are following online, this is your moment. Please use the Slido function, send some questions in. They'll come up on the screen and I will pick them up. Gentlemen here, yeah. Can we get a microphone? Roving mic?
Hi guys, I applaud what you're trying to do, but it seems to miss a very big element. I am a CEO of a company called Capital Enterprise. We invest and support startups. We run a program, 2 programs, one in precision medicine. We just started one in cancer tech, funded by CR UK and Roche Diagnostics. We received 260 academic applications from people who are linked to a UK university who want to basically commercialize that technology. We could only take 50 and we're only going to fund 10. And you keep talking about incumbents, assuming that it's going to be Swiss or American or Chinese companies, and you're missing the amazing talent we have here in the UK to develop our own solutions. So I'm throwing it back to you, kind of like the massive amount of demand. We had 1 in 10 researchers basically in the UK wanting to commercialize their research from our program in cancer, diagnostics, screening, computational biology approaches. So what is being done for them?
So I can respond to that, and it's a good question. What we are trying to create is a global USP, as George says, in clinical trials. And at the moment, what has a fragmented landscape in terms of trial delivery, particularly with high pharmacovigilance, which is what's required for registration of a drug. It's a highly fragmented landscape. And what we're saying is you put these big centers together, we've had in our 2 blood cancer networks, you create catchment regions of 30 million. You put in the research nurses that are required to actually allow the patients to be recruited. They don't exist at the moment. You have to fund them. And you have clinicians working with patients. You've created something that is magical and is a USP, and actually is a wonderful thing for your entrepreneurs to work with. But we have to create the environment. It doesn't exist, and we have to have innovative models to do that. Once you do that, patients see drugs quicker. You generate wealth because you get outside investment in the clinical trial setting, and also we help your brilliant people do translational medicine.
I agree. On one of our programs, a third of the startups come from overseas, and they're coming here because they can access the NHS clinical research teams. Basically, at some of our big teaching hospitals, one actually we do a lot with is Leeds.
Yeah.
And so it's great, but they themselves are massively underfunded.
They
don't have a receptive market. It's incredibly difficult. Then they tend to then go to the States.
Can I ask, do you mean as entrepreneurs or as scientists they're underfunded?
We call them venture scientists. They're in the early stages, they are mainly led by the inventors with support from commercial expertise as advisors.
Seamus, I think we do need to do more on that. We call it the innovation pathway. There's when people invent things, whether it's academia or industry, or in a shed, they know nothing of the application of that AI algorithm to a clinical problem. They need hand-holding, they need support. It's almost like there's a lot of discussion about the mission of the NHS, the broader mission of the NHS. It's the worst possible time to have that discussion, because as a support structure for British biotech and bioindustries, it's a phenomenal asset. It's on its knees at the minute, but we have, I think, the NIHR, National Institute for Health Research, have done a lot of work in standing infrastructure, but probably not in terms of the pre-development with the bright people of their ideas. I think there needs to be a line in there in NHS organizations' expectations and metrics that says this is how we work with industry and this is the value we add. So if the company to understand, I've got this AI algorithm, what do I apply it to? Who do I ask? Where could it be adding value? What's the market? We need a standing infrastructure to do that for companies.
I would also say to level up. These are very mobile.
Exactly.
They will
Yeah.
move.
It's an opportunity for leveling
It's an
up. Yeah.
opportunity to get scientists from the Golden Triangle.
Yeah.
When they're taken to try and get to the first clinical trial and regulation, etc., to get out of the Golden Triangle.
And the life sciences vision did have a section on leveling up in it, thankfully.
Yeah, I mean, my chosen specialised subject will be barriers to UK healthcare innovation. The truth is the NHS is both the golden asset and the biggest barrier.
Yes.
It's not a national health service. It's a regional disease management bureaucracy. It's very top down. There's nothing wrong with the people who work in it. It's the structure. And for an innovator in the NHS, in a DGH or in a tertiary hospital, to navigate your way through the payment systems, the contract systems, an innovation is disruptive. And it's the barriers to disruption in the NHS are phenomenal. When I was a VC, if someone came to me and said, I've got a brilliant technology that will save the NHS, I'd just say, I'm so sorry. I've only got a 10-year fund. I haven't got time to invest in the NHS because I know it'll take too long. And that is a massive problem. So as a system, it is this huge mothership of opportunity for the UK globally. But internally, it's a really dysfunctional place to work and to generate innovation.
It is incredibly true. I mean, as an investor, we are often getting them to focus on markets like the States as their first market. But they come here to trial, to develop, to build into our academic base, to work with the NHS. And I just feel that if we had more, we could get more of them into the regions that we have
I agree.
thought about,
Yeah,
not just the big
absolutely.
Mercks and the big kind of Roches.
Agreed.
But there's something else that the NHS, and I say this as a former minister for life science and health innovation, and a huge supporter of the NHS, it still thinks of innovation as a sort of tick box sidebar. We deliver health, medicine, and then we do a bit of innovation. As a system, it is not fundamentally wired to embrace innovation, harness innovation, deliver better services off the basis of it. It thinks of it as a bit like corporate social responsibility in the first phase. It was, we run a business, we make money, and we do a little bit of CSR. The NHS thinks of innovation like that. And until we really mainstream it, and it's our best friend. If you really embrace digital health, we can start getting people diagnosed earlier without having to queue up at the GP, without having to drive a car and pump out emissions. Biggest car usage in the country, organisation, NHS. Once you start to embrace technology, you change the way health works. You empower the patients, you diagnose smart, but the NHS has got to think really strategically about that, rather than view it as a sort of, oh yes, we also do some innovation on Sunday. And that's a big problem.
Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Ben.
Thank you very much. My question is a very simple one, really. The value which we create as patients, those of us who are not experts, either as practitioners or investors or indeed innovators. My question is, how can we as health citizens maximize the value that we contribute? Setting aside for a moment the questions about how that value is exploited and distributed, my question is a simple one. For us lay people, how can we be the best possible health citizens and patients? In terms, for example, I mean, you've mentioned those that share their data should be first to benefit. I wonder if you have a manifesto for the rest of us to follow to support what you're doing.
Seamus.
That's the sort of left field thing you get at Big Tent, isn't it? Yeah. It's great. So the best thing that I think the lessons from the discussion yesterday and from today that I have heard, the best things we can do are to help each other stay well. I think that's the biggest single thing we can do. Some of the things that I think Penny Mordaunt, dwelled on a little bit yesterday, were about you're putting society back together again during COVID, and the help and support structures, the church groups, the community groups, that the broader determinants of health that contribute probably 90% to our well-being are not the CT scans and the interventions, but the bit that we need to stitch back together again as a society is, particularly around mental health and well-being, and that's how we treat each other. and the conversations and the narratives. Now, George is absolutely pig sick of me saying this, but it's putting the compassion back in to the discussions about, obesity, about mental health, about, all the things that can be stigmatized, so that people don't feel they're being done to. People feel that agency, and they feel reciprocity from the systems that they work with, that the systems are helping them, not inflicting more guilt. I think those are the things. I'm sorry, but I don't apologize for that not being an NHS-related answer, because the NHS is not.
No, it's a good answer, because the question was about.
Yeah, it was about well-being and health rather than sickness.
Thank you, Charlie.
I would just echo that. I think, so I see patients every day, possibly like you, it sounds like. Many patients do not feel empowered. And the most important thing is to be putting the patient right at the heart of access to these new therapies and almost excitement in what can be done. I hear lots of stories about not being able to access GPs and actually a feeling that there's nothing you can do about that. That's what the system is. We have to let patients be wanting to drive innovation and empower them. And we don't at the moment.
And I've got one to add, Ben, which is you've been in business very successfully. One thing I think we can all do is in our work to think about health, healthier growth, healthier workplaces, healthier workforces as a mainstream part of running a good organization. In the same way that I criticize the NHS for thinking of innovation as something you do on a Sunday afternoon, I think a lot of traditional businesses think productivity, work, time, 9 till 6, output, bottom line. What? Oh, staff welfare. Oh yes, I suppose we'd better have some food in the canteen and maybe. And I think more and more companies are now thinking about, COVID has been the most massive wake-up call. Health is really valuable. Disease is really expensive. If we can harness some of that in a healthier growth model going forward, we'll be in a better place. And I'm struck by how many companies, I set up a global healthier growth commission. Companies are coming forward and saying, we want to make our workforce healthier. We want to reduce workplace illness. And that's both back pain, which is the #1 cause of absenteeism in the British workforce today. That's from bad chairs, bad desks, bad offices. Everyone's sitting up now. Look, everyone's suddenly in this. So it's basic stuff like back pain. It's things like a car share scheme. If a company has a car share scheme, instead of everyone driving to work in one car, polluting the city, car share schemes, you then walk to the person who's got the car. You're building fitness and health in. More and more companies now putting a good canteen back. In the 80s, it was old-fashioned. Canteens were from the 1950s. You want to go and get a Big Mac. Now companies are saying, no, we're going to put good food in. And actually it's better. And our team breathe and they have some time off. That practical thing, and mental health, thinking, is it healthy for my staff to sit looking at a screen for 12 hours? No. And I just noticed more and more companies now, whether it's a little company, I have a team of 4 in my parliamentary office. This year, for the first time, if I'm honest, I've really thought about their mental health. Really thought about it. And if everyone does that, to your point, I think we'll create a healthier society. And actually, the Treasury will save a fortune. The world I want is the one where they give us some of that fortune back and say, well done, guys, you've saved some money. And it's harnessing. And I think the key is to put some costs around boundaries of place. For example, here in the West Midlands, you may not know this, but it's the obesity capital of Europe. That's because it's an old car, it's the car city, right? It's got ring roads and beltways, and it was designed in the 60s, 70s really as a car city. What does that cost the UK? Well, fortunately, those clever people in the Treasury have done some numbers. They're probably wrong, but let's take them. 4 billion a year is what the Treasury say obesity costs the UK, obesity in the West Midlands. Well, my response to that is, great, I'll take it. Let's agree that that 4 billion over the next 10 years is set to go up to 5 billion. And here's the challenge. If you can save some of that money, you can keep 10%, 20%, and reinvest it back into your city. Now, if that was the call from government, I think you would see 1,000 flowers bloom. And Ben, you'd probably set up the Fitter West Midlands partnership. Come on, guys, he just said we can keep 10% of $1 billion. And you'd be issuing Fitbits, you'd get bike lanes, and I think that's the revolution.
So I think this is fundamentally important. So within the health service, we need to be incentivizing chief executives or GPs for contribution to the life sciences economy, because that grows taxes, but they don't see any benefit. So I think incentivization runs through the whole system.
Great question coming in from Mike Smith online. How can we streamline the bureaucratic inefficiency within the NHS in order to benefit everyone as much as possible with regard to clinical trials of new therapies and research? Charlie, I'm going to give that to you. Bureaucratic inefficiency within the NHS.
Yeah, so this is difficult, isn't it? But I think it just comes back to the points you were making, George, is we need to be saying, if you are in charge of a trust or a GP practice and you contribute to delivery on trials and that contributes to UK PLC, you need to financially see the benefit.
Yep.
At the moment, George is right. There are some great chief executives, great GPs, but if they do it, that's great, but if they don't, it doesn't matter.
And to be clear, when you say, I know you well enough, when you say, and when I say financially benefit, we do not mean with a Porsche. What we mean is, if Craddock's Clinic saves the UK, as it has done, £300 million worth of free drugs into this area, then if the Treasury at least gave you 10% of that, so 20 million, you're not going to spend it on a...
So the money flows back automatically into patient care, which is what the leaders of these hospitals wanted. So one is to incentivize in the right direction. The second thing, I think, is actually to quantify the economic benefit of clinical trials, which is probably billions. We did a small bit in blood cancer, and it was $250 million just by putting on, because not only free drugs, but also patients don't have to be treated with standard NHS therapies. So let's do some serious work about how does R&D, how do trials benefit the whole health service, and then think about, again, you just put 10% of that back in, you transform the environment.
We've only got 2 minutes left. Any hands up? Yeah, gentleman here and here.
Thanks very much. So my question is regarding the recent COVID outbreak that we've had, and we've seen some people part of the anti-vax movement who are distrustful of the healthcare systems and scientific research and life science research. Do you feel that building this network and doing some patient empowerment is likely to impact that in some way?
We're going to take the questions all in one go. So let's hold that thought. Gentleman here. Any other last questions?
Yes, not to mythologize or romanticize the past, but if we look back at other societies, or even around the world at other societies, so-called blue zones, what have you, good mental and physical health is kind of endogenous to the structural way society works. So my question is, can we find ways? It doesn't have to be perfect. We can't all go and live in Hokkaido in the 19th century or something. But how can we begin to, for instance, in the design of housing, inculcate good mental health?
Brilliant. So anti-vax, mental health, and Tim, last question. I'm getting called two. Is that 2 minutes or 2 seconds I got left? 2 minutes.
So very quickly, Professor, building on your comment a second ago about the direct economic return that might come, how would you introduce that and convince people that's a good idea and stand up to charges you were partially privatising the NHS, when a private clinic could perhaps come in with a research based on exactly that, and we live in a moment right now where, thanks to everything that's happened in the last 18 months, actually fundamentally touching the NHS is probably the one political can't do, ironically, that's been made much worse by COVID, despite the fact that everybody agrees it needs to happen.
So I'll three questions. Can you deal with that and the anti-vax, and then Seamus, will you deal with the...
So one is, what we're talking about is increasing NHS capacity. We're growing the resource that goes into the NHS and making it more resilient, period. There's no privatisation, because all the money comes back to patients to be spent in the NHS. One. Second is, I do think this question is about empowering patients, and I think it is making patients and the population understand the granularity of the excitement of the opportunities. And I think at the moment we don't really make patients the pivotal part of that conversation. I think that would help.
Anti-vax, Charlie.
Sorry, that was my answer to that.
Sorry. Can I develop on that?
Yes, please.
I think the anti-vax one is it goes really, really deep. I think the work, and it goes to the UK's position, whether it's on agri-tech, or health tech, that the world desperately needs an authoritative version of the truth. If ever the world needed this post-truth world, what happens in post-truth world is people doubt everything, and that's been endemic. You've got it's a bloody vaccine. It works. It stops you dying. Just take it. But that is not enough. If there's so much fluff and flannel in the system, we need to work really, really hard on that. And I think the UK's position globally is going to be based on that high trust, high evidence environment, and that comes from the political narrative all the way down to the clinical trials.
Completely right, trust.
Right. So, and I think you're absolutely spot on in terms of designing in health in all policies. So the integrated care systems have got to look at their contribution to the economy, to growing the UK economy. They've got to have metrics around that, and they've got to make sure that people trust what they're doing because there's transparency and openness, and they're seen to be doing it with localism has been a big feature of this week. To get the West Midlands moving, trust the people in the West Midlands and the leaders to do it, right? It's the same, and if you're designing housing or you're designing ring roads or whatever it is, health first should be in there.
Thank you. Well, what a great session. I'm just going to reflect on that last question about housing. I think one of the joys of being a constituency MP is all these great ethereal questions come down to a specific place with a line around it, which you're responsible for articulating the needs of and speaking to. And in Norfolk, in my county, my constituency, we have 3 hospitals, 900,000 people. It's a big rural dispersed county. It's huge and heavily centralized healthcare. People spending hours trying to get buses and driving to the hospitals. And we've neglected grassroots community care. We're one of the older counties, huge social care, massively underfunded through local government. So we're piling people up in hospitals, costing us a fortune. So the integrated, and we made a massive mistake in the 2012 Act by fragmenting it all, 5 CCGs, broke up the PCT. I mean, it's been a nightmare. So we're now finally integrating again properly. But the integrated care system is at the current moment a conversation by enlightened local leaders about the sort of system they'd like to run. And while they're having it, we're building boiler and brick housing with 3-car commuting on the A11 and building in the obesity, the junk food, garage sandwich, Coca-Cola lifestyles that will build the obesity and the cancer for the next generation. It is completely bonkers. And to me, the only answer, serious answer to your question, is to create proper local integrated incentives. And if you took Norfolk and said, guys, this is your structural health deficit, cost of aging, obesity, diabetes, and dementia, the Treasury have got those numbers. That's what's going to happen if we carry on as we are. If you can reduce that a bit, you can keep half the saving. Suddenly, I guarantee, I know the people involved in the 3 hospital chief executives who are currently rewarded by being busy. If we said, if you can define the savings, you can turn your empty wards into research wards and do trials, and we can fund proper community-based care and digital health, they'll do it. And I think it's all about incentives, by which I don't mean Porsches for everybody. When people hear Tory talk about incentives, they think I mean personal wealth. The joy of the NHS is it's collective. And the incentive is your unit could get £100,000 a year or £500,000, and you could train some more nurses. But without those incentives created in London, I don't think it's going to happen. And that's my, Can I, on all of your behalves, thank these two for the work they do. Charlie is literally one of our leading blood cancer scientists. He's globally recognized, but he's something else. He's a hero in this part of the country because he has saved hundreds of lives of people who were given 3 years to live. And Seamus is building something in the Northern Health Science Alliance, which is so important, partly because for the UK economy, it's contributing to this incredible sector, but it's also meaning that it's not just people in Oxford and Cambridge who get access to the drugs, it's people across the north. So will you show your appreciation, please, for their work? Thank you.
Brilliant.
Thank you, George. Thanks, folks.
Hello, my name is Dr. Chand Nagpal. I am chair of the Hello, my name is Dr. Chand Nagpal. I am chair of the British Medical Association Council. The BMA represents about 160,000 medical students and doctors across the UK. So we have a really good understanding.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Stephen Smith, and I do apologise.
Three eggs fried in butter, and it's delicious with bacon and lots of loveliness as part of my keto diet.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Chant.
Okay. 1, 2.
There you go.
3, 4.
Thank you.
Ready? Welcome, everybody, and thanks for joining our session on the future of the NHS. And for the sharp-eyed amongst you, you might be thinking, well, who's this guy? Because he's not on the screen. Let me tell you, my name's Mark Essex. In my day job, I'm a management consultant, and I'm always telling clients they need to be more agile. And I'm getting some of my own medicine today because Ben asked me to step in 75 minutes ago because I was supposed to be in one of your seats asking the questions. And now I'm going to be on this seat asking Paul the questions. Dr. Paul Goldsmith is the one member of our panel who hasn't been pinged today in this pandemic. And he is going to share his insights on the future of the NHS. Thankfully, Stephen Smith and Dr. Chan Nagpal have also sent contributions, so you don't have to miss what they've got to say. And they've done it through the magic of digital, which we're all getting used to in our lives at the moment. So you're in the right place if you're here for the future of the NHS. What that does mean is we have the opportunity to make this session really, really interactive, and I hope you do. There's a microphone here for a reason. And so when we've heard from Dr. Chand and from Stephen Smith and a little bit from Paul, what we'd really like is for you to come and tell us what you think, what your questions are, and challenge Paul and others about the future of the NHS. So that's our session. But I'm going to start by hearing the voice of the doctors with a video from Dr. Chan, Chairman of the British Medical Associations Council. Run VT. Always wanted to say that.
Hello, my name is Dr. Chand Nagpal. I am chair of the British Medical Association Council. The BMA represents about 160,000 medical students and doctors across the UK. So we have a really good understanding of the experiences of the medical profession. I'm also a GP. I've been a GP for about 30 years. So very much also understand the perspective of looking after patients. Now, what would I change on the basis of the experience of the pandemic? Well, I think I'd say that the first thing is we need an NHS that has a proper infrastructure of enough people, enough staff, enough beds, enough facilities in the community, and a proper public health infrastructure. We actually entered the pandemic with a woefully inadequate numbers of doctors. We had about 10,000 unfilled vacancies and about 80,000 staff that had not been, vacancies that hadn't been filled. We also entered the pandemic with about a third of the hospital beds of countries like France and only about a quarter of the intensive care beds of a nation like Germany. Public health itself had been defunded over many, many years, budget cuts for around 400 million. We certainly did not enter the pandemic with an adequate infrastructure. We also at the time had record waits for cancer treatments and hospital treatments back in sort of January of 2020. And so when the virus took hold, we were already under pressure. And one of the first things the NHS had to do was to repurpose its hospital beds to become effectively critical care facilities and intensive care beds. And that's why for several months we had an NHS that was effectively a national COVID service. If you go back to the months of March, April, May of 2020, we had to stop almost all non-COVID services in hospitals because we needed to create that capacity. Now, we also built, of course, Nightingale hospitals to create more capacity. But then the difficulty we had was that because we didn't have enough doctors and nurses, they couldn't be in 2 places at once. So they couldn't actually staff those other facilities, which meant that many of the Nightingale hospitals were underutilized. So the lack of staff really did impact quite significantly. You know, many of the doctors that I represent, like an ENT surgeons or gastrointestinal surgeons, had to learn new skills to become critical care doctors, helping out in COVID wards and facilities, because we just didn't have enough doctors to do that sort of work. So there's no doubt in my mind that if we had the numbers of doctors that is taken for granted in other nations, as I said, about 3 times as many in many of the comparator nations we would want to compare ourselves with, we would have been able to, I believe, do both the COVID work in the first wave and some non-COVID work at the same time. And what that meant was that around 20 million fewer patients were seen last year in outpatient clinics. And as you know, about 2 million patients didn't have operations, and we're now facing a backlog of about 5.1 million patients, which is an absolute record for the NHS. The second thing is public health. As I said, the funding of public health as a whole has drastically been cut in recent years. And what we found was that in a pandemic, what you need are teams of experts who can contact trace, who can give advice, who can process tests, and we just didn't have the capacity. So as a result, again, if you cast your minds back to those months, people were waiting sometimes a week or 2 for their coronavirus test result. And it was also very difficult to have tests. In fact, for some of the time in March, you may remember that people like myself, doctors, could not even be tested in the community. The tests were restricted for hospital doctors only, or staff, and even those in care homes couldn't be tested. But what we then ended up doing was outsourcing the whole testing to private services, and this was done, at very short notice, and it wasn't really successful. When you then look at how effective the private services were, they were actually picking up or contact tracing about 60% of people, whereas the local teams of public health experts, these are doctors, public health nurses and other specialists who are trained for this job, were really picking up about 90% of patients in contact tracing so that they could be isolated. And so, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned here, that we must develop an NHS that has, for a start, the equivalent numbers of doctors to other Western nations, that has the equivalent numbers of hospital beds, that has the equivalent levels of diagnostic services. We're way down the list when you look at the numbers of MRI scanners and CT scanners we have compared to other nations. I think we're literally, third from bottom in Europe. That also has enough GPs, and you'll all be familiar of the difficulties GPs have been having recently in coping with demand. That has enough facilities in the community so that people who are ill in hospital but don't need to be in hospital as they're recovering can come out and be looked after and cared for in the community, and has ultimately a public health service that is owned by the state, that is actually serving the nation by experts who understand the public's health as part of a whole system, not a piecemeal approach, which is what we've seen with test and trace and laboratory testing that is not part of the NHS. So I think all of those things do need to be addressed as a major learning experience for our health service. And now is the time to do it as we face another crisis of sorts, a crisis of a backlog, which is probably going to take maybe 5 years plus to clear. But we can certainly do that more effectively if we're honest that you simply can't run a health service without the people, tools, and facilities to deliver on the needs of the nation.
Well, lots to absorb there, and I think Dr. John touches on lots of the questions facing us as we come out of the pandemic, we've all become much more aware of health, public health in particular. And Dr. Chand says there's lots of lessons to be learned, Paul. We need more doctors, more beds, more diagnostic facilities, more GPs, more public health, more community facilities. We want all of that joined up, and now is the time to do it. I'm joined by Dr. Paul Goldsmith, who is a neurologist, practicing neurologist, also on the Big Tent Advisory Board, president of Closed Loop Medicine. So he does work in the private sector on precision treatments. So you know a thing or two about the NHS. What do you make of what Dr. Chand said?
Well, I broadly agree with everything he said. The question is how to make a difference, because he could have said that 20 years ago. In fact, those things were said 20 years ago, and various things tried, and we need to understand what was tried and why it didn't work, and why is it going to be any different this time. So 2002, there was the Wanless report, so the Labour government, Tony Blair's first time in office, commissioned this report onto the future of the NHS, and Wanless said, unless we urgently address public health, the NHS will collapse. And it wasn't addressed, and instead we've just put more and more money into it. And if I think back to when I first qualified 30 years ago, the NHS budget was 25 billion, and it's now 150 billion for England. And okay, we've got inflation to take account of, but if I was given 75 billion every year then to improve the well-being, the lives of the patients in front of me, absolutely, I would have put money into more scanners and more nurses and doctors, but I would also put a lot into the determinants of health around the economics, the early years, parenting, housing, and that has been neglected, and it's not been joined up. And so the bigger picture, I think, is that there's a financing and incentives challenge and a coordination challenge. A patient I saw recently referred with epilepsy in his 20s. Now, he was born to a mother who was an alcoholic that took drugs. So at birth, his brain was already, had taken a hit. He'd been dealt a tough set of cards. And then is growing up in a dysfunctional family. He's not learning the social skills, the psychological skills to navigate out of trouble in a bad area. So gets in a fight when he's older, brain damage, hence the epilepsy, needing extra NHS care and lifelong social care from the local authority. Now, how do we get upstream and stop that happening? Because the returns of investment, and the biggest investment is in those early years, take a long, long time to play out. And they involve multiple actors, yet the optic is all NHS. And there are some other really interesting things which are happening which might provide some of the answer. We heard Charlie Craddock, some of the really exciting advances in genetics. Another child I think back to when I was called as a junior who was dying from a muscle disease, and the kid did die, spinal muscular atrophy, fatal condition. Now curable by genetic therapy, absolutely amazing. Single infusion. The problem is it costs over $2 million for a single infusion. How on earth are you going to pay for that? Well, we buy houses and we mortgage them. We pay over a very long time. Another breakthrough just very recently, the first disease-modifying therapy for Alzheimer's been licensed in the US called aducanumab. Amazing, because it's a big dementia crisis. Problem, $55,000 a year. And it's not quite clear how well it works. So what you can maybe do is you can effectively mortgage it and then pay if it really works. But what about addressing hypertension and all of the other factors for dementia? Maybe that's making the difference. So you need to think about integrated data sets and different ways of rewarding the whatever you're doing to the patient. So I think actually, standing back, we need to be much more innovative in terms of addressing the determinants of health and rewarding local authorities, a bit like what George was saying, I think, last time. We know it's not just the NHS bill, the local authority bill, it's the policing bill. It's the how much taxes are being paid. What is the potential gap? And then incentivize, and you need the integrated data set. So people are saying, no, don't share data. Well, we do need to share data in the right way if we're going to address these problems. And it's not just about more hospitals and scanners.
So I take that, and I think prevention rather than cure makes lots of sense. I definitely understand finance and incentives. That's my world, and I buy into your logic. I wonder, right now, with an elective backlog that's going to take 5 years, millions of people needing hips and knees, do we think we're going to engage with that when people are really going to be talking about waiting lists and writing to their MPs, and that might be the subject of the next election? To give us a perspective on this, we've got another contribution from someone from the acute sector, Professor Stephen Smith, former chair of East Kent Hospital Trust, and he's given us his take. Let's play Stephen.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Stephen Smith, and I do apologise most profusely for not being with you this afternoon, but I am quarantining, which is rather topical, I suppose, and I've been asked just to say a few words about my thoughts about the future of the NHS that I very much regret missing because of the quarantine. There is by any measure no doubt in the country that our much loved health service has performed almost miracles over the last 18 months and has demonstrated, if we needed any demonstration, that we have one of the most accessible and, in times of crisis, one of the most extraordinary healthcare systems in the world. However, if you think about it and look more closely, there is no doubt that we have some of the most outstanding and world-class doctors, nurses, and health managers compared to any system in the world. Unfortunately, when you look at the performance of the National Health Service, not just in the times of coronavirus, but outside of that time, our outcome measures in cancer, cardiovascular disease, dementia, is actually rather poor. We usually score, I don't know, maybe 25th best in the world, 28th, 29th. And frankly, for a health service which has such outstanding people, it's either that those outstanding people are not quite as outstanding, which I don't believe, or there is something wrong with the system. And I strongly believe that the system which we introduced 80 years ago, the bones of the system are the same as when Nye Bevan introduced them 70 plus years ago. Why would we assume that this structure of delivering medicine would be effective in the 21st century? And the problem is that we have an over-centralized system which in the times of crisis can deal with a single problem. And we know full well that, yes, we have been able to deal with the single problem of coronavirus, but we now have 7 million people on our waiting lists. We simply didn't have a system which had the resilience to be able to handle the pandemic. Casting aside the arguments about whether the committee led by the previous Secretary of State should have provided the country with greater provision, even so, every winter we have a crisis in the health service. And we have a crisis in the health service, not just because of a lack of funding, but because of the way in which we fund, and more importantly, the way in which we run the health service. Now, we're all committed to the new concept of integration of care, with an integration between social and health care. But let's not, before we get into that argument, not forget the fundamental point that Michael Marmot has been making for over 15 years, which is that health outcomes are determined by economics, probably more than almost anything else. And whilst we might want to integrate health and social care, we should not overlook the fundamental basic problem of our healthcare system, which is the inequality in our society and the inequality of economic opportunity and well-being. And we should not be detracted into simply thinking this can be resolved by yet another reorganization of the health service. Not that a reorganization of the health service is not urgently needed, but we need a reorganization of our economic service such that we can reduce inequality, which in itself will be the biggest driver of transforming healthcare. But let's just look at the health service itself. Why is it that such outstanding research that we have in Britain through the life sciences, such outstanding clinicians, respected throughout the world, and I've lived and worked all over the world, there is no question that the quality of the British medicine and British nursing, fully appreciating that it's undertaken by many people who are not British, let's remember, but the quality of our system is extremely high. What is not respected throughout the world is our system. Why do you think no other country is falling over backwards to introduce the National Health Service system? Is it because our erstwhile friends on the continent are incapable of running a socialized healthcare system? I don't think so. Is it because our colleagues and friends in Australia and Canada are not able to run a decent healthcare system with outcomes, all of which are superior to our own? No, it's because of the centralization of our system does not allow us to deliver a modern healthcare system. And there is a fundamental here. The fundamental is that healthcare is not a car factory. It is not a widget producing factory. And we approach it with the concept of a centralized widget producing factory. GPs seeing patients in 8 minutes. What sort of measure is that of the need of care? Some patients only need a couple of seconds to say, "Thank you very much, doctor, I'm reassured." Others need a really complicated discussion of why they are depressed or they are unhappy or whatever the reason is. The concept of the 8-minute GP consultation tells you everything, absolutely everything. It's about throughput and not what it should be, which is outcome. It doesn't matter whether 20 people seeing a GP in the morning have all been seen within 8 minutes. It does matter that 90% of the people, whatever length of time they had with the GP, are actually satisfied and have been dealt with appropriately. So we need to change the whole concept of how we do health and recognize that that's how countries with better outcomes approach it. And that's because they appreciate that it is a professionalized service. It's a professional service industry delivered to you not by managers, but by professionals called doctors, nurses, pharmacists, scientists, the whole panoply of the professional people who come together to deliver you healthcare. And what we have tried to do in Britain is to industrialize this process, which is not what patients want. Patients, I'm one myself actually, recently having had major heart surgery. And I have to say, the service and importantly, the individual professionalism of every single person, from the cleaner to the person who checked up on the cleaner, not to put it mildly, to the outstanding surgeon and the surgical team who did my heart surgery. But it was their professionalism. And they approached it not that I was a widget, but that I was a patient who needed, in this case, very specialized services. But it was conducted within a system in which I, the patient, came first. And secondly, the environment in which they could deliver the service was pretty well dictated to by them and not somebody in Whitehall or some civil servant behind a desk, which is certainly not the way to run healthcare. So we have a fantastic opportunity with our National Health Service, but we need to wake up early and quickly and realize that we do have the means to have an outstanding system, But unless we transform the health service fundamentally into a professional service which genuinely serves the needs of patients, we will not make any further changes. Yet another centralized, top-down driven health service system will drive the professions into a substantial state of disrespect. And is it not surprising that here we are for the first time in over 40 years with the consultants at least threatening industrial action and nurses being offered a 1% pay rise after everything they have done? That is disgraceful. There is nothing less to call it than disgraceful. But it reflects this failure to understand that we need a professionally driven service, not funded immeasurably out of some wonderful magical pot, but a service which can genuinely deal with the ability to provide professional services to the patients within, of course, a legitimate financial envelope.
Gosh, well, there's a lot to unpick there. I'm going to ask Paul 2 or 3 questions off the back of that. But as I say, what I'd really like to do is hear from you. So if you've got a question, get yourself ready to step up and pitch it, and we'll get Paul's take as a clinician. We could all violently agree about how we need more resources. I want to ask some questions, Paul, I'm afraid, that might expose some tension. So Stephen talked about inequality in society. I heard from a former GP the other day that said there's an app available which you can take a picture of your rash and it will give you a pretty good sense of whether you need to go and see a dermatologist because it might be a problem. And when I say pretty good, better than a lateral flow test. And when I thought that sounds like a great idea, we have just improved the productivity of treating people with these conditions, the response I got back was, but the same old people who are digitally included and will jump the queue and get themselves sent straight to the dermatologist without going to the GP. And that's a problem because that exposes more health inequality. And I'm thinking, well, which do we want? Do we want to treat more people faster or more people equally? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this has sort of been an argument over many years that if one area makes some innovation, then it's going to lead to unfairness, and so we don't get any innovation or spread of innovation at all. But really, as that sort of epilepsy case I told you about illustrates, by far the biggest lottery is not whether you have access to a particular bit of tech, it's who your parents were and where you were brought up. I mean, that's by far the biggest determinant of your life chances. But from the tech side, I mean, one thing that we can do is sort of loosen control on clinicians and start to delegate more. So with that device, why not give it to the practice nurse or the auxiliary, and they can use it if the patient doesn't have the tech themselves, and they can do the triage. You could provide a sort of a faster access for people who don't have access to the tech, just to balance the waiting list. So I think there are ways in which, because we do want fairness. Fairness is really, really important. It's a basic sort of human drive, but that should not be a blocker to introducing new tech.
So that's quite interesting. If I go back to it, that makes me think about another point Professor Stephen made about the 8-minute appointment, how some people need 2 seconds, some people need much longer. And do you think we would live with a situation in which perhaps the GP knows or has a pretty good sense of which patients need 2 seconds and which patients need 20 minutes and starts to segment their market? I come from the private sector, this is how I think about these things, and start to say, look, you're a frequent flyer patient, you get this. You're someone who I know you've got a long-term condition, you know how it works. Maybe I give you more trust to refer yourself. Is that ever going to work?
Well, it's sort of happening already, and change has been forced on the system because of the likes of Push Doctor and the like, where they are providing these online doctor services and essentially siphoning off all of the young, healthy people And so other GP surgeries are becoming enriched for the older with the chronic morbidities who are needing a lot more time. And so there's going to need to be some adjustment in payment flows to reflect patient complexity. Again, it comes back to data to allow this equilibration. Otherwise, it's going to get really unfair. There is that difficulty, I think, in my practice, that if you get a couple of patients who take an hour and then you're going to be penalized in terms of your patient interaction scores because the next one is having to wait a long time. So I think we can get much more sophisticated.
Thank you. Do we have anybody want to pose a question? Step on up.
So I just saw some news on BBC News and the Financial Times that we are facing a NHS labor shortage. And also at the same time, the government says that NHS staff doesn't have to quarantine after they have like close contact with someone who has symptoms. So what do you guys think of the labor shortage problem, and what would be the future?
Yes, I think it's going to get worse. Unfortunately for Mr. Javid, in terms of the waiting lists, and one of the reasons is because of labour shortages. The labour planning has been difficult and at times terrible. I mean, I think back to 15, 20 years ago, Charlie, when we started, doctors were mainly male, and then there's been a gradual shift to females. They did their projections of how many new medical students, assuming a male population, and not females who might want to go off and get pregnant and then come back part-time. So that's one of the reasons now why I have a shortage. But the other thing which is happening, see with COVID, it's making people reflect on their lives and actually if they want to work full-time anymore. So I think there's going to be a lot of people who drop their hours and retire early, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. There needs to be more freedom in numbers which are recruited and trained up by local hospitals. There needs to be more flexibility in the types of roles and the delegation, and this is where tech can come in, that say, okay, you're allowed to prescribe this range of drugs for this condition within these this particular range, and then outside of that range, then refer up to an expert. We're going to have to be more flexible if we're going to meet demands.
Thanks, Paul. Next.
So I've just got an observation first off, that one of the things that really seems to be the case is that the biggest barrier to improving the NHS is actually the attitudes of the general population, the general public. So 3 quick examples. Every time anybody threatens to close a local hospital, there's a campaign. Actually keeping small local hospitals open kills people. We have general practitioners where the expectation of the public is that they are the repository of the entirety of all medical knowledge from the moment they leave medical school until they retire. And yet, of course, we should actually just have much better trained diagnosticians rather than necessarily people who are trying to be, the Google in their brains. When we ask people what they want from the NHS, in the top 3 replies, every major survey that's done, there is more local control and an end to the postcode lottery, which are mutually exclusive requests of the NHS. So how do we bring the general population along to reforming an NHS that is now right up there above every other institution in the country as untouchable, when we all know it shouldn't be the NHS as we think of it today?
Yeah, completely. It's sort of being more honest in terms of the trade-offs, having those meaningful conversations and debates, because usually when there's patient involvement, it's the plan has already been concocted and then you have the patient involvement basically to sign it off, and so it's not proper co-production. But the political side is interesting. I've been involved in clinical senates for years and years, and it's the same thing over and over again around, as you say, the local hospital does not have the critical mass to serve the particular area safely, and so needs to be closed for safety reasons. But then patients march and their MPs will leave their seat. I think part of the answer again comes from tech, and it's separating structure in buildings from function and who supplies and works within those buildings. So you can start to get the sort of specialist units beamed in, if you like, to the local hospital and the local badge. So I think that's part of the answer. And similarly, that sort of more fluid dialogue between the local generalist and the specialist, and some of that could be automated in terms of the algorithms. And I see a big change happening. And with generally technology, it's sort of, we overestimate it, sort of how soon it's going to happen, and then underestimate the impact. All of the big tech firms saw healthcare $1 trillion to sort of revolutionize it. They came in and it was realized, God, this is really complicated, so step back, and are now doing it in a more measured way. So I think over the next 5 or so years, we will see quite a transformation.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Disclosure here, I work for NHS England. And I've been around hospitals for the last 14 years, and I do improvement. So I work with clinical and operational teams to help them improve what they do. Sorry, I'm quite nervous standing here. But before that, to spice things up even more, I was in the car industry for 18 years. Okay, so there's a lot of good stuff in here, but I think it's a provocation, and I am provoked. It presents itself as an either-or, either management-led or professional services-led, and I think it's and. It's a combination of the two, working hand in hand. Delivery in the NHS is the product of clinicians and managers working together when it works at its best. I'll give you a little example. I'm currently working with consultant pathologists down in Derriford Hospital in Plymouth to help them improve their turnaround times, right? So real production environment, it really is. But they are highly skilled, highly trained, artisan, crafts people within a production environment. So that's why it's two things working together. Because every single day, on average, there's 106 cases coming in through the door as specimens for them to work on. So that's a production environment. And you have to link that with their skills and make it work together. So it's not either or. So welcome some comments on that.
So I don't think that was the one I wrote, disclaimer. I think one of the problems with medicine is that it's too interesting. And so you've got really, really talented, bright people and doctors, and they just stay at the front line and they don't want to go into management. So completely agree, you need that mix. You need those insights from the coalface.
So I think that's really interesting. We've got two questions come up on the slider, and they sort of link to Tim's question from earlier as well about public attitudes. So how do we convince prevention rather than just firefighting? And as I say, brave person who wants to, slow down on the waiting list backlog to invest in some prevention right now. And then if health services are necessarily rationed, how do we give local people a say in which services and treatments are required? And underneath both of those, there's a question about bravery. In fact, it's there at the top, isn't it? When are we going to, what would it take, do you think, to have a conversation which we have realistic, honest discussion that we can't do everything, $2 million per patient, or we need to pay for it in a very different way?
Yeah.
Is COVID a situation that's going to provoke that discussion?
I suspect not. I'm so quite pessimistic just because I know we've said this for decades and nothing's changed. So I suspect we'll just muddle on. But no, there's hope. Who will take over from Simon Stevens, and what will Sajid Javid do? So I don't think they will be motivated to make any change. And we've had health and wellbeing boards linking local authorities and NHS, and it hasn't worked. There needs to be the incentive. So I completely agree with what George said in the earlier session. It's around, I think the innovation is data and financing to provide those long-term rewards on what does the shift in the envelope of spend over 5, 10, 15, 20 years. That's, I think, the answer to the top one. And Sajid Javid used to be in the Treasury, so maybe there's hope. Everything has a trade-off. That's a fundamental rule of biology and economics. And it's hidden from us as patients in the NHS. The NHS is not free. And we think it's free, but it's not. Even if you're not a taxpayer, you're being denied something as a consequence of the money being paid in for you, the NHS. So maybe your life would be better if you got the more support with parenting, or your local environment has changed in some way. That trade-off is not discussed. That's what we need to do. I mean, you did some interesting work in terms of where would people choose to have their tax sort of set. That's what I think we need to do with health as well.
Yeah, I've thought about personal health budgets. It's really complicated. But I wonder if we trusted people more, they might be prepared to engage in the subject. I know I had an orthopedic surgeon when I had a problem with my knee, and he said, well, I could operate, but actually I think physio will do the job. And I was thinking, well, I'm entitled to my operation. But I'm so glad I took his advice, because physio did do the job, and it's a lot less time off work. I had another surgeon who said, you've got this problem, maybe you can live with it. And we had a discussion about whether I wanted the treatment or not. And when I had that sense of autonomy, I can imagine a situation in which I might say, actually, you know what? It's not causing me that much difficulty. I don't need the disruption. I don't need to be in the queue. There's plenty of people who need it more than me. I don't know. I think involving the patient in the choices is really good. I probably am pessimistic, like you are, actually, about whether it will happen more. We've got a few minutes. Yes, sir. Do you want to ask us a question?
A real quick comment and question is, there is as has been mentioned, a class and possibly an ethnicity element in health. I know in my neighborhood, working class kids eat huge amounts of fried chicken. That's what they eat. And that's going to be a cost. There's also a class element in that among some working class people, the NHS is sort of a way of evening up things. So it's a way that one can get one's rights. So it's very complicated. And so I really think we have to start looking as a society at the implications of, for instance, considering doing something about children's diet. In other words, closing down fried chicken joints. Now, either by consent or not, but yeah, because something like that costs, and we have to, it's very, very difficult, but we need to talk about these things.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, the idea that we are autonomous, rational agents is just complete rubbish. We're so influenced by our immediate surroundings and then the surroundings outside of that. So if we're really going to make an impact, we need to think environmental. So the Genome Initiative has been amazing in this country, a massive success story. I would like us to have the same sort of vision, but rather than genome, it's behaviorome and environmentome, and how we can then modify that to have an impact on people's lives.
And just on the chicken example, let me give you a personal reflection. 18 months ago, I weighed 26 stone. I was completely unable to manage my intake because I ate far too much fried chicken and far too much fried everything, actually. And it took an enormous effort to change things, not helped by the environment and walking past all of this stuff. So I am sympathetic to changing diets. I'm also acutely aware that it's not just about things like diabetes, but my musculoskeletal system was affected by being very fat. That would have inevitably led to probably 4 joint replacements in my lifetime, which would have been much shorter than otherwise. Tom Watson's book saved my life. So I think there's a lot to be said. Now the question is how we do it. Banning junk food, look, it would make life a lot easier, wouldn't it?
Well, it wouldn't happen because black market junk food.
Black market junk food. There's a thought. And yes, sir, do you want to ask us a question? And this might be our last one, I think.
Paul Watts, the National Innovation Centre for Data. One of the common themes in many of the sessions I've attended has been the complaint that Britain is too centralised. And we heard that in Stephen Smith's video message to us. But if he was here, I would want to ask him, well, what would a decentralized health service look like, and why would that give better outcomes? So I was wondering if Paul had a view on that.
Yeah, I think it's sort of concentric. This is you could say for government in general, it's having concentric rings of organisation with the right links between them, and in general devolving as much down to the local. And particularly for complex systems, you can't predict how things are going to work unless you sort of do the experiment, and you've got a small collection of actors. And the Dunbar number, I don't know if you're familiar with this, it's proposed by an Oxford anthropologist. Our brains have evolved to handle about 100, 150 relationships. That's the optimal size for a unit to work. And it just so happens that's the same size as something called the primary care network, which has evolved over the last 5 or so years, which are several GP practices working together for one locality. I'm a massive fan of that, because then you can have very sort of local population effort. But what I would bring into them is not just the clinicians, but also the local bobby, head teacher, the faith leaders, the local people to sort of think in a coordinated fashion. That's the level I'd be controlling thing. Now, sure, you need quality controls at a higher level. Some stuff's got to be specialist. But to really make an impact, I'd go PCN level.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I've got 2 minutes, so I've got time for one more question. If anybody would like to ask one of Paul. Yes.
So I think you mentioned before that it'd be great to shift more to preventative healthcare. How do we make that cultural and financial shift? Obviously, it's presumably going to cost more money to put more money into preventative health when you've also got to do the treatment side. But I think it feels at the moment we work in obesity policy. A lot of it is treatment focused, and how do we make that cultural shift and financial shift?
So it's a timing problem. That you put in your money and the effort, and then you don't see a return on your investment for years, usually outside of the election cycle. And also the people that are putting in the change, they'll say, well, it's the NHS who's benefiting rather than the local authority. That's why I think you need more innovative the ways in which funding can come back and you can be rewarded. We've got the most innovative financial centre in the world in the City of London. And as I say, we've got now a Chancellor who Secretary of State who used to be a Chancellor, and we've got big data. So that's where I think otherwise all of these efforts are not going to work.
Thank you, Paul. I think that last question is absolutely fascinating, because when you said it, being someone who advises a whole range of private sector clients, the first thing I heard when you asked that is, this is a maturity mismatch problem. Short-term cost, long-term benefit. We should go and talk to a bank or a pension about that question. And I just wonder, and then that's basically the answer you gave. Who knew that we should go and consult bankers to solve obesity crises? But maybe that is the answer.
Yeah, and that's why I sort of made a point of those breakthroughs in that gene therapy and the Alzheimer drug, because of the very long-term returns, high upfront costs, complexity. That's going to force. It's financial innovation we need.
Well, on that note, bankers could be the answer to saving the NHS. I'll wrap up and just to say thank you very much to our video contributors and to Dr. Paul Goldsmith. Thank you.
Give me a quick. Tell me about your breakfast.
Breakfast this morning was relatively quick. It was just
Hotel breakfast.
Hello, Big Ten.
We'll just pose. So we're just posing for a photo, and now I'm going to start. So, good afternoon. I'm Ben Rich. I'm Chief Executive of Radix. We're call ourselves the Radical Centre think tank. By radical, we mean we're concerned with system change, big things that make a difference. And by centre, we don't mean politically centre. We mean we are independent and mainstream. And do go and grab some information from our stand just downstairs in the bar. So it's been an interesting 18 months. Who's joined a new WhatsApp group with neighbours or street in the last 18 months? Yeah. About half. Who's registered formally to volunteer with either the NHS or local authority? Yeah. And who's done shopping for neighbours or had shopping bought for them for neighbours or picked up prescriptions? Yeah, so that's a fairly typical room. It looks to me like it's about half of you, and we know that during COVID, about half of us have volunteered, which is staggering. There have been 4,000 new mutual aid groups set up during COVID, and I've joined the Sandringham Street WhatsApp group with my neighbours, even though I'd never talked to most of them before. So there's been this massive upturn in community sport, and it's really made a difference. But I know that's happened in middle class areas like where I live. Is that universal? Does it look different from area to area? And has it continued after that first lockdown? Did we carry on doing that? Has government helped that process? And when I talk about government, I mean national government and local government. Has it helped or actually got in the way? And how do we continue that social capital we've discovered into the future? So these are the questions which I was thinking about very much based on my experience, and led me to speak to a group of 7 MPs from a variety of different constituencies and areas. And I asked them to tell me what had happened in their area. And we've released or pre-released today, because we've not yet published, this book, which hopefully you'll find on your chairs or at the back when you are leaving. And there's a series of different essays in this where MPs talk about what they've seen happening locally to them. Now, this is the start of a process, not the end, because what I want to do is take these experiences and feed them into a commission we're going to set up and ask much more broadly, how do we capture that community spirit? And so you're going to hear today from 3 of our essayists. You're also going to hear from Taiwo, the MP for Coventry Northwest, about what was the experience in this city. But then I really, really want to hear from you. I want to hear what your experiences have been and your ideas to capture the community spirit. As ever, by now you probably know how to use Slido, slido.com. The details will be up on the screen, I imagine, at some stage. And please do use that. But just to get us going, this whole project started with a conversation with a Conservative MP called Danny Kruger, who worked in the Number 10 policy unit and who wrote a paper for Boris Johnson on how we capture community spirit. And so I think it's only fair to start with his contribution. He couldn't be with us in person, but we're going to start with his video contribution in 5 minutes, if we can play that.
Well, I'm very pleased to be with Radix and grateful to you for organising today, and sorry not to be there in person, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate and to have written the essay as one of a number of colleagues contributing to what I hope will be a useful set of suggestions and learnings and lessons from the last year and a half that will take us forward. And I have three big, simple thoughts that I think we can take from the crisis. We've so much went wrong, so much should have been done better. We can see that at all levels. But there were three really positive things that happened. One was a lot of businesses responded in a really positive way to the crisis that they found their communities in, and we've got used to becoming critical of businesses which serve distant shareholders and don't seem to have the right concern for their people, their customers, or the local environment. And actually, we've seen businesses stepping forward in a really positive way, going the extra mile to support their staff, obviously helped by the furlough scheme, but taking the extra step where they can. Stepping in, filling gaps created by the crisis in terms of supporting communities, particularly the amazing stepping forward that catering companies did and restaurants did in those times in half-term holidays when we were worried about hunger among children, as an example. I think we've seen an indication of the sort of business model that we could have if businesses working with communities, with government, are able to act in a really collaborative way, think about a wider set of stakeholders than just their shareholders. And particularly, I think the role of social enterprises is crucial. We see how social enterprises operate in a long-term way. They invest in their staff, they recycle profits into the community. They're often based in places where commercial enterprises are thin on the ground. So we see really positive steps taken by businesses, and I'd like to see more of that. The second big lesson is about the way the public sector has worked. Again, big failures, no doubt, at all levels, but something really positive happened as well that we've seen, particularly locally. Public services, councils, the NHS, other parts of the public sector, working collaboratively, outwardly, flexibly, and not in a bureaucratic and siloed way, and being responsive to the immediate needs of local people, and working particularly with community groups. That's what I was so inspired by in Wiltshire, at least, and I know it's happened nationally. And that's the third thing that I think we can learn, and the biggest lesson of all, which is the way our communities themselves have responded to this crisis. We are very used to, and it's a legitimate and very real anxiety that we have in our country, in our culture at the moment, is about loneliness, isolation, the separation of people from each other, the social divisions that we have, the lack of cohesion. And yet, in a crisis like the one we've had, we see the potential of our communities to act together and to support each other and for people to support their neighbours. And I mean, from the day one, from day -6, in fact, in Devizes in Wiltshire, we saw the local church, St James's Church, mobilise hundreds of volunteers a week before the first lockdown was announced. So when the lockdown hit, all the local council had to do was to support and endorse and facilitate and help resource this amazing community effort that we've seen. And that's been a national phenomenon. So never let it be said that we don't have strong community ties, that we don't have a spirit of neighbourliness. We really do. It just needs to be brought forward and given expression. So how do we take all this forward? Well, that's the challenge for us as politicians and for local government, and particularly for community groups themselves. And I think there's a whole range of lessons we've learned and mechanisms that we can introduce, from a big volunteer passport system that I think we need to have, to better use of data and digital, to tax breaks and support, financial support for community initiatives like this, different ways of working by local authorities and public services. But fundamentally, we need a culture change that recognises the central importance of civil society, social infrastructure, of the places of gathering and belonging that bring us together and enable us to do work together. And I hope that what we've seen in this collection of essays and in this event is an indication that across politics, we are united in that idea that we can work together and our communities have real power and real strength. So I'm grateful again for the opportunity to take part, and I look forward to the influence that I hope this collection of essays will have. Thank you.
So that was Danny Kruger's viewpoint. And it's interesting that it seems to me that his party allegiance is entirely irrelevant in that. And I saw lots of nodding around the room. And so rather than leap straight back onto video, I think, and come back to one of our essays, I think I'd like to hear what happened here and what those experiences were. So I'm going to introduce Taiwo Owatemi, who is the MP for Coventry North West, and Taiwo, I'm more comfortable on the stage. I don't know why. Taiwo's been a fantastic supporter of Big Tent, by the way. She's was here yesterday opening our summit, and we've loved having you here. And I thought, I wish I'd known you when we were putting the essays together, because I'd love to have had you write for us, but I do know you now, and so you will write for us in the future. Meanwhile, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you everyone for choosing to attend today's session. I really do hope that we're able to have some meaningful discussions and come up with ideas on how we move forward. Earlier this week, when I was taking the time to think about how I was going to address the question that was going to be posed today, the question of how did the pandemic help to recapture or fracture community spirit? It became immediately obvious to me that during the pandemic, without any doubt, the community here in Coventry had all come together, and we were all united in helping the most vulnerable within our society. I had had the opportunity to witness, and I'm sure we all witnessed, an enormous outpouring of civic pride and a willingness for neighbours to go the extra mile to support and care for one another. But the more I started to think about it, the more I started to ask myself the question again, it occurred to me that something had broken. And during this pandemic, a change did occur. Now that change, it wasn't community spirit that had broken. It wasn't a willingness to get involved that had broken. It was some of the cynicism, some of the fears that had formed over the years, particularly about our public institutions, about our local public services and our concerns about them. And one of the concerns that people had was about our NHS. And as a healthcare worker, it's something that I often heard from people. And people were concerned that the NHS often was that it was overwhelmed, that it was overstretched, and that if a major issue like the pandemic happened, it wouldn't be able to cope. Now, the one thing that we all know over the past 18 months is that Coventry, University Hospital Coventry did a fantastic job. You know, all the healthcare heroes that worked in our local hospital were fantastic. They were a great pillar to Coventry's community, and they showed the strength that existed within Coventry as a community. Never once did they ever break under the stress of the pandemic, or did they ever express any difficulty in addressing the complex health challenges that we're still facing today. And for anybody who hasn't actually seen the BBC documentary, I would actually recommend it. It was a wonderful documentary, and it showcased just the hard work of the healthcare professionals here in Coventry. But apart from our NHS, we also saw similar contributions within the care system. We saw many carers making the sacrifices to look after their patients. Many of them that I spoke to in my local constituency chose to spend time there and actually tell their family that, you know, that they weren't unable to be there all the time. And some people actually gave their kids to their friends and their families to look after, so they could spend more time looking after their patients and providing that family that many patients were unable to have during the pandemic due to the lockdown restrictions. But another fear that was dispelled during the pandemic, and one that I heard many times, was that teachers and teaching assistants would also not be able to teach our children during if they weren't meeting in traditional settings of being in a physical building. And I know that for many of the casework that I had, people were asking how was it going to work and what we're going to do to impact, to ensure that it doesn't impact education of young people. And it was a concern that I myself had. And I have to admit that it wasn't easy. I have to admit that many teachers had to overcome difficulties to be able to continue to teach our loved ones. But they did an amazing job. Teachers from across Coventry, either it was Bongate Primary School, my constituency, all the way to Camden Court Secondary School in the constituency, worked extra hours. You know, they had to master what it was like to teach online. Many of them that I spoke to tailored their teaching to meet the needs of students, which is not easy and which involves a lot of time and dedication. And most importantly, a lot of the stories that I heard was that they provided that mental health support that students needed during a difficult time. And that really helped to ensure that Coventry's 57,000 students did not fall behind during their education. And I know it's something that they're still working on. So as well as this deconstructing the fears and the cynical attitude that the pandemic had led to, communities in Coventry found innovative ways of caring for one another. And an example that really spoke to me personally was the way that we responded to feeding Coventry's children during the pandemic. At normal times, schools provide children with free school meals. And unfortunately, during the pandemic, when doors were shut, many of the students were left unable to access the healthy meals in which they relied on. But actually, in their place, what we saw was a network of volunteers, people who were really ready to step up and to meet that need locally, even when national efforts regrettably felt a bit too short. And what I saw for myself was also how social supermarkets made and dispensed thousands of lunches to our poorest school children, and building on the heroic efforts of Coventry Food Bank and our brilliant charity, Langer Aid. And just to make a point about Langer Aid didn't just provide food to those in need in Coventry. They went as far as Dover to provide meals to lorry drivers who were experiencing delays due to the complications that came with COVID. And that just shows how dedicated the community here in Coventry is to helping those in need. Just going back to schools, at the same time, what I also saw was teachers going out every day, delivering meal parcels to students, the most vulnerable students who needed it, to ensure that they were able to provide that wraparound care that students really needed. Now, as Danny has said earlier, one of the biggest issues that we all faced as a community, and here in Coventry that I heard from many people, was the issue of isolation. And just at the edge of my constituency, there is a community group which started an initiative called the Summer of Sunflowers. Now, the Summer of Sunflowers is a very interesting project. So what the project aims to do is to encourage people to grow sunflowers in their garden. And it was a very simple idea, but it was a very brilliant idea. And the way it works is that it gave neighbours the opportunity to speak together, to work on a shared project and to strike new conversations. And it helped tackle the issues of loneliness, the issues of isolation that plagued many of us during the pandemic. And when I went out there to visit different people to speak about how they found the Summer Sunflower, the one thing I heard from many of their neighbours was that the activity, being involved in that community project, allowed them to get to know one another. It allowed them to forge relationships which they never had a year and a half ago, and it helped build a lasting relationship in their neighbourhood, which I'm sure will continue to last even once the pandemic is over. This outpouring of care was heartwarming and fortified our community during a trying time. But in addition to that, just looking at the celebration of City of Culture and how everyone's come together, and even speaking to some of the hosts here today when I was coming, it shows that Coventry really just has a united spirit, a spirit that is based on volunteering and being able to contribute to the community. I remember just looking and speaking to people about the opening broadcast ceremony that happened. And this ceremony for the City of Culture was broadcasted on different radio stations, and it was broadcast on telly as well. And what I heard from people was that it brought their families together. It brought people to come visit their neighbours. It meant that people were coming out in their front lawns having conversations. It meant people were able to come together after 18 months to be able to listen to live music, to be able to herald in the City of Culture. So I would say to anyone who have concluded that the pandemic broke our community spirit and that the community spirit in Britain was torn apart during the pandemic, I would generally say to them, just come visit Coventry, and Coventry would show to you just what it means to have such a strong, powerful community spirit. Now, while the pandemic has indeed been very devastating and has posed some unprecedented challenges to all of us, it also has dispelled the misplaced views that our cherished public services and institutions are not what they were once. So this is surely something that we can all be proud of, and I hope that everyone here in this room is proud of it. And in Coventry, it has also meant that new and innovative ways of caring for one another has truly flourished. So I do sincerely hope that this sense of optimism of what we've all achieved over the past 18 months, this sense of community, does not despair. and instead is nurtured. And as the MP and as the local MP, I will do all that I can to continue to nurture it because it's so great to see. Thank you.
Carla, I think that's really interesting because whilst you've done what all the essayists have done, which is what was important, you've talked about the response to COVID and the Sunflower Project. Some of those are really interesting. Actually, you also talked about City of Culture, and that seems to me really interesting because that isn't about COVID. And that clearly has been a time, I mean, I just need to look around at all the people in blue vests, a time when people have come forward to volunteer. And I'd love to hear actually from the people in blue vests, whether it was that it was the City of Culture. I'm looking at you because you're the only person I can see with a blue vest. But I'd love to hear from you in a minute whether you came forward because of something that happened during COVID or something that happened during the City of Culture, or simply you were bored. But why are you here? So that will be my question to you in a minute. And therefore, whether there are other things we can do to catalyze that sort of behavior is really interesting. I want to hear that from lots of people. Before I do, I'm going to ask George, who, among all the other things that he's been doing at this festival, still found time, and not just at this festival, but endless amounts of energy that comes out of George, still found time to write an essay for us on his experiences of his mid-Norfolk constituency. And George, I'd be really pleased to hear from you briefly what happened there and what you thought worked and didn't.
Thank you, Ben. And can I just take an opportunity to thank Ben for putting together, he's done all the work put in the programme for this festival together, and I think he deserves a round of applause. I'm actually, not for the first time, not going to do what Ben's asking. It's a brilliant pamphlet, please read it, and I have written in it 3 case studies of how COVID has triggered phenomenal coming togetherness, including in my constituency. But I want to ask answer the other bit of the question, which is, Taiwo, what you talked on, how do we harness this spirit going forward? And I think I want to sort of suggest to you that the pandemic has been the most painful. I mean, 120,000 of our fellow citizens have died. Painful and tragic wake-up call, reminder that we are genuinely all in this together. And as a global community, this pandemic has swept across the entire globe and tested the resilience of every institution, from the global economy to every individual, in a simultaneous test. And surely one of the fundamental lessons is the togetherness on which we all rely ultimately. And I sense, but maybe it's just the optimist in me, but I don't think so. I sense that people really want to get rid of this disease, and they really want to harness that spirit of, imagine what we could do if we just all did a little bit more and nurtured that sense of togetherness. And at a global level, I think it's been a massive wake-up call for global health resilience, which is why I've been working to set up a Global Health Resilience Commission to make sure that the rich nations realize we're only as safe and secure as our investment in disease prevention globally. But in villages in Norfolk, people have realized that actually when they were called upon to deliver the box, 500,000 people in this country signed up within like 2 weeks and said, I want to help. And I think a bit like London 2012, it was wonderful that we won all the medals, but it was also wonderful that there were so many of those volunteers. Do you remember the games makers? They were almost the most special bit about London 2012, that everywhere across our country, people put on the jacket, represented their country's best spirit of hospitality and welcome. So the question I want to pose to myself and to you all is, how can we as policymakers create some mechanisms for that latent capacity of people to give much, much more to the people and places they love than they'll ever give to government, or the government can ever give? And I say that as someone, I'm not a little state Tory, I'm not a slash the state small, I believe in government. But I also think as a sailor that the government looks sometimes like an aircraft carrier from a dinghy. And we've seen a lot of images of refugees in boats drifting across the Med and across the Channel, seeking sanctuary and refuge. And government often looks like an aircraft carrier. It's daunting, it's huge. It has slippery sides, you don't know how to get on board. There are no rope ladders, and on the top are a bunch of people making really important decisions that will shape your future. And I think the big challenge for anyone, all of us involved in government, is how do we create a world where thousands of little sailing boats can flourish happily? How do we unleash that power of people in communities to really make a difference? And I think there's a big idea taking hold, and I want to use the 2 minutes I've got left to suggest what it is to you.
30 seconds.
And the idea is social enterprise. We talk a lot about private sector, public sector, and third sector, charities. There's a fourth sector called social enterprise. The Big Tent has spawned a couple. And social enterprise, for those of you who are not familiar with the notion, is for profit. They're businesses that generate a profit and then put the profit back into the cause that drives them on. We've spawned a project called the Bridge of Hope, which is a social enterprise helping to take the most vulnerable, hard to reach and disadvantaged job seekers, who are very easy for employers not to employ, hold their hand and introduce them to enlightened employers who want to give them a chance. Enlightened employers like Timpson's, by the way, who've recognized that those most damaged, vulnerable, are the most grateful for work, and they tend to have much higher retention rates, much higher loyalty rates, much higher resilience rates. And so the Bridge of Hope is placing people into work. Imagine if the government said, look, we want to drive healthier and cleaner growth. Imagine if we, by the places that people love, whether it's city or county or whatever it is, we took a place and we said, look, guys, this is what disease is costing us. Obesity, dementia, diabetes, bad social care system. It's going up every year. It's bankrupting us. Or take it the other way. This is what high carbon growth is costing us in pollution, in congestion, if you can help reduce the cost of that or reduce the rate of growth of increase, we'll let you keep some of the saving. I think what would happen is that a lot of people would say, did he just say we could keep some of the saving? What kind of numbers are we talking about? Well, I'll tell you, the cost of obesity in the West Midlands, the obesity capital of Europe, by the way, because successive governments have built a car economy, and we've built an economy based on people living on garage food, sweet drinks, sitting, taking their exercise, pumping out particulates and sitting in congestion, and called it growth. Here in the West Midlands, the Treasury have calculated, God bless their cotton socks, it costs 4 billion a year. I don't know whether that's right or wrong. It's probably wrong, but let's take it because it's the Treasury's figure, so they won't disagree. 4 billion a year is the cost of obesity in the West Midlands. Imagine if you were able to reduce that number here and keep, let's open the bidding at half the saving. If you had it written down, if it was in law. I suspect that Ben Braben and Mark Essex and various of others, in fact, I think everyone in this room would say, did he just say we could keep half the saving? I don't mean to buy a Porsche. I mean to put it back into our city. 1,000 flowers would bloom and social enterprises would pop up saying, I can reduce the cost of obesity because once I'm promised that we'll get £20 million in 3 years, I can borrow money, I can build bike routes, I can give people Fitbits, I can start to... And I think the challenge is for government to create those incentives for place-based social enterprises to do what government isn't very good at doing. We're terrible at running a prison service that stops people reoffending. We're terrible at running addictions services. There's various things government tries, but we're terrible. People could do it for their places so much better, save the government a fortune, and guess what? They'd be happier for it. Because in our hearts, what we all want to do really is give a little to make a big difference. Yeah. Government makes that almost impossible. Social enterprises make it not just possible, but fulfilling and profitable for everyone involved. So I suggest that the social enterprise revolution is the one that's coming. And part of our ambition as the Big Tent is to support it by changing policy, but also nurturing a new generation of social entrepreneurs like you, sir. Funding you, training you, empowering you, mentoring you, and sponsoring projects. Wouldn't that be an amazing thing as a legacy from COVID?
Thank you, George. And
That was brilliant.
I want to hear from Layla Moran, who was our third essayist, but I'm going to park her because she's not in the room, so she won't know. And instead, I want to hear from you. We've begun to get a couple of solutions. We've got actually the value of the City of Culture, of the space-based initiative that drove volunteering. We've got George's place-based social enterprises? Are those things you've got experiences are they things which have worked for you, worked for not? Whilst you're thinking, I'm going to tell you just two very, very brief examples, but I want you to be thinking, and if you'd like to speak, come and sit at the front so that we can put you on the microphone. So be doing that whilst I give you two examples. I did talk about the Sandringham Street WhatsApp group. That led to us last summer when we were finally able to, as a street for the very first time, having a party in the middle of the street for no particular reason. And we all bought our food and we all sat outside our houses and ate our own food. But we talked and we caught up with Lorna, who's we discovered that we'd all been collecting medicines for, and paracetamol, and she must have a massive stack of paracetamol because she couldn't have been using it all, but it was the reason that we all talked to her. And so that was a really good experience. And then my second experience was as volunteering for my local authority, or remain nameless. I signed up to volunteer, and it took them a good 6 weeks to ask me to do something, and eventually they asked me to go and knock on 3 doors. So I loyally went out and knocked on my 3 doors to check on people. And only one of them was in. And that one person said, "You're the 3rd person to come and knock on my door." And so I stopped doing that. So where does that sit with your own experiences? And is there somebody who'd like to just kick off this process? Because I'm not certain whether it's difficult. Aha, thank you. Come and use this mic.
I was, hello. Oh, amazing. Yeah, you're right. That is a lot louder. I was going to ask that, so all of the things that Taiwo talked about in Coventry are absolutely true. I think we've been brilliant. I mean, you talked about anyone in Coventry. I really feel that's true. My kind of question is, where do you draw the line between something that the community gets involved in? I think we would all think that in any possible system, any possible distribution of wealth or any possible government, there would be community enterprise. But how do you differentiate between community enterprise, which is the best possible way of doing it, and community enterprise that is only happening because of some failure? Like, is it that government can't do good prisons, or is it that our government is choosing not to do good prisons? And so that I don't fully understand from the talk so far how we would make sure we're getting the best possible value and that people have the time and the energy to put into things that are going to make the most difference. That's the question I'd like to ask. Okay.
So I'm going to take a few comments and then I'm going to come back to George and Taiwo. Is there anybody else who wants to come up? Please come up. Whilst you're coming up, I'm going to say to one of the people in the blue shirts at the back, I'm going to ask you to come and tell us why you're here, why you volunteered. But yeah. So now is the moment to reassign yourself somewhere else. Well,
don't go.
Excellent. So you're free to participate in my session.
It's a very simple question, actually. It seemed that you were describing social impact bonds, essentially. You know, social change, a certain prize for it, whoever achieves that. The problem is outcome attribution. How do you know when obesity goes down, which social enterprise was responsible, et cetera? It might be easy for a prison. After all, you were inside a building, someone owns it. But a little bit harder for these sort of more general, you know, diffuse social phenomena. So I was just curious how you would actually do that attribution.
Okay. So, excellent, you're coming through. Fantastic. Unfortunately, I can't.
There we go.
First, can I say that Big Tent wouldn't be happening without you guys. So thank you very much for being here. I don't know if it's easier for me to lift the microphone down to you or how you want to.
I'm sure they can hear me. Can you all hear me?
It'll come out.
Probably. Yeah. It will come down. There we go.
I can't steer at all. Much as I'd love to. Actually, funny enough, I'm off duty.
Okay.
So, but I did a shift this morning,
And why? Why did you volunteer to be City Culture Champion?
Gosh, I could be here all night and all day and whatever. COVID, definitely.
Okay.
Because it's catalyst. So we've come out of the crisis, hopefully, and we could have just sat at home and thought, well, feel sorry for ourselves. But what a wonderful opportunity. The City of Culture won the bid. And then I thought, you know, city host, is it worth volunteering because all the stress going out? But suddenly you do your first shift, you meet people, and then you see what a wonderful city this is. And I mean, talk about going through the mill. Obviously, I'm a Coventry City supporter.
That must be a very depressing life.
It certainly is. But Coventry are back home, and without Coventry City back at Kiko and the Rico, that wouldn't have made the City of Culture. But experiences with COVID, I mean, it's going to be a bit controversial, but I do agree with all the community spirit in Coventry. Where I live on the London Road, which is half a mile away, absolutely no help whatsoever.
Okay.
And I was banging stuff through the COVID groups, with the councillors. It's like it didn't exist.
Okay.
And the main reason behind that is you had this overall COVID group, which are great, you know, the COVID Facebook groups. But the ward I'm in, St Michael's, someone unfortunately decided to take that. And I kept wondering, why is these people St Michael's? I don't recognise them. Then I found out it was St Michael's ward in Stoke-on-Trent. And as you know, if you all had COVID groups, the first thing you do was go to your COVID group and the organisation. But having said that, one of the things, and it's taught me in life, when you've got a disability, you've got to get on with it. No good feeling, sympathy, just got to get on with it. And in fact, because we didn't have a COVID group, and I've got elderly neighbours, I was the COVID group.
Brilliant.
And they didn't understand how to get food, go online, etc., etc.
So you were very driven by COVID, but the experience has given you a chance to meet other people in the city and
absolutely. Right. And is everyone here from Coventry or
people be from all over?
Yeah, and I'm going to give a plug to BBC Coventry Warwickshire because Trish is creeping up.
You're on, Trish.
It is, yeah.
So thank you. So I didn't catch your name.
Ian Oakley.
Ian, thank you, Ian. That's really, really helpful. And that's what I want to try and understand. I'm going to come back to the panel, and Taiwo, do you want to respond to Ian or to the points that have been made from the floor about how you make certain that social enterprises are not just stepping in for the failures of government?
Ian, I would just say that it's really great to see you participating as a volunteer, and it's great to see just how driven and motivated you are. And I do apologise for some of the challenges that you faced during the pandemic. And afterwards, I'll come over just to have a chat to see what support we can provide.
Well, you're not my MP,
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. But
it's a shame, to be honest.
we're all one Coventry community, so more than happy.
It wasn't for lack of trying. So
I am sorry to hear that.
no, I'm not knocking. You know, obviously that's what's happened. That's history. You know, we've got to get on with it and have a wonderful year as a City of Culture.
Absolutely, and I hope that you enjoy being a volunteer and get involved.
I'm still here.
Yes.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Thank you, a pleasure. And just going back to the first question that was asked in terms of whether or not the government won't, or is it that they can't? I'll say in certain institutions and in certain cases, it's about how willing they are to ensure that institutions are properly funded. And I think a good example is mental health. Mental health, it's great that we have many charities and many community groups who are willing to provide that mental health support. But actually, in many cases, people need specialised healthcare professionals. And what they need so desperately is that funding from local government is able to meet that need. And that is definitely a challenge in which the government has to step up to. And it's something that we, as a community, but also as politicians, have to constantly ensure that the government understands the challenges that are facing people in the community. And there has to be a policy change as to how they prioritise these funding opportunities. But I would say that it's incredible the work that charities and community groups are doing to be able to overcome those challenges, despite some of the shortfalls from the government.
Okay. George, I'm going to come to you in just a second, but I'm conscious I'm going to be timed out of giving Layla her say, and I must do that. So can we play the video for Layla Moran, who's the MP for Oxford West and Abingdon, And here's what she had to say.
Hello, Big Tent Festival. My name's Layla Moran and I'm the MP for Oxford, West and Abingdon. And I want to tell you a bit about my contribution to the book Together Again, that's been pulled together by parliamentarians and people who were involved in the response to the pandemic. And in particular, I want to highlight the local response in Oxfordshire. Now, I'm a Liberal Democrat, and we believe, and always have believed, that locally led is best. And I don't think that there could have been a more complex, more stratospheric issue that the country has dealt with than this pandemic. But when it came to the on-the-ground response, I think we can all agree that the response of our communities was incredible. There were WhatsApp groups set up. There were food banks that were either grown or set up from scratch. And it was an enormous joy to go and support those grassroots organisations as the local MP. But as they grew, and there were so many, that there were even groups that were set up to coordinate the groups, it also became clear that unless these groups were joined up with our local councils, that actually we risked some very vulnerable groups who wouldn't perhaps engage with these community groups, who would fall through the cracks. And so the Vale of Whitehorse District Council really stepped up to the mark. And in my essay, I talk about how they did it. First of all, they were very keen to encourage the groups, not to take over and not to say we know best, but they also identified that there were some aspects that were potentially problematic. And the two most obvious of those are safeguarding, of which many of the community groups didn't have direct experience, and also data sharing. How could the councils, who were part of a national structure of gold, silver, bronze, and they were being shared the official data by the Department for Work and Pensions and the Department for Health, for who was vulnerable, how could they ensure that those groups' needs were being met and joined up with the right community groups at the same time? The councils also brought not just expertise in those areas, but also resource, and in particular, the resource of being able to call hundreds of people at any one time and being able to keep track of the enormous amounts of data that were being generated. They came to the point, and I remember these conversations with the Vale, where they were just moving people off desks of non-essential work. For example, planning suffered a backlog. And you'd think, well, during a pandemic, that might happen because people were redesigning their houses. Well, actually, in the case of the Vale, it was partly because town planners were being asked to be part of call centres to help respond to the coronavirus response. And it was also deeply frustrating that the government didn't seem to want to trust councils from the off. Many times they would hear an announcement that they were directly involved in trying to deliver at the 5 p.m. press conference, when the Prime Minister was already answering the questions for how they were going to do it. And meanwhile, council leaders, chief execs and officers were on the phone to each other going, what have they just said? What is it we have to do now? The consequences of this incredible work that councils did with the local communities is some positive. It worked, and where it worked well, where it was joined up, I genuinely believe that our residents, and especially the most vulnerable residents, got a better service. But the other side to it is that we are now left with enormous financial black holes in council funding. And when people are seeking to return back to normal after this pandemic, I hope that some of the legacy of this is, first and foremost, they'll remember how the community came together, how people rallied around one another, and how they said, I'm not going to step back and protect myself, I'm going to go into the fray and help other people. But that also the critical part that local councils played in making sure that all of that was joined up and worked, and that no one was left behind. So as we now move into this post-pandemic world, I hope that the lesson to government will be listen to councils. They are close to the ground. They know their communities. Don't see them as a barrier. Don't see them as something that you can just direct either. They should be a partner in government decision making. And if you want programs to be effective and for local communities to be involved in a really meaningful way, there is no better way of engaging those communities than through local councils like the Vale of Whitehorse. So I hope you enjoy the essay. I've really enjoyed writing it. And I hope you enjoy the book and indeed the entire festival. Thank you.
So that's Leila Moran. And I think, again, the point that she raises, the question she raises about the level at which we take decisions is hugely important. And I would really love some feedback on that. Trish, you were wanting to come in. Come and use the mic. I know you've got a loud voice.
Hello, I'm talking as Trish, a mom, not Trish the journalist. George, absolutely fantastic. I've been listening to conversations around today. What you've done here is absolutely incredible. So, you know, full praise, just as not as a BBC journalist, but just as a mom and a person from Coventry. Thank you. Yeah. Just very quickly, you mentioned about volunteering. A very quick story I always want to share with you. I'm involved with a local voluntary group that try and help knife crime just because I'm related to the person who's involved in it. But yesterday, I was in a very, very tough area of Coventry as a volunteer. And it was an area that not many people go into because they fear a lot of the issues there. And just very quickly, the power of volunteering, and well done to our city hosts. There was an incident where the volunteers started to help the young people play football. And all these young people started to emerge and started to play football. Everyone was laughing, everyone was smiling. And then a fully grown man came out of nowhere and said to these young 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, get out of our hood, get out of our space. You don't belong here. And I was amazed at the volunteers who just stood there and said, no, this is our city. We belong here. No one tells us where to go in Coventry, particularly as we're helping young people. And I am telling you, the power of that yesterday, I wanted to share with you, because we can reclaim our streets. We will. There is more of us than there is of them. And this big man who just stood there while these kids were looking and said, get off, get out of our area. And these young people said no. Just to see the look on the faces of those young people was incredibly powerful. And honestly, I was so scared because I thought it's going to kick off. There's going to be there's going to be a police incident, and they stood their ground calmly. So my message is the power of volunteering. I used to be one of those people, me, myself, I. Yeah, my job, my money, my life. That's bollocks. We have to work together and work. You know what? That's why city hosts like Ian and all the team here, I salute you, because you don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk. And my message here is just really, please, I'm not being paid today. I'm here voluntary. I'm not being paid whatever. I'm saying to you, if it's the one thing you take away from, the power of volunteering, because I tell you this now, those young kids who were like 7 and 8 years old, 9 years old, were looking up to those 18 and 20-year-olds, and they were really grateful for them. And this guy and the people turned on this guy and said, shut up, leave them alone. So all I'm saying to you is I want to share that with you. I was so blown away. George, well done.
Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing that example. That's really, really great. Look, we're really out of time, but I promised I would give George just to come back. George, you know as well as I do how important it is this all runs to time.
Yeah.
Last word.
I just want to deal with, because there were two really important points made about whether the volunteering bit is made illegitimate if it's just backfilling failures of big government, and the point about metrics. So I agree with Leila in her piece about local government. I think it's very easy to bash local government. It's pretty boring often. It looks pretty municipal and bureaucratic, and I think one of the things, certainly in my part of the world, COVID showed why you need councils. If they didn't exist, we would have invented them. They mobilized, our local councils put together street groups, they distributed the boxes. I mean, it was a civic emergency on a scale I've never seen. And the councils, not the government, the councils did it. And I agree with her about that. Where I perhaps disagree is that I think for a really healthy society, the more we can encourage, help and support, not stigmatize, but help and support people to show the love they have for people in place, to volunteer, the better. And I mean, Trish has just put it more eloquently than I can. There's a little secret about volunteering.
There you go. You see, we really do need to wrap up.
It makes you feel good. And that's the truth, is that giving makes you feel good. And it's linked to mental health, and it's linked to healthy living. Volunteers tend to get out and about and walk around. So my answer to those two questions, firstly, look, there are some things that only government can do. I'm not suggesting that a volunteer force could run the armed forces. I'm not suggesting that GCHQ could be run by volunteers. You know, there's a limit, and there are some things that I'm proud that this country does really well. But as you come down the pyramid of Maslow's hierarchy, government, quite legitimately, for good reasons, is trying to help. We get to a place where we're not very good at it. So we put people in prison, and when we send people out, we give them 48 quid and the clothes they walked in and say, good luck. That is a really, really bad way to expect people not to fall back into reoffending. And it's charities and social enterprises that are doing brilliant work. We spend, you know, it costs more to keep someone in prison than at Eton. I mean, if we invested a little bit of that in social enterprises to help stop people going into prison in the first place, they'd be self-funding. And I think that would be a brilliant way of doing better what government isn't very good at. And on metrics, sir, your point is right. There is a huge wall of money, ESG investing, corporates. It's gone from CSR, yeah, we do a little bit at the weekend, to we're mainstream investing, and they need metrics, which is why I started with that curve. It does come to numbers. If you can say the cost of obesity or the cost of recidivism offending alcohol addiction is X, if you can reduce it, we'll let you keep some of the saving. Government can do that. Government's brilliant at totting up money when it suits it. Well, we can equally well tot it up and give it back. And that's a political decision. And I absolutely think that that's why I'm not in the Treasury. And it's absolutely, until we do that, I think it'll all be warm words and exhortations to volunteer. And we'll rely on the 20% of good citizens who do the 80% of the work. If we get the incentives right, 100% of citizens will discover the joy of volunteering.
George, thank you. And thank you to George, and thank you to Taiwo. And thank you to everybody who's contributed. I'm clear that we're starting the right debate. I'm very frustrated we haven't got enough time to get any further in it. But please, if you haven't seen a copy of the paper, take together again. There's a few copies up here. There's some more at the back. Grab it and write to me. Tell me your experiences. Meanwhile, you've got about 15 minutes left to grab a coffee. 2 more final sessions, one in here, one over in Piccolo, health inequalities and safer communities. And thank you for joining us.
Breakfast.
Honey nut shredded grapes.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, well, absolutely. It's been 18 months since we last met. One.
Oh yeah, I'm just
Oh,
testing
sorry,
out quickly.
sorry.
Careful what you just say 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. I could hear that.
Give me a quick 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. 1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. 7, 8, 9, 10. Aye. Oh, yeah, it's loud, isn't it? Well, have I gave you one? We're trying to prevent knife crime. Thank you so much. Oh, can I? Oh.
A group of young people in Coventry have set up a youth club in the hope that it might stop children. A group of young
Paparazzi.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Got this as well.
Thank you for coming. I know we are the last conference today, but I'm glad for those of you who have stayed behind and have joined us. The topic we are going to be talking about is our young people. We all know that they are the future for tomorrow, and we need to cherish them. I think these are the words which are in the booklets you've got. But more importantly, I think we all have a responsibility, and I've got my panelist members here today who represent a number of key organizations which is there to protect these young people from exploitation, guide them, support them, whether that's in the schools or in community centers or sporting fields. But the idea is, how do we support these kids to be our future for tomorrow in a positive way? So I've got 4 panel members, and what I'm going to do is to ask them to come forward, introduce themselves, who they are, which organizations they represent, and hopefully after that process we'll be having some questions thrown at them which they can respond. In terms of housekeeping, I am going to be encouraging people who are here to either use slido.com to submit questions, or if they want to come forward, there's a mic here and they can ask questions there. So please, feel free to do that. And I'm hoping that we can have a good two-way conversation to see how we can take this topic further. So more important than me is the panel members. So I'm going to introduce my first one, which is Mark Payne, who is the Assistant Chief Constable of the local policing West Midlands Police. So Mark, if you would like to come and introduce yourself.
Right, hi folks. Can you hear me? Right, good start. So I'm Mark Payne. I'm an Assistant Chief Constable in West Midlands Police. So West Midlands Police covers, it's the second largest force in the country after the Met. So we cover the whole of West Midlands, Birmingham, Coventry, and the surrounding towns, Wolverhampton. So I now sit as part of the executive team of West Midlands Police, which means that I'm responsible with the team for running the force. My day job is I look after local policing, which means that I have responsibility for the neighbourhood policing teams across the whole of West Midlands, which is obviously a great job. But before that, I was head of the CID, and before that, I was head of homicide. So I've spent a lot of my career dealing with violence, youth violence. I've undertaken over 200 murder inquiries, sat in lots of rooms with lots of parents who've lost their child, had to deal with lots of young people who end up in jail, their lives ruined as a result of, often one poor decision. And I find myself now with responsibility for looking after violent crime amongst many other things in my sort of portfolio, which means that I have a responsibility for working with everybody who has a vested interest in keeping our young people safe. Lots of partner agencies and lots of sort of third sector providers. And I'm hugely passionate about keeping young people safe and keeping young people away from violence, because having sat in those rooms with those parents and having sat through the court trials and seen these young people's lives disappearing before their eyes, I think it's a huge responsibility that I have, but that lots of other partner agencies and lots of other people who have a vested interest in this share. And I think that together we have a responsibility just to help our young people in as many different ways as we can, and divert them away from the things that drive them into violence. And I'm sure we'll come on to talk about that. But that's who I am. That's why I'm here today, and I really hope we have a great conversation. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Mark. You will have gathered that I haven't done this before, and I'm not very good at this. I should have introduced myself. My name is Ghulam Bora. I've been living in Coventry for the last 50 years. I come from Kenya, but in my personal passion, if you like, has been working in the community, and I wear many hats. But the whole purpose of this is that if there is something that I can do to support my community, whether it's my faith community, whether it's my neighborhood community, I get involved. And through the last 18 months, COVID has been one of those key areas that we've been working with. The presentation one before, it was really quite interesting for me because we've been engaged in that. So that's me. I also, in terms of the reason I think Julie asked me here, is I'm the co-chair of the Coventry Community Forum. So that's an ID that works with the West Midlands Police in terms of scrutinizing how they are working effectively in Coventry. So I think that's the reason I've been asked to chair this. So apologies, I should have done that first. But anyway, my next panelist that I would like to invite is the youngest member of the panel, somebody who's done a lot of fantastic work, and it's Tyler Campbell. I think we're going to see a video first, and then Tyler will come and introduce himself.
A group of young people in Coventry have set up a youth club in the hope that it might stop children in the city getting involved in knife crime.
I think it's time to stop and time for young people to help other young people out there. Because of me being young as well, will help other young people be inspired, maybe stop doing what they do and have a better future and have better opportunities in their life.
These are young people here making their own stand and we're supporting them.
People said I'd get lost, I didn't think so. I was young, naive, only thought about love. I look back now and think, why didn't I listen? Cause that day came and I ended up in prison. Your condition inspirational to me. Very drunk, so crazy. Wish you were still here right now. That's selfish of me. I know you've been free. You all there with me till you click, baby. You keep reading to your right, this dollar cutty. We'll always have to wait for friends and family. Still can't believe how cool I can be. So we'll all meet again. Let's go then. We did it that day, folks. We did it.
Silent night, holy night, shepherds wait, and the sun, glory shining, heaven and throne. Christ the Savior is born. Christ the Savior is born.
My name is Tyler Campbell. I'm the founder of Fridays Coventry. It's a youth club I've set up to prevent knife crime, gang violence for 15-17 in Coventry, trying to keep more young people off the street with our entertainment and education as well.
In the video, Tyler's our host today, and the organisation Friday has done fantastic work.
Hi, my name is Tyler Campbell, founder of Fridays. We're on a trip today with the volunteers, some of the team, some of the music artists as well, to Radio 1 Extra.
But when I'm around certain people, I'm not feeling it. Keep it on the O, on the low, L-O-W, because that's how it goes. Look on my left, I see Kennedy and Tyler Campbell. Yo, he's right next to me.
Finish it off.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Hope everyone's well. Thank you for putting that video on as well. So my name is Tyler Campbell. I'm 20 years old. I'm the founder of Fridays Coventry. I'm also one of the 15 leaders in the City of Culture leadership program, and it was set up to prevent knife crime, gang violence, and to tackle antisocial behavior to better young people's future. I started Fridays Coventry because family and friends that I knew lost people to knife crime, and they were really grieving, and I wanted to do something. So I set it up when I was in college, when I was 18 years old, and it was set up as a nightclub for young people, but with educational purposes. So we started at a local club. Upstairs was entertainment and downstairs was education. In the entertainment side, it was like barbers giving free haircuts to young people. There'd be hairdressers, makeup, DJs, presenters, even ping pong and virtual reality. In the education side, there'd be CV writing, job interview techniques, and different businesses were coming to promote what they did to better young people's future. Most of our projects are being based off like the entertainment and the education aspect, and it's all been off youth-led ideas. So it's actually young people helping young people, and young people are really the future. They're going to be the next generation, and we need to teach the parents, the families, and really get that negative stigma out of Coventry and bring that positivity back. Please contact us. We have a lot of different opportunities that we've got going. We've got electric go-karts as well with the Warwick Uni, Cov Uni, trying to help people into engineering opportunities. We've got a youth board as well for smart young people who can join and bring any ideas that they have and really bring their voice out. We've got a dance group, we've got a choir. They're actually going to be they're going to be the first choir to go to Eurovision and hopefully win it. So let's get a big round of applause for that. And we've got more opportunities to come. So any idea that anyone has, please come to Fridays. We'll hopefully have an opportunity that we can provide and better your future. It's always about listening to your ideas and moving off that and spreading that positivity. At Fridays Coventry on all social media, and we've still got a big future to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tyler. And it's wonderful to see a young person working with the other young people to promote that working together relationship. So thank you, Tyler. Fantastic work. My next panelist is Liz Galton, Director of Public Health. All yours, Liz.
Thank you, and thanks for your time, everybody, this afternoon. As Gulam says, I'm Liz Galton, I'm Director of Public Health at the City Council, and you may think, what's public health got to do with youth violence, knife crime, etc., and actually quite a lot. And you may think public health, certainly over the last 18 months, has all been about COVID, and every time you hear a Director of Public Health talk, that is what they've been talking about. But about 2 years ago, we started on a journey in the city, both myself and Mike O'Hara, the area lead police, in terms of actually working together to provide a preventative approach to preventing knife crime within the city and really support young people and communities to find better ways. And we know to do that, we have to start really early with families, really early with communities, really early with individual young people. And that's the public health approach. That's the population-based approach. So it's about working from a very young age with school children. It's about putting some of the fantastic activities on, such as Tyler leads. But there's a range of other things we do at various steps along that footprint for people who feel that they are perhaps being drawn into violence or they are being victims of violence, and what we can do to prevent that happening. So a really big, rich area, but such an important area. And my ambition, I've been in the city for 5 years now, and my ambition is to improve outcomes for everybody in this city, but particularly for children and young people. So that's why I'm here today. Great to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And we will have opportunities to ask Liz questions and explore how public health are supporting this issue with young people. The last panelist, and not the least, is Rashid Bayat, founder member of the Positive Youth Foundation and the CEO, I think, as well. So,
thank you. I think, yeah, Rashid Bayat, CEO and founder of the Positive Youth Foundation, and also here representing the Coventry Youth Partnership, which is a network of organisations. Naomi's here from Grapevine, Tyler from Friday. So it's a collective of organisations from Coventry who come together for the betterment of young people. If I'm very honest with you, there's a few things that will come out today which some people might find uncomfortable. So I won't apologise for that. But what I will say is I've kind of come out of retirement today to speak about this subject. So for a number of years, I just stopped speaking about violence and young people because of the kind of challenges that it brings. I think young people have got a huge role to play within this, but as adults as well, we've really contributed to the issue that we have around violence that affects young people. So hopefully we'll explore some of that today. I think as well, credit to the organisers for taking on such a brave subject. You know, it's easy to shy away from things like this, but this is real. Young people's lives are being affected, families are being torn apart, and our communities are being crippled by this. So things like this are important, as long as we're being honest with each other, but really we're taking away from here, and away from here we're doing things with what we're sharing. So as an organisation, we've been around for about 25 years now, showing my age a little bit. We work with young people who find themselves in all kinds of complex and challenging circumstances. And amongst that are young people that are affected by violence. Now, violence doesn't just come on its own. You know, there's a whole host and range of things that lead a young person in a community to get into that kind of arena that then ends in violence. So let's hope we can unpick some of that today and really come up with some solutions that are meaningful rather than us just come in and have a good old chat today. So looking forward to the next time. And I think audience participation will be really important today because, you know, quite a few of us as professionals will get around a table and we speak, but we need to hear from the people that this affects the most. And you guys taken an effort to come today on a Saturday afternoon. So yeah, let's really get together and make this as open as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid. And I think it is good to see in our audience that we got people from a different age range. We got some very young people, and then we got some older people like me. So I'm hoping that we can all come together and use this topic and see how we can discuss and we can identify strategies and ways to take this forward. So I'm going to kick off by asking the first question, and I'm going to initially target it to a panel member, but then I will ask other panel members if they wish to add to that. So my first one, Tyler, is to you. Okay, you work with young people. What do you see are the barriers that we face getting young people to engage in a positive way? Yes, please. Yes, please.
I think the barriers are communication. I think all we need to do is actually talk to the young people, ask them what they actually want.
You don't need to do that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear me.
Yeah, all you have to do is ask the young people what they want. Young people will tell you honestly what they want provided, services, and how you can do it. Social media is a big way to do it, but also talking to young people in person on the street is the best way that I communicate. We ask young people, what do you want? What prizes do you want? What ideas do you want to bring? And we always get different suggestions. Most of our ideas are from young people as well. So that's where we've actually got through to the success or the ideas that we've got within Friday. So I think it's the communication and it's the trust as well. If you promise a young person that you're going to help them out, you're going to bring support and communication, then they're definitely going to trust you and open up more. And that leads to more more young people being heard. They're going to tell word of mouth as well. So it's going to really help out.
I'll open this up to any of the other panel members. And do you feel in the areas that you are working with, public health, policing, positive youth, what would you see as barriers for these young people to bring them, to engage with them more effectively? Are there any? So yeah, please, Mark.
So we invest a lot of time trying to engage with young people. For very obvious reasons, lots of young people don't feel comfortable talking to the police often because of the roles that police play in society. Young people will not always feel comfortable approaching us. We work really, really hard as a police force to try and engage young people. We have officers now whose full-time job it is to work in schools. Those schools will be the areas where we know most violence happens, or people who commit violence disproportionately come from those areas. So, we work really hard, but actually we are realistic. We know there are always going to be young people who won't be comfortable talking to the police, which is why a lot of the effort that we put in is to generate, work in partnership with people who have better opportunities to understand what young people want and then feed those in so that we can adjust the way that we work in accordance with the way that young people want to be policed. It's really important that we are seen as a legitimate body, that we're not an enforcement body. We're somebody who really wants to stop violence taking place and young people being involved in it. But actually, the partnerships that we're involved in are absolutely at the core of that. And young people through those partnerships can sometimes feel much happier talking to the police and engaging with us than they do directly. So,
Thanks, Mark. Rashid, I'm going to ask you that, because I know your organization works with young people, but in that process, you must be coming across challenges and barriers all the time.
Yeah, I think it's the golden ticket, really, if we can find out what these barriers are. But let's just take a step back and consider life and consider society from the eyes of a young person. Let's look at what stage in a young person's life are things accessible to them. So cuts from central government to youth services means that there are no longer community youth centres. Young people can't just naturally access a safe place or safe adults that they can like they used to. Granted, there are organisations that are trying to do it, but the funding isn't there, and we can talk about that later, I'm sure. But access to safe provision is a huge barrier for young people. If you look at the education system, schools are stretched, absolutely stretched in terms of what they're being asked to do at the moment. So that then in turn leads to more barriers for young people within the education system, in particular those that aren't absolutely settled in a school, or school might not be for them. If we look at young people in general, anytime a young person or groups of young people are out, not always, but quite often, they're labelled as gangs. The police will tell you we only have 2 official urban street gangs in Coventry. But if you talk to the general public, because of the media perception, because of the adult voice around it, gangs are everywhere, which isn't true. It's young people just doing what young people do. And that's happened for all generations. Young people congregate, they stand outside the chippy, they stand outside wherever it is, and that's what they do. It's not a gang. So we've got an issue with working with the media on that. The big issue as well, really, is if you look at public spaces as well, how accessible is a public space for young people? Young people just want to kick a football around. Everywhere you go now, you see no ball games here signs. So where do young people now go to play? Where do they go and enjoy themselves? So if you look at a barrier for a young person's perspective, what we hear from there is there's very few places for a young person to go where they can feel safe and yet just do what they want to do as young people. That's something we need to address as a wider society, and it's a policy issue. All these things come down to policies which adults make, which just don't involve young people enough in those decisions. We have lots of things called consultation with young people. You hear that all the time. We consult with young people. But how often do we consult with the young people that it matters to most? When it comes to this subject of violence, how often are we actually working with young people who are most affected by violence? We can't just speak to young people generally and say, right, we've got the voice. It's not good enough. And the same thing goes with projects. You know, we commission a lot of work out of our organisation, and we're involved with a lot of funding at a national level, either giving or distributing. We've got into this really difficult position where we've made youth organisations use words such as youth violence and knife crime. So if you include those words in your funding application, you might get some money. But when you get the money, how close are you to the young people that need it the most? So we've got this real strange issue going on at the moment where we're forcing a sector down this, right, you've got to work on violence, you've got to work on knife crime. Unpopular opinion, we're actually causing more trouble and we're actually creating more problems for young people because we're working in an unregulated sector of working with young people where you can't just give the money to anyone to do this work. You've got to work with specialists. And that's a huge barrier for me. We end up picking up the pieces of a lot of young people that go through funded projects. The organisations have long gone from Coventry when the funding's gone, but the organisations that are Coventry-based are left to pick up the pieces. I'll go on for too long, so I need to shut up. But a barrier really is around addressing policy that affects young people the most by working with young people, but being really appropriate. Let's be clear here. If we're talking about violence, you've got to work with the young people and families that are most affected, not just everybody, and call it a violence project.
Thank you, Rashid. I think that's very, very appropriate. My next question, I'm going to direct it to Liz. Whose responsibility is it to keep young people safe? And how can organizations and families work together to provide that safe, secure environment? And I think Rashid touched on that. You know, if we are going to have parks, if we're going to have facilities available for young people, they have to be safe, they have to be accessible. So,
okay, thank you. So whose responsibility is it to keep young people safe? Well, it's all of our responsibility to keep young people safe, and it's certainly all of our responsibility to keep young people safe. But it has to sit with communities and in communities, and it has to sit with settings. So if you are in school, then the school at that time you are there has a responsibility to keep you safe, etc. But it's much bigger than that, isn't it? And no one organisation can be responsible. As a city, we have something called a safeguarding board, a local safeguarding board, which does have responsibility for keeping young people of the city safe. But at a more granular level, on a daily basis, we all have a responsibility to look out for the needs of everybody and indeed to protect people. So I would say it's everybody's responsibility to keep everybody safe. But we have to give people the tools to do that, and also the permission to do that, because people may feel that they see things they're uncomfortable with but don't feel it's their responsibility to intervene, though I do think we all have a responsibility to intervene when we see things that we are uncomfortable with. So I'm probably going to leave it there and say we all have a role in it, and let's make most of that role. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Any of the other panel? Yes, please, Tyler, if you want to add to that.
Add a little quick thing in from the last one. I think it's linked sort of communication again. So young people told us, as you said, about the gangs, like there was town gangs, there's other gangs going on in Coventry, but they said they didn't feel safe when we did it in town, when we first had it in July 2019. So at the end of December, we did Fridays on the road, taking what we did at Fridays, entertainment, education, to all different schools, community centres, and took Fridays to the people. We had so much success in that. So when we went to a school, like Lincoln School, the young people doubled the week after when we came back. So we found out actually taking Fridays, what we did with our barbers, giving free haircuts, the entertainment, education side, taking it to the people and letting us know where the areas where they want to go, where they feel safe. We have our security on the night there as well. we've had no issues ever at Fridays. The police have been involved and they've been really helpful. So I think it's just the communication side. We've taught Fridays through the young people. They feel a bit more safer, and we've had more success than that. And we've actually seen more young entrepreneurs come out of Fridays, and we're still trying to find them out today. And I think it's the volunteers. We have our volunteers that escort the young people there and back to Fridays. And just again, our first funding was from police as well. So they really helped out. And I think it's just keeping that safe and secure establishment that Fridays has, and in that name.
Thank you, Tyler. That's absolutely spot on. And I can vouch for that because I'm a governor at Lingholt School. And that Fridays project that happened at school, the school was absolutely fantastic. My next question is probably to Assistant Police Constable. How can you support and empower the young people to be proactively engaged in some of the the work that Tyler's talking about?
So let me just I'll answer that question. I'll just go back to the last question as well.
Please do.
So here are some of the facts about violence and where violence happens and where people live who tend to be perpetrators and victims of violence. They have typically lower standards of education, lower educational outcomes. They have worse health outcomes. They have more difficult relations with the law and are over-policed and end up disproportionately going to jail, disproportionately getting cautions as young people, which make their life opportunities worse. So you see an overlapping of all the public bodies, all the people with responsibility for young people. They are all worse in areas where violent crime is higher. So, it is absolutely everybody's responsibility to do it, but at the minute we are not doing it well enough. Young people, and going back to a point that Rashid makes, young people, where they behave in a social way, they gather, they play football, they might play music or whatever young people do. Typically, the older generation perceive that behaviour as antisocial behaviour, which means that often what young people see as social, everybody else sees as antisocial, and then they call the police, and then the police come, and the young people disproportionately are subject of from these areas will be subject to law enforcement, which is just the wrong way. So how do we empower young people? Well, the first thing is that people with responsibility have to find a way of getting the voice of young people into the decision making. And we started off at the front talking about engaging young people. It is really, really difficult. Young people don't feel comfortable sometimes coming into environments where these decisions are made. They don't feel often that they are listened to. They don't have a voice around the table. You look around the table where these decisions are made, and Tyler is a real exception to this, but there are often people who look like me, who are white males, slightly older, and as a result, we think we know what young people want. What's really important is that we open ourselves up to the people who actually understand what young people want and let them influence the way that we spend the money. Because, frankly, the people at the lower end of our organisations, they can't influence the way that money is spent in the way that the people at the top do. So we have got to be receptive to listening to what young people want, and have got to open the door to young people who have all the best ideas, but often can't find a way to get their voice heard.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Rashid, would you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think.
How do we support and empower young people?
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. In all honesty, it's about listening to young people. It's about giving young people a credible, genuine voice. And I'm so glad you raised a bit about representation, because now more than ever, the phrase is out there, but we've been asked some big questions now about how we operate as a society. If you look at all the race relations work that's gone on over the last year, a lot of questions are being asked now. Who makes decisions and for who? And I still think we've got a big challenge on our hands in terms of how we recruit, not just as kind of a social sector, but almost as a country, and how we deal with decision making. In that, until we have a recruitment process in place for board members, for employees, for civil leaders that reflects the people that are going to be worked with, we're always going to be here. So in 5, 10, 15 years' time, unless boardrooms start looking like the people that they intend to serve, we're going to be here. Because how can you expect somebody who comes from a real middle-class background to understand what's going on the streets in Hill Fields, Canley, Wood End, in Coventry? For all the goodwill in the world, they're there with the right language, they're there with the right intentions. But those people that live in those communities, they may not be able to articulate themselves in exactly the same way as you might be able to, but their message is so important. And I think we've got to be braver as a society and as professionals to break down our own barriers. It's not even about giving up a seat at the table. It's about pulling up another chair sometimes. Sometimes we get quite possessive. But, oh, this is going to cost me my role, or this could cost me my position. We've got to put that to one side. Young people's lives are being lost. This is what we're talking about here. This is not a nice to have. Kids are dying. My organisation and other organisations here, we're working with the families and the young people who are actually losing their lives. A year ago, on the first day of lockdown, a kid that has been with us since 6 years old was brutally murdered. And that's the reality. We're dealing with the families still a year onwards. Policy moves on, but the voice of young people, the voice of those families, and the experts in the community that we just ignore on a daily basis, that's what we need to start listening to now. We need to start mobilizing our community members, not just in forums, not just in kind of, let's have a consultation, like I said before. It's just not enough. Our recruitment needs to reflect the people we want to be working with, and that's how we're going to move things forward here. I mean, I'm glad you said it, because I think it's a really important thing to accept. When we're looking at the policymakers around violence, how many come from the communities that this affects the most? That's the challenge for all of us. And we've got to take that on quite seriously, because we can talk forever. But until those people are sat behind the table as experts, it's not a race thing, because one of the challenges that we have in Coventry is, like many parts across the UK, it's not a race war, not at all. This now includes everybody. And that actually raises a different issue. I grew up in an area called Hill Fields that some of you might know. Violence isn't new. Violence has been there since I was a kid. Knives have been there, guns have been there. We've always known violence. So why now that it affects more communities because of this invention called county lines that has been there forever, all of a sudden now it starts to mean more to people? That's an issue. We've been calling out for this support for years, but now it's a bigger issue. That support is going to come, because it has to come. Because whilst the violence has always been there, the levels have increased, the risk has increased. So we've got to do something with that now. For me, these things are useful, and we've got to have those open conversations.
Thank you, Rashid. Other two colleagues, do you want to add anything to that? Please, if you want to say something. I'm going to shut up after that and open the questioning to the people on the floor. So if any of you do want to ask a question, I suggest if you try to come to the front here, and you can then come and speak on the mic. Also, slido.com if you wish to register a question. Please, Tyler, carry on.
Hello. Yeah, I think, honestly, you've got to ask people what they want. Asking people what they want, you'll get the true answer. Recently, we've even had people offer opportunities saying they want to have a choir, they want to have a dance group, they want a football team, they like sports. We're bringing that. We've got a Friday's football team on our way. People are interested in acting. We've got a massive opportunity that's not been done before, with a movie being made in a week. Yes, a week. You've heard that right. So we've got crazy opportunities, and this is all from young people. Even last year, Radio 1 Extra offered us an opportunity to take DJs, music artists, as you've seen there, to Radio 1 Extra. That's not an everyday opportunity. That's going to London, and from Coventry, when you see that, it's a massive place. It's like America. It's crazy. So when you go there, the young people loved it, and it's empowerment. Anything that people want, you just got to ask them what they want, and I provide answers. If it's in real life, you ask them, if it's online, and I really give you the answer. So I think empowerment comes from the motivation that you want to provide for young people. How much do you want to motivate people to do better, to get success, and show them what the outcome of success is? When you see young people who are actually going on to, we've had volunteers that have gone from selling drugs on the street to actually being interested into news round. They've got BBC contacting them, trying to be a presenter. You've got other people with a young girl that's got a song on to BBC. When you see the outcomes of what can happen, it motivates more young people to do what they want to do and achieve the success they want to succeed. So I think it's just asking people what they want and motivating them and making sure that you're passionate for the young people.
Thank you, Tyler. That's excellent. I've got two questions on the board, so I'm going to read the first one out. Because funding is scarce, our youth organizations only work with certain groups of young people chasing the funding. And I think you touched on that, Rashid, because funding is that issue. But does it actually go through the system, and does it serve? And is it restricted to certain groups?
Good question. Good question, Sally Butt. Is it say? Sally Block. Good question. Yes, unfortunately. No organisation, the local authority, the police, funding isn't how it used to be. Nobody's got that luxury just to spend how they want. That's the reality of things. But the way funding is set up, highly restrictive now, Unfortunately, like I said before, there's certain criteria that you have to meet to achieve the funding as an organisation. And all too often, I'm afraid, you have to go with what the current trends are, what the current risks are, and what's most needed in the city. And you can't get away from the fact that Coventry needs that support around young people, violence, exploitation. So unfortunately, what we've got now is a situation where many organisations have to become that organisation. And the massive risk with that is they're not set up in that way around their governance. Their staff don't have the skills to do that work. They certainly don't have the safeguarding to be able to make sure young people are safe while they're with them. So the way funding is set up is a massive issue, and it's contributing, in our opinion, in our professional opinion, it's contributing to the further exploitation of young people, the further issues with young people and violence, because what we do by doing that, by having those funding streams in place and by funding organisations, we're fooling ourselves. We're kidding ourselves that we've got organisations out there doing that work. But it doesn't take much to realise the young people coming through the door aren't the young people that need the most support. And that's the real challenge we've got. And that's hard. That's hard to listen to. It's hard to say. It's hard to accept that we've created an absolute monster of an industry that we need to pull in very quickly, because young people who are most affected by violence are still carrying on in that without the support they need. And we've done that as adults. It goes back to my point around policy.
Thank you for that. I know Liz wants to say something on this.
Yeah, so because we were quite organised in Coventry quite early on around this area, around youth violence, we did manage to pull in quite a lot of what we call funny money over the last couple of years. But the trouble with that, as Rashid has just described, is it's people who come in, it's short-term funding, and then they go away again. Then organisations such as PYF are left picking up the pieces, if you like. So that's a positive in a way that we get the money in, but it's not a long-term solution. So I think my preferred option, which is where we're really pushing this, is that violence prevention becomes everybody's business and every organisation's business. So if you take something like health visiting service, one of the services I'm responsible for, then our health visitors are one of the many eyes and ears going into homes, looking at things that are not quite right very early on. That could be around domestic abuse. It could be about children that aren't thriving. And it's about getting in at that stage and actually working with the family to make sure that we don't end up in a situation 10 years later when we've got very vulnerable children who are just not finding the support they need. So short-term money, it's good in the short term, but it comes with lots and lots of problems. And it has to be about schools, health, all of those services, police working together to come together with communities to make a long-standing difference.
Okay, it's trying to have an impact in terms of embedding processes, yeah. I think. The second question, and I'm going to look at the assistant constable to kick off trying to answer that. Is there any work being done with young girls who are vulnerable to involvement in violence? And I'm going to then follow that up with you, Tyler, because I think, yeah.
Got you.
So, Sally, can I just, where's Sally? Sorry. Online. Oh, in which case I can't ask her. That's a good start, wasn't it? So I think young girls are often the sort of the missing group in some of our violent crime work. So if you look at some of the pathways that we have available to divert young people out of violence, they tend to be aimed at young males because they are often the perpetrators and victims of violent crime. So they'll often be around sports or sort of music, or some of the pathways that are very typically aimed at young men. But I can tell you, young girls are probably exploited more by gangs than some of our young boys. They will often be the people who will be used to carry guns because they know young boys are more likely to get stopped and searched than young girls are. They will often be people who are used to take drugs into events because men will often, young males know they'll be searched more. And the exploitation around young girls and the amount of murders where I have, run the murder, where often the weapon was taken to the event by a girl because they're frightened of the violence that might be perpetrated towards them, or they often, feel they have an obligation to help, take weapons or drugs into events. It is a real problem. And one of the things that we're looking at the minute is where we are spending finite public money, are we spending it in the right places? So to Rashid's point, do the funds, the scarce public funds, actually go to the root of the problem? And I do think we do have a problem that the diversion pathways we have available to us are often not aimed at young girls and are not helpful in keeping young girls away from violence and away from getting drawn into violence and some of the causes of violence. So I think that's a really good question, because at the minute my answer to that would be no. I don't think we have the right provision in place to keep young girls away from violence in the way that sometimes we do around young men.
Thank you, Mark. Tyler, would you, because I know the video clip that I showed, there were both boys and girls in terms of the support. So do you want to try to expand on that answer?
I think everyone's really vulnerable to involvement in violence, but yeah, especially girls as well. Like within girls, they are seen as a shadow where it's only the males who are doing it. But yeah, within the projects that we do, I feel like it does suit to all women and men, and it is the ideas that they can bring. Any females and males can bring in ideas that can better their future. I think we can't ever judge anyone. So when we're on the street or when we're online, when we're talking to anyone, don't just talk to someone that you feel comfortable talking to. Speak to everyone. If it's girls on the street, if it's guys on the street, and treat them all equally, because you never know which one who's going through the same experience as well. You know what I mean? So I think to that question, yeah, it is no as well. But I think we can do more by doing more courses, doing more programs, and that's what we've got coming up within Fridays as well.
Thank you, Tyler. Anybody in the audience, please, do you like to come and, is this on, yeah?
If you were a policy maker, as a young person, what would you do and why? So.
Who wants to take that? As a policy maker, what would you do and why?
Is that creating rules?
So I'll have a go at that. One of the, and I'll talk from a sort of a policing point of view, that's my expertise. One of the big policy barriers that we have, I think, is the the way that we drive young people into the criminal justice system. There are actually very few levers available. So police get called to a violent crime. What do? We arrest people because that's, or we deal with them by way of caution or charge, and it drives young people into the criminal justice system. What I would much rather be doing with young people is having a range of options available to us that take that young person who might be the first or the second time they're involved in violence and divert them away from the things that are causing the violence. So it might be they are getting drawn into gang culture, and Rashid is right to say, gangs are not everywhere. They are not dominating society, but sometimes they get young people get drawn in for a range of reasons that actually, if we did the right thing with them at that point and pointed them in a different direction, we could give them a much better life outcome. Because what I know is that as soon as young people are in the system, their life chances are automatically much, much worse than people who are not in the system. It prevents them accessing jobs, it prevents them accessing careers, it prevents them accessing often further education. So from my point of view, if I was to have the sort of policy sort of platform, I would put much more effort into getting young people diverted away from the things that are causing the violence, rather than putting the money into some of the criminal justice outcomes that the police really don't want to. We don't want to be dealing with violence. We don't want to be sending people to prison. We don't want to be giving young people criminal convictions. But actually, in policy terms, there are very little alternative routes that we can go down. I would prefer a policy outcome that allowed police to get hold of young people and point them in an entirely different direction the first or second time we come into contact with them.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody else want to add to that? Rashid, I'm going to pick on you because in what you've said earlier, you have been critical of the policymakers because of whether they're engaging with the right people or the right people around the table. So taking that same question, if you were the policymaker, what would you do and why?
God, I wish I didn't criticize anyone now.
No, but you know what I'm getting at.
That's a great question.
It's a very valid question.
That's a really good question. Nice one. I think, first of all, reinvest in early intervention. So, we're dealing with things way too late. We're dealing with things at a crisis point. It's all kicked off. The proverbials hit the fan. We're trying to find money to fix things, but it's so far broken by then. So reinvest in early interventions through schools, through youth services, through the health service, through the police service, more officers on the ground, which is out of their control. So that'd be a really big thing. Start with that. Second thing, representation at a policy level. Representation of our MPs, where they sit, the respect that they have, representation of young people, maybe even do myself out a job, and a certain amount of people of a certain age should be represented as well. So we're really being careful about we're not just filling it with old dinosaurs like me when we're talking about policy. I think third thing I thought of really was just about kind of doing this a lot more, having real honest, safe conversations where you get to speak to people. But we've got to get these conversations from a fancy venue like this onto the streets where it matters. I think that's what's really important. If we took this conversation now to the streets of Wood End, to Canley, we're going to get some real honest answers. But we're not brave enough to do that just yet. But we need to be. So I think that's a little bit around that.
Thank you, Rashid. I'm hoping the MPs got that message there. I think that's very important that we try to get the political side of things. Anybody else got any questions? Please, if you'd like to come forward, have this young man. Please. Give us your name as well, if you may.
Okay. My name is Nathan Field, and from the perspective of a 14-year-old, what can I do to help?
Thank you,
Great
Nathan. That's a very, very valuable question. I'm going to look at all four panel members and say, who wants to say how you can engage Nathan into the process? Go on, Tyler.
I'd say big up to you, Nathan. Great question as well. I'd say contact Fridays. You can even create your own ideas, projects. I think I talked to you before. We've got a youth board as well. So this is 11 to 18, where you can bring any of your ideas, projects, have your own voice as well. You know what I mean? And also our field program. We've got a business leadership program, and any other ideas that you want to bring to Fridays, we're always open to ears. We know we have all these opportunities. Any interest that you have, we can provide an opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? How can you make use of Nathan? Please, Liz.
Just really want to say, admire your confidence and don't lose that. And you need to keep challenging us as senior leaders and policy makers. So yeah, just keep going and keep it out there. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yes, please, Tyler.
Quickly,
Tyler's forgot something for you, Nathan.
Have you got a talent? Like, what are you interested in? Sorry.
Well, I go to this theatre club every week, and I find that to be quite fun. And I have a talent of creative writing when it comes to like stories and stuff, fictional stories, that kind of thing.
Yeah, because right now we've got a book publishing house as well within Friday. So anyone who's got a story to tell, come to us as well. We can get your book out there, not just the commentary, but around the whole country. And our movie as well, our new funding idea within the movie being made in a week. We're looking for screenwriters as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Nathan. Thank you.
Big up, Nathan.
Hello. A quick question. Working right back at the beginning, you spoke about diversion activities and that sort of thing. Looking at young people in history, they were like warriors and hunters and things like that. And I think if I think about my 15-year-old self, I wanted to be strong and tough and courageous, and I liked adrenaline. And I look at the cities we have, and I don't see any avenue for that. There's computer games and there's nothing to show for young people that they're courageous and that they can take pain and they don't flinch and all of that. Are we building societies as old people in a very sort of head-led way rather than a heart-led way that we would if we were 15, I thought.
Okay, thank you for that. Interesting question.
I don't want to take it now.
Please,
did you want to take it?
We can share if you want.
Go on, Mark. Both of you.
Double act.
Yeah, double act. We're our first double act.
So I think something that we've spoken about a lot. You're absolutely right. You know, the people who are making the decisions are older people, and we are making decisions based on probably what life was like when we grew up, and the world has moved on a huge amount there. and probably by projecting what we think is the right thing to do onto young people. And what we're terrible at is letting young people influence the way that we do business. So you're absolutely right. You know, the outlets that young people might want might not be actually the things that we are putting in place. And it comes back to, we've got to find a better way of letting young people influence the way that we make decisions.
Yeah, I totally agree. Great question. I just want to pick up on a word you used, because I think it's a really important word. You use the word diversion, and we use that a lot with young people. But take that as an analogy of driving. If you take a diversion, your destination is still the same place in most cases. So when we're trying to divert young people from crime, they could still end up in the same place if we're not careful. We need to think more developmental about our work. And to address your point around kind of the creativity and what we're doing with young people, we're the city of culture. So now's our time to get that right. You know, opportunities will come to the city, and we have to be in the right place at the right time to be able to really make most of those opportunities, to make sure they don't just pass us by, but the young people that need it the very most will be there to benefit and then to influence what happens beyond that, because the legacy of that work is going to be just as important to make sure that all of our kids in this city have the best possible life chances. So I think it's a good question.
Thank you. Thank you, Rashid. Thank you, Mark. I've been asked to wrap up this very interesting discussion, and I know we could probably go on much longer. So I'm going to ask my panelists, you will ask, is if they would like to give one little message or one statement that you want to make in conclusion. So I'm going to start with you, Liz.
Okay.
And just work my way around. Sorry.
Very briefly then, no one's mentioned mental health yet. I just wanted to say mental health, early intervention, really, really important. Massive crossover with youth violence and families and individuals thriving. So didn't want to lose that thread from today. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Mark?
So I suppose I'm just going to talk a little bit about bravery. So Nathan, I think, you know, really brave to get up in front of a group of people and ask a question. So I think we all need to be a bit braver. I think the people like me need to be brave enough to sort of open the door a little bit and let other people in, people who actually know what's going on, and listen to them. And then I think when that door is open, young people have got to be a little bit braver in terms of walking through it and being courageous enough to actually sit down and tell truth to the people who actually have the opportunity to do something about it. So it'd be great if we could all be a little bit braver and you know, be really courageous enough to listen and work together and make things better for everybody.
Thank you, Mark. Tyler?
I think my lasting words is that you've all got talent and don't lose it. You can't beat positivity, like you can't fight it. Being positive is always going to have a positive future, positive action. Everyone in this room has got a talent. Our slogan is unlocking youth potential. So young people and people in general are all born with a talent, a potential. It's about pushing that, trying to find out what it is, and carry on being positive and trying to better your future and others around you. So stay positive. You've got a talent. Don't lose it, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, Tyler.
I would say give young people the chance and be prepared to be amazed.
Thank you. Well, I think with that statement, I'd like to thank the panelists for joining us. I've been very brave to stand up and be you know, put their views across, answer those critical questions. So I thank all the 4 panel members. So can we just put our hands together? And then obviously a thank you to all of you for hanging on, being with the last show today. And there's a gentleman is going to want to say something. So can I thank all of you for attending, for participating. Sir, did you want to say something?
I wanted to come, so I'm George Freeman, founder of the Big Tent, and I wanted to thank you for this last session, and for all of you. You've captured, Tyler, your last words there, just completely nailed what the Big Tent is all about. And I just wanted to, we're closing the festival formally now.
Thank you.
To just leave with you one message, really, which is when we created the Big Tent, it was because we believed that most people in this country care deeply, and they care most of all deeply about the people and the places they love, and they wish the government cared a bit more about the people and the places they love. And government looks like this big machine. I'm an MP, I've been a minister in the government. Believe me, I don't want to serve a machine. I want to serve the people and places I love. And so we set up the Big Tent because we felt that politicians have got to come out of the comfort zone, get out of the tribal party politics, get out of the blue suit, come out of Westminster and come and support leaders on the ground, yourselves, actually making a difference. And that ultimately, if we unlock the capacity, the capability of every Tyler, of every city like Coventry, of every neighborhood, then we could do for this country what Gareth Southgate is doing for the England team.
Right, come on.
And so I'm conscious I'm standing between you and a pint in the rare English sunshine. But I just wanted to say it's been an absolute pleasure for us to come to Coventry. We've brought a load of people who'd never heard of Coventry, let alone been here, and they've fallen in love with the city. The games makers, as I call you, the festival volunteers have been extraordinarily kind, welcoming. You know, I'm a Tory politician. I wasn't sure how the Labour leader of the City Council would get on with me. We're best friends. And he said, please come back, bring back the festival, and we're going to try and support Tyler in his venture. And I just want to say this, if you're interested in what we're doing, if you want to help, please, will you just go and have a look at the Big Tent website, scroll to the bottom and click on the register as a sign up. And if you've got a project you want us to help, just let us know, email us. We're backed by a whole series of entrepreneurs who've got tons of money and they want to make a difference. They want to make the world a better place. They don't want to give it to the Tory party or the Labour Party. They want to help people on the ground. And we're going to try and help Tyler, and we're going to try and help more of you. So if you're interested or you want to help us and support us, please just click on, else we'll lose you. You'll drift off tonight and we'll all say, wasn't that wonderful? How do I stay in touch? If you just click on that button, we can stay in touch. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for being who you are.
Thank you for hosting me.
Thank you very much.
All right, be safe and have a safe journey back home, and the pubs are open.